10 seconds remain. 5 seconds remain. Dire's turn to pick. Radiant's turn to pick. Khakis!
Ladies and gentlemen,
Radiant
welcome. We are gonna watch the first series of the day, Execration versus Spiky Gaming. I am Mr. Plate. We are joined by Kawaii Socks. Kawaii, how are you
Hello,
doing
everyone.
today?
I'm doing great. Good Dota, great Dota from the morning, and some interesting picks already here. Spiky Gaming coming in hot with Grimstroke. I love this hero. It's always so fun to watch when he gets to play with his Soulbind to great effect, right?
I mean, Grimstroke, I love the hero, man. I love the hero. Can never win a game with it, but Grimstroke Disruptor, pretty good combo with the Soulbind. Really helps keeping people locked in place in that static storm. And I mean, obviously, you control the Pangolier doing the role as well. Kawaii, what do you think Execration are going to respond with?
Uh, this for now going for pretty typical stuff. They're going Gyro Marcy. IO has been banned, but Gyro Marcy is probably one of the lanes that is kind of underrated. It looks like it's going to be Marcy 5 with Gyro Core and Tekis as a 4. So the only things they have left currently is the off lane. Spiky Gaming, though, they're all about aggression, all about this minus armor, and I absolutely love it. Because when you open up with a Disruptor, that's like the problem I've seen a lot of professional teams, even tier 1 teams do, is they pick Disruptor and then they don't know what to do with it because Disruptor is an all-in aggression hero. His counterattack potential is really limited. You can't really use Glimpse as a defensive tool. Kinetic Field is kind of if you're not the one attacking, especially in the later portions of the game when enemies have BKB and you don't have your axe yet. So usually you just want to attack and then Disruptor gets you a +1. This extra. It's like a conceptually it's kind of close to Bounty Hunter that you get something extra from your kills. Usually with Disruptor it's either an extra kill or you get a free tower because you can always glimpse back the defendants.
Yeah, of course. You make a very good point. A lot of the teams try to pair up with this Disruptor and they just kind of like draft it 4 heroes and then have a Disruptor in their lineup as well. But with the Templar Assassin with the Slaughter, you have really strong pick-off potential with that minus armor. You can get bursted down from full to 0 with the minus armor Melt Strike combination.
It's also a 10 to 15 minute Roshan lineup, right?
Yeah.
Usually, as Radiant, you have an advantage because the typical rush timing is about like minute 20. But between Slaughter and Templar Assassin, if she rushes Desolator, I wouldn't mind seeing them go for like a 14-minute Roshan, which is a possibility with all the minus armor and the team fights they have. And Earth Spirit is going to be the last pick for them. It looks like it's going to be a position 2 Earth Spirit. Kind of exciting.
10
Kind of exciting indeed, which Execration had this opportunity here. They can either play the Pangolier mid or play it, I guess, offlane. But when was the last time I saw like a Pango offlane? It's very likely they're just going to pick their position 3 here. But Spiky Gaming were banning out like the Lycan and the Huskar, so maybe they think that there could be some sort of mid hero potential here from Execration this last pick.
No, I don't know. Like I've seen Tina play Pangolier. He had great effect, but they didn't win this game. I'm not sure whether they're gonna be happy with another experiment like that. I wouldn't mind seeing them have a defensive offlaner, something that can provide an aura to mitigate the damage, something that can build an early. I don't even know. Maybe like an early halberd could be really nice against Templar Assassin, or maybe even I don't want to say it, but Crimson Guard is kind of forgotten about, right? But in
Yeah.
this game in particular, could be useful if you have like a super high strength score just for protecting the supports.
I mean, I know Underlord isn't a hero right now.
But Tina plays it.
Uh, Oh, does he? Well, I take it back. Pick it. See, it's kind of good.
Uh, it's kind of slow and steady, but no, is it gonna go dark
Select
here?
your hero. Make the ultimate choice.
I guess it doesn't really help with the whole minus armor plan that Spiky Gaming have, but the vacuum control. You get a 3-man vacuum, and you call down on top of it with the flat cannon going. You have blast off roll. Obviously, the team fight from Execration Kawaii, it's looking very potent.
Oh yeah. And Tino, there are two ways I've seen team play these darks here. One of them had Guardian Greaves being rushed, and I think it's a Guardian Greaves rush kind of game. You can
Yeah.
dispel the traps, you can dispel. Well, you can't really dispel as a Phantom's Embrace, which could be a problem, but you can dispel most things. And then you just super tanky, provide an extra aura. And if I recall correctly, Execration, they did manage to consistently pull off the Marcy rebound into vacuum combo with like multiple heroes stunned. So that could be something to look out for.
Well, Kawaii, I'm looking at these two drafts, and one of them is screaming a little bit more, synergy with the minus armor play from Spiky and Execration here, looking for, I would say, bread and butter, Dota. Which draft are you preferring heading into game one?
I'm a big fan of Junk, like not as JU, but as JANK.
Yeah.
And I think Spiky Gaming, they have like an idea, and they do not really have reliable stuns. They don't really have like reliable team fight unless Disruptor gets super late with Blink and Aghanims. So I feel like I prefer Spiky Gaming just because it's a bit more fun to watch, right? Like at the bottom here, Execration, it's a bit too clear cut. You want your vacuum into a stun, be it Pangolier, Tekis, or Mars. Actually, all three heroes have great stuns for that. But Spiky Gaming, they will need to be precise, and mostly their fights are going to be about quick pickoffs, right? Like they want to jump somebody and start a fight with a 4v5 advantage, 5v4 advantage.
Well, we like the jank. We appreciate it when teams go out of the comfort zone of the meta, and we're going to be seeing that coming out here again. This is going to be game one between Execration and Spiky Gaming. SG kind of needing to get some more points on the board to secure themselves a bit more comfort in the group stage. And Execration, I mean, we all know about Execration. This is a wagon of a team, Kawaii.
Yeah, I think they started off this tournament really poorly, but they recovered well. Oh, they do see each other. Do they want to go for something? They do have the high ground advantage.
Going up high ground without a ward is very problematic. CML throws NDR to the low ground. Not going to be anywhere close. So now they turn around onto Lewis. They lose their slaughter in the river. Not the place that he wants to die, but they get two. And now SG walking up. Tino, he's the next target. One stroke of fate. It's destiny for you, Tino. The destiny is death. Question mark. I mean, the Earth Spirit is going to die, but the SG, they don't know how to go backwards. M figured it out with the stick. He goes up onto the ramp. Shanks won't be able to get the kill. And out with the Disruptor and Hara as well. They only have right clicks to spare, but overall, a 4-for-2 engagement favoring SG. Well, 4-for-3, I suppose, when you consider Templar Assassin didn't want to live any longer.
Did she give away experience? I think she might have, because there were people close by.
Yeah.
All in all, though, Execration, they just showed us how not to engage the enemy when your smoke gets revealed in the river on the lowest of grounds possible. They were basically sea level at this point, and they decided, you know what, we're gonna go high ground into 5 people, have multiple stuns, most of them area of effect, and multiple area effect abilities. I don't know what they were thinking. They got punished hard for it. It's not reflecting in the economy somehow. I don't know how that happened, because it is showing, the indicator is showing a slight advantage here for Execration. But in terms of momentum and just the early levels, Hara is in trouble though, top lane.
Yeah, he is, and Hara does end up dying. It's not a good look. So we're back to 4-4. Kawaii, we've had our fair share of deaths and kills and the early stages of this landing stage, but I don't think either of us expected this kind of shenaniganery.
I mean, they did accelerate the game, I guess, from a certain perspective, right? Because everyone got some kills, and looking at the graphs, it's a trivial amount of extra gold and a trivial amount of extra experience for both teams. So essentially, this game just starts from minute 2 or so, with the net worth just being inflated slightly. I do feel like it does favor Execration a little bit, because their laning stage otherwise would have been a bit problematic. CML is in trouble.
You know, I'm in a little bit of trouble. They have the Inkswell. The Stroke of Fate is a huge amount of damage. Hold on a minute, Kawaii. I wasn't thinking about the burst from the Stroke of Fate, and Hara gets the last right click to secure the death of CML.
So, yeah, I think this kind of start does favor Execration, if I understand it correctly, because, yeah, they didn't just get CML, but he needs all the levels, all the gold, because then, once he has Sidekick, I do feel like the Insanity just protects him so well with his shared lifesteal, so that even as melee, he can actually lane against Slaughter and Grimstroke.
It's so hard, and MDR getting ran down here. It's gonna double stun here. They turn around onto the Gyrocopter, but he's thrown back into the Rocket Barrage. A nice combo there, and Execration, they kind of get one back, but trading blows in this top lane.
They're playing this lane so well. I have to, like, it's a pinpoint accuracy of all the spell usage by CML, just making sure that they know their limits and they do get the kills. The problem is he's not level 3 yet on Marcy, so I'm waiting for that. But let's look at other lanes. We've spent a lot of time here. Mid lane, question mark is kind of giving it all against Lewis.
He's trying his best. He's got to make, you know, this is kind of the lane that SG need if they want to create space around the map, right? I'm slightly surprised, because I know that the Earth Spirit has one of the highest strength gains, and that means his last hits are kind of easy, and he has a Boulder Smash as an instant nuke to get some of the last hits on the rage creeps. But Pango is considered one of the strongest laners in the game, period. And he's also in a melee matchup, which makes it so that he doesn't get harassed. I'm surprised, essentially, that Earth Spirit is doing so well. And I'm also surprised that Temple Assassin is doing so poorly. Yeah, I mean, I was about to bring that up, Kawaii. This bottom lane for... Oh, top lane, never mind. There's that Inkswell. It's not going to connect, so SG not getting the same kind of spell casting as Execration, and all... This Gyrocopter is just running through the creep wave, but... nothing doing, and bottom lane Disruptor, he dies underneath the tier 1 tower. It's not like can do anything about it.
Yeah, and this Disruptor, you really don't want to be on the back foot. You want to be the one attacking, and so far it's not looking great for them. They can't really do anything to Tino, and they are going on the offensive against them.
I mean, they want to go a little bit more. Tino, is there a glimpse available? Yes, there is, and the fortification, try to keep Tino alive. The creep eating a tower shot, can't eat the meld though.
That was well done. That was really well done here by Disruptor, making sure that they do get this really important kill. I like the play here by Tino, just glyphing the creep so that he doesn't eat tower hits, but doesn't matter. Disruptor, level 3, had skill points saved for a while, but ended up with a Thunder Strike. Tino can be glimpsed back technically, still? No, not anymore.
No. Shanks is so low as well. The Thunder Strike just pouring out the damage, and now Tina's gonna start getting harassed, right? You have the Meld Strike on top lane, Stroke of Fate onto CML, thrown back, but the bash is coming through from MDR. They can't really decide what their target is, and this Gyrocopter continuing forward. The Rocket Barrage is gonna get traded with the Slaughter and the creep, but it ends, and one more Stroke of Fate, just getting that slow out onto the Gyrocopter. This large creep will finally be slain by MDR.
I'm slightly surprised that Marcy is maxing out rebound in this lane. I felt like it's going to be a sidekick lane. She's going to get at level 4, of course, but I genuinely felt it's going to be like a rush sidekick lane.
Hold on, bottom, question mark has found a target. Don't even think he was really needed. And top as well, CML falling. Gyrocopter one hit away from killing MDR. Will instead take not the Gyrocopter. Well, he gets a double kill, never mind.
This is working out great.
In as well. He's got an urn and pops the magnetize as well. A bat, can he get out? One more magnetize, but inside the fountain, he will regen up. Lucky indeed. RNG not on the side somehow. for SG. I don't think RNG really had anything to do with it, though.
Yeah, I think it was just mostly a good read on the situation, as well as Earth Spirit not connecting rolling boulders. That was, I don't consider it a mistake. He needed to close the gap, but maybe if he walked like a couple of steps further. Oh, mid lane.
SML, yeah, there's a roll up, but it's gonna get canceled with a beautiful science play. Hara needs a little bit of help. You still have that roll up onto Lewis, and it's finally gonna connect Inkswell. Only stunning SML, and now the poor Earth Spirit. Gonna try to get that kick. Lewis is falling really low. Gonna take 1 hit, 2 hit, 3 from the tower. Might be enough to glimpse back. Is gonna secure that kill. And now CML, he's stuck between the high ground and a Disruptor. He chooses Disruptor, gets that kill. It's a double kill for the Disruptor at the end of the day, but 2 supports die on the side of SG, and they get 2 back, including the Pangolier mid.
It's the way he kills at minute 7. This is free wisdom runes doing here. And they're just, I love it. I love it. That's something I needed to wake up early this morning. It's morning for me. It is like dinner time for the guys. And it's like super late at night for you as far as I know. But this is exciting. Tino also finding some stacks here as those were prepared by Shanks previously. But who do you think has an edge in this kind of chaotic fight? Because I feel like both Insanity and TAs are like, I'm a carry. I want to hit creeps. Why are you doing all this? Can't we just chill for a bit? Right?
Well, I mean, I think it just comes down to SG, right? They want to play with the jank. You can't keep the game stable. Otherwise, you're just going to fall in terms of those team fights. When Execration get level 6 on their heroes, that's going to be a big power spike for them. But SG have been playing like just random Dota. Like they're not getting an edge. They're trading. Maybe they can find the kill out onto Tino though. The rollout, and they do also have the glimpse just in case they need it. Wall is going to land. Going to hit onto 2 heroes, 3, and with the blast off as well. Hold on, M. He's in a lot of trouble, and that's what the illusions clean him out. You have the glimpse onto CML. He's going to go back to where he came from in that area up top. Question mark hitting the magnetize out onto Shanks. He will start to fall here. Lewis has arrived as well for that Inkswell. Hara cleans up that 1 kill, but the illusions are chasing down for Disruptor underneath this tower. The roll up. Gonna roll through Disruptor. Again, Kawaii, this is just jank on jank on jank action.
What an evenly matched game, though. Like, it's 12-12. And they trade evenly every single freaking time. And look at the net worth. It's just dead even. Sure, you have Jarvacopter slightly ahead of everyone else, but at the same time you have this Grimstroke, who's also having a great time with his early net worth. I think he did get first blood. Maybe that's part of it. And I feel like it's not really favoring anyone. But again, returning to the point, M needs some me time. He is falling behind on Templar Assassin. It's a hero that wants to be ahead of everyone else in net worth. And we were talking about how they have like this 10 to 15 minute timing for Roshan. Scratch that. It's not happening.
No, they would need a little bit more in order to make that kind of play happen, but they just don't have the advantage. And when it's this close, you can just call down into the Roche pit. Like you have the vacuum as well. It's a big deal, but SG looking to make the smoke play. They want to get a bat on this Gyrocopter. Instead, they find SML. He's going to tank the gank. And the Inkswell, again, gonna stun him up. He's going to die. And they tried to find a bat, but he is long gone into the fountain. In exchange, the tower under threat.
I like how M also places a really deep trap at the start of the fight, just to make sure that they do not really lose anything in terms of vision, don't lose the kills.
They're gonna go for Roche.
No.
Are they doing Roche?
I don't. No, they can't with Slaughter, right? Like.
What? Yeah. Why do they just TP 3 people down here then? Does question mark just want to farm? This is weird. Why didn't you take the tower?
Yeah. That's an interesting. Maybe it was pressured bottom lane, and they didn't feel comfortable with TA being solo there. They are trying to find somebody. They see Shanks on the trap. Glimpse is available in just a second.
Yeah, the roll, miss. Yeah, it's only level 2 Glimpse, but level 2 Glimpse is still nutty. You have the silence out onto the techie, so he can't blast off, but the roll through is going to connect onto question mark, and he's really going to be question marking his own play there as he gets blown up. the proximity mine gonna do the killing blow there. I feel like this play is just completely like preventable if SG just took the tower top.
I agree. I think that was a big first mistake by SG in this one. Taking the tower was a really good play. I think that would be a correct play. But also, with Glimpse level 2 chasing like that to tier 1, the problem is this early in the game, when you don't have the range, when you don't have the instance... What is it called? Like, instancy? Like, it's just too slow, right?
Yeah.
It's taking them so long. People are TPing in, and you already use your glimpse, and it's not a +1. It's just trying to get the first
for
kill.
More CML. He's going to be the target of this pushback. They have the Inkswell on top of this poor guy, and they get the leash out with that glimpse as well. But there's a diffusal blade finish out onto Lewis. He's going to get stunned up, so he won't be able to claim the kill onto Hara. That's the Vessel finished on the Earth Spirit, dealing quite a bit of damage. The roll through, not going to connect. Amplify damage room picked up onto Lewis. Will walk up onto that high ground and be completely fine. It's one support for one support again. The evenness of this game is just kind of tilting me a little bit.
It is a lot of fun, but they're not attacking. I think at this point in time, if you're SG with Earth Spirit, who has Spirit Vessel, and Slaughter, who is, at least should be approaching his Blink Dagger, at this point in time, you want to be attacking. And it's not happening. It's not happening at all, and that result is, the Disruptor is kind of falling out. He is lowest net worth. He also has some level problems. Decided to opt for like Thunderstrike level 2 in lane, which is well and good. It's a good play because they were trading blows, but because of it, his glimpse is kind of still super early, and sometimes you see disruptors even skip kinetic field in favor of the third point in glimpse, because every single point in glimpse is 400 extra range. Right now, even if they do find a good angle of attack, it's going to be kind of problematic to capitalize it in the fashion that disruptor wants to capitalize on it.
Really just going to come down to, I mean, execution. And Execration, I feel like they've executed like one play above SG to get this 3,000 gold lead, but I mean, Kawaii, it's a gold lead that isn't moving. It just tells you how close these two teams are in terms of their farming patterns, the amount of pressure they're trying to put around the map, and M farming that safe part of that jungle area bottom. The smoke from Execration won't actually connect on anything unless they go deep into the belly of the Radiant jungle, and they're looks like they're gonna do it. This might be a little bit too aggressive though. This is basically a tier 2 dive when you consider how deep this is. But with that deep ward Kawaii, maybe they can catch someone out.
Won't find Templar Assassin. She got lucky. Managed to get away at the very least. But they are resetting for the mid lane from the looks of it. There is a regen rune on Earth Spirit, so that means even if he gets hit with regen rune, I think he's still regenerating for like 30 a second, which can be a big difference maker in the upcoming fight. But while this was kind of quiet, while they were waiting time trying to chase TA, SG, they pulled the game back a bit. I don't think they want to team fight. Look at Tino. He has Guardian Greaves as well of Whale of Discord. I don't think he wants to fight in that monster.
You need BKBs on the side of SG if you're going to take team fights, and you're going to need them pretty quickly. And, you know, with Execration balling up like that, SG can't take that engagement. Again, it is pick off, pick off, pick off for the side of SG. They just need to keep killing heroes, staggering those death timers. But that proximity mine going to kind of give away the position of SG. This middle area here is an awkward dance floor for the salsa that is about to occur. And they go up onto the high ground to SG, but again, but no real deep vision, won't be able to super find anything, but maybe a bot is going to get out of position. No, instead, one whiff, one smoke whiff from Execration turns into a smoke whiff from SG, and into the Roche pit they go.
They do have Deso, so they opt for a 15-minute Roshan. Not the ideal place for them, considering it's a dire side, but this move has been read by Execration from the looks of it. They would want a fight right now, because they have all the team fight items they need. Also, almost close to Shivas on darts here. Actually, never mind, he bought... What did he buy? 2k gold?
I don't know, but Tino's top of the net worth. Maybe he bought a Blink Dagger?
Vanguard.
What?
Yeah, I just checked his career.
Is he gonna buy like All
Crimson?
mid. Yeah, Crimson maybe?
Yeah, we discussed it as a possibility, but it's like it's such a off-meta item, let's call it that.
Yeah, I mean, you said Crimson, and I was like, are you sure, Kawaii? Like, when was the last time I heard this thing even be said out loud in a Dota cast, let alone, like, considered as an item?
Maybe just casual Vanguard. He's queued up Shivas. So interesting.
He's had this Shivas queued up when he bought the Vanguard, though. That's what's confusing me. I think he might be going Crimson, actually.
It's good against TA. It's nice against Slaughter as well. And you already have Greaves. You don't really go Flats. You don't really go Assault Kiras on Darks here. So if protection is your main goal, and they are playing around this Gyrocopter, right? Like he's their main and mostly only source of damage in the later portion of the game. So protecting it with everything you've got is probably the way to go. But let's see how it's gonna work out. They are in the lead slightly by 4K.
Oh,
but
there's gonna be a flash here. Question mark with the Inks wall on top. He goes right in. It's going to be a complete whiff, though. That glimpse catching back CML. But that's a turnaround play, Lewis. He's found the angle, and with that call down, MDR, you were up in the initiation, but you are down 1, 2, 3 heroes. And, I mean, look at this damage from the proximity mines. It is way too much, and SG fall apart in that team fight. Execration just do anything and everything they need to. And this is what we were talking about, Kawaii. It's pick-off gaming for SG. The moment a team fight happens, it goes all to shit.
Yeah, I don't know what the idea was. Like, we have second life on Templar Assassin. Let's throw it away twice. Because, again, they are fighting into Guardian Greaves, Vanguard, Evail and Discord. That's way too much armor, and way too much sustain for the whole team, and a lot of spell amplification on top of it. I have to also say that Disruptor, his Static Storm was not good. It was used on the Marcy who already used all her spells and had Unleash on. So it literally had no influence on the fight at all.
You know, Kawaii, I know Disruptor is an incredibly popular hero at the meta at the moment, but I think he's a bait. I think he's a bait, dude. I actually don't think, like, in your pubs, go ahead, dude. Like, pub play completely different from these pro games. But every time I see a Disruptor, I'm like, why did you use your first pick on this? This is what you wanted?
I kind of agree and disagree. I feel like it shoehorns you into a particular playstyle, and it's the only playstyle that is available to you with this kind of support. The problem is executing this playstyle. Higher level, he actually bought Crimson. Whoa.
He did?
Yeah. The higher level teams, they know how to like bite into every single bit of advantages they get. So then Disruptor looks really good. Like a tier 1 Dota, amazing. In pubs, it doesn't matter because you'll have all the time in the world to build your Aghanim's and Blink by the late game. And at this point, you're basically an Array of Effect Doom team fight, 2 buttons win kind of hero. So that's why he works in pubs. But here, like a tier 2, when not everything's perfect, but the level of play is high enough for the counterplay to be available. Yeah, kind of iffy. Question mark is probably dead.
Mark. That rollout being beautifully blocked by CML and thrown back again. Gonna get the roll. Oh, he gets it off this time, except you've rolled right into the arms of a gyrocopter bat. Gonna be alley-ooped with the blast off. And they get the tower as well. Aghanim Scepter finished up onto this gyrocopter. And the net worth lead is starting to grow. 10,000 nearly on the side of Execration.
Okay, so the problem is right now Execration, if they ball up, they are stronger, so you cannot attack them. What you should be doing is trying to split and farm in the hope that by doing so, you have an advantage in terms of levels and economy because you're taking more of the map while the enemy is grouped up. But because there is this constant threat of darts here, there is always this constant rotations, you can't really do that. You feed away kills, and the advantage is a bit overwhelming currently on Execration, so you can't really play split. At this point in time, I feel like their only real play is to sacrifice a support somewhere across the map and attack the other side. They're gonna sacrifice
Hara right now. It's a beautiful wall combo, but they get the static storm. Actually having a bit of a contribution here into this team fight. There's a lot of AoE damage, but not enough burst, not enough killing power here to get the kill onto 80 here on the side of Execration. And Lewis, he's diving tier 3 towers. He even gets a kill onto Hara. And I mean, question mark, buying time, trying to get the rollout. He will continue to do so. The homing missile has no chill, doesn't know when to stop. Is going to continue going forward. Gets the stun out onto question mark, but again, he's going to go through the portal. He will be okay. And Execration almost kind of looked decent for SG until it wasn't. Yeah. Yep.
As I was saying, they cannot go for a head-on fight. They need to go, like, I don't know, Grimstroke has to be somewhere in the off lane of the enemy, pushing the wave in, getting response from 2 heroes, maybe 3 even. Somebody comes to Grimstroke, that's when they attack somewhere across the map. So it's never a fair fight. They have to be creative with how they approach the fights right now on the side of SG, because they've lost so much momentum, even with the ages. And right now it's going to be Tormentor for Execration. It's the Radiant one, so they get the extra. CML is, well, you see, like, that is currently rotating because Lardar pushed in the lane, right? They see that because Gyro is in a creep wave. That's when they should be attacking Marcy, and they should be set up for it already, and they are going for it. That's a correct play. The problem is it's kind of too late at this point, because with 13k gold differential, CML can just kill both supports if he really wants to, honestly. Like, he has well, he does have BKB. He's actually using an interesting build, surprising, but yeah, it's okay. Like, I still think he can kill at least once.
I mean, yeah, I don't. Have you ever seen Solar Crest first on support Marcy?
No, not really. Like, usually when you play Marcy, it's like super aggressive, like BKB basher kind of deal, right?
Yeah. And he's just got a Solar Crest. I guess he's just trying to bump up that gyrocopter, but question mark, bumping himself up into that ball. There's a fight happening up into this top area, and Shanks, he's going to be the target. Blast up onto the high ground, but the glimpse back. Nice combination there. NBR slaps him down right across the face. All 3 faces of Techies, in fact.
And that's what they should have been doing once they got the Aegis at minute 16.
Yeah.
Not the go for team fight, let's die twice in TA into Guardian Greaves, but this is Dota at its core. It's a strategy game, right? It's not like a fighting game. You don't really have to take fights unless you're being pressured to. And at some point, Execration, they weren't pressuring, and I think there was a lot of blunders by Spiky game in terms of just pure strategy. That is still recoverable, I have to say. That is still recoverable on the high ground.
A high ground defense, we know how important that is. Question mark on the bottom. He's going to get stunned up. He knows how important living here is, but with the throwback from CML, the diffuser blade slow as well. Going to be more than enough to get that kill, and CML on position 5, Marcy is dominating. Somebody needs to kill this guy. I mean, he's a menace to society.
Really tanky. A lot of protection from physical damage on the side of Execration.
Hold on, they found M. M in this middle lane. He's gonna try to blink out, but he's got hit by the wall. The blast off is there as well. Kawaii, how long do you think M has to live? Well, it wasn't by the time my sentence ended, that's for sure.
Yeah, this is not looking great. Splitting and getting caught is part of the game, of course. So you can't be on point every single time. But this one, I think it was a bit too cheap, right? Like, his dash didn't really achieve anything. He didn't push it too far. Only barely got past the river and got immediately caught. So for now, high ground defense, it is not liking what I'm seeing a Disruptor. He's going for an Ether Lens, which means his Aghanim's is going to get delayed. If he had, like, if he didn't purchase his Void Stones, that he doesn't need in the base, right? You don't need mana regen in base. He would have, like, halfway to his Aghanim's. That could be the big difference maker. Maybe, what else is there? I'm trying to think of big items that can help.
Is there BKB on M yet?
No, he's going MKB. Interesting.
Okay.
There's a butterfly on Gyro.
Oh. Well, that's a problem. Hold on. There's a butterfly egg interceptor Chrysalis on the Gyrocopter for 25 minutes.
Yeah.
That's a problem. That's a lot of money, dude. That's a lot of money. Wait, why oh my goodness, Execration? 2 Solar Crests to negate the minus armor strategy from SG. They are just itemizing armor items against this minus armor strategy, and it's starting to pay off.
I love it. And they also know that most of the damage coming out from Spiky Gaming is single target. So with double barriers, Crimson, and Vladimir's on top of it, I don't think there's anyone dying right now on the side of Execration, unless they're alone.
It might be the target, yeah. MDR with the blink forward on that. Inkswell on top of that. The glimpse! Wait! No, you threw it away! But no, hold on, it wasn't a glimpse. I'm not sure how he got out of that one. And this poor Disruptor gonna get picked off here with the leash onto the back line. Both supports are dead. They have the egg interceptor finished up, but that Gyrocopter is slapping Shanks all the way to probably his death. Oh my goodness, what is this? Dark Portrait, Shanks, he's gonna die! What in the world?
I like it. Okay, so the strategy here is let's feed our enemy so that when we make a good Dark Portrait out of them, it's really strong.
Yeah.
And it's actually working. I mean, Gyro is not the best Dark Portrait target in the game because you don't really get the benefits of Flat Cannon.
Oh no, you just blinked forward. A bot is there. There's a wall of replica. I mean, this play was replicated as well. He's dead. No buyback. MKB finished up. That really helped you a lot there, Home Slice.
Yeah, I don't think he can really go for the fights without his BKB unless something is really set up for him. Like, the fight has to be played perfectly on the plate for him, and that's, it's a bit hard given the circumstances. Still disagree with Disruptor's itemization. I think he's also disagreed with himself, because he has gold for Etherlands, but he's not buying it. And my hope is that he's gonna go ahead and buy the full Aghanims once he has the money, as opposed to just upgrading this to Etherlands. He absolutely needs it. At the same time, Insanity has second life now, so they'll have to deal with Gyro twice. I don't think it's possible, but let's see.
You know, if you catch him 1v5 and perma-stun him with the Slardar and the Earth Spirit, and then, like, you know, get the Melt Strikes in, and
I think he kills everybody with
He does kill everybody. In question mark, he's going to try to come in. Oh, he was just connecting with MDR. There's no Gyrocopter for this fight. Speaking of the boy that cannot be killed, Tino jumping in, has the vacuum. Man, the only connects onto MDR, though. They have the glimpse onto Lewis, but he rolls up, balls himself in the ball of glimpse immunity.
I think last time he also managed to blink out of the Static Storm kinetic field.
I think it was the blink, yeah.
By having a barrier, so he wasn't dealt damage technically, so he could blink out, and then he immediately went for roll up, so Glimpse didn't connect. But now Insanity, 2 lives, come in high ground. Yeah, this is hard.
Yeah, how do you do this? Well, the question mark, he's going to go in with the Inkswell. He thinks that's how he's going to do it. Even though you have a BKB, it doesn't matter. The physical damage coming through will actually barely get out. And Lewis, he's eating a lot of the damage coming out from the Disruptor. The minus armor play is there. MDR getting that one stun, but it's a beautiful vacuum combination. They throw everything into that. It's a 4-man stun from MDR to continue through. But look at the amount of sustain that Execration have. You just took a huge fight. You got 3 kills, 2 buybacks, 23,000 gold in the pocket, and basically everybody is well above, half health or above. Kawaii, it's not looking very good for SG. It's a 4v5 fight. You have the Inkswell on the MDR. He's going to push forward onto a butt, and he's completely fine again. Has the Satanic available with the Aegis of Immortality. Only 3 people caught into that. That's a 5-man magnetize. Hold on a second. The damage is going to be there. Shanks in the back line is going to get taken out, but question mark, he's also the target of a death. And a bot, I mean, he's feeling pretty lucky, feeling himself more like, as MDR, the lone fish in the tank, but nothing is left in the tank. They've poured out all the water. They've poured out all the hope. And Execration, they'll go underneath this fountain that's all dried up, as the GG is called, and SG lose game 1.
that was a really creative, interesting draft by Spiky Gaming, as they played in a really straightforward, conservative manner, and it's not like how you play this draft, in my opinion. They didn't manage to leverage the strengths of it. Outside of maybe taking this Roche at minute 16, they didn't really do anything with a draft that was specific for this draft. They were just trying to play regular Dota with something that it wasn't meant to do so. So, you know, a bit of a strategic blunder here on side of Spiky Gaming. Maybe some overestimation of their own power when they tried to fight with Aegis. But all in all, I do feel like it was competitive until like minute 15, 16, 17, right?
I think it just comes down to Spiky. They tried to play Dota instead of playing their draft, and ultimately that's what did them in. And I mean, Execration just drafted like an actual Dota team and then won the game. And maybe Spiky Gaming either go back to fundamentals, try to make something work there, or actually continue on a little bit further in the depths of the jank. But we're going to have to see what the game plan is in Game 2. Until then, we're going to take a quick little break. But when we come back,
without collapse. The Hex there. The swap here, they're going to try and go aggressively onto BZM. They swap him back under the tier 4s, but steps in with the disruption. Yatoro, able to burn through with the majority of the mana here from Tomato, and Yatoro is considering his next target. He'll look over towards the Morphling, but he gets caught by the bashes of Whisper. He has to split back up, backs off under the tier 4s. Collapse gets caught once again on the front line. Cookie's in, they're taking the Aegis out of Tomato's hands.
Where's BZM? Oh, he gets him.
There's no chance to kill BZM though. Oh, maybe there is Yatoro! Okay, he gets the kill, but he's losing his teammates. Can Yatoro do this? He's going to go over towards Step, but the Glimmer Cape is there.
Tomato's there, though.
He's going to turn over towards Tomato. They've got the Cookie in on towards the Morph. He's losing his mana. Yatoro able to focus Tomato down here with the illusions. Tomato's getting low.
He's cleansed up. There's a heal coming in.
Can Yatoro make another jump? He's looking for his target. He's going to head over towards Ari. Tomato with the Stolen Spear is there. In fact, it catches him and kills him off. Ari with the outplay.
Ari is playing like a beast.
And there's nothing for Mira to do there. Well, Poshka's watching from the side, maybe looking for a stomp setup. He's not going to get it, though. With the root instead, on towards Step with the Brambles. Jump in and a jump out from Lal. It's a little low on the mana. The Supernova comes out. They're not going to try and kill it. They'll let the Spear from Collapse finish off Ari. The Arena's down. Now they're ready to go back in for round 2. They look towards Seb. Seb caught in the Arena. Tomato turns up. The Infest is there. Gives a bit of a burst heal to Seb to keep Seb fine. And it's ended up being Lal that's dove under the tower for this. He gets punished. Lal's out. Mira will manage to TP away. BZM, he'll get the deep one. He's going in for this one. Beyond the tier 3, but the Yules is there. Mira will be able to dodge the combo. Whisper's still ready to go, though. Jumps in with Tomato. They're diving into the base here. He's on towards Collapse.
It's deep.
They've got to be a little bit careful here, OG. I don't know if they can continue to try and get away with this. They're on the retreat. Lal will try and drag back Tomato. They've got the arrow, but the spin, it's not going to catch him. Tomato looks to turn, but he's still getting torn apart by Yatoro. Yatoro's back in action, and he's cleaning up. OG, they stuck around for too long. They've lost 3 of them. BZM also in trouble. I mean, they stuck around for that dive.
Spirit playing around their vision. They have that one ward they just placed.
Starting to jump out with the Wind Waker. Collapse.
Laurel. The gem is on top of him.
They've got eyes on him. We'll head back for now. They'll turn with the Bramble and the Curse Ground down onto Whisper. Tomato's got the BKB. Tomato. He's still getting torn apart, but he's got the Axe. We'll be able to jump inside of Yatoro for now. Yatoro also getting caught by the Fiend's grip from Ari. And that's a good grip. That's a big grip. He's out for 90. Great they kill off the Luna. Now they're ready for more. Let's see if they can find Collapse. Whisper jumps up to the high ground. Collapse trying to run away from the Ari. He's got Sleep back up. Be able to put his escape to a stop. Sets up for the X-Mark drag back. They'll get both the carry and the offlane here. 2 kills, both going the way of Tomato. I mean, you said things have been a bit slow from Ari with the grip.
Finds it.
But when he hits the big ones, he hits the big ones. It gets them the biggest kill they could hope, knocking out Yatoro for over a minute.
Pretty much perfect opportunity they could get there to bring things back for them. Tomato chasing forward with his brand new axe. Top.
He's going to try and stand around and fight. We'll have to... Zip TP didn't have anything to put a stop to that, even though his BKB did come to an end. Maposhka, on the other hand, though, he will die as well, was the case for Mira. So after it all, it's going to end up with Spirit losing 4 heroes. OG, they've pretty much done it in terms of rectifying what went wrong earlier.
They must have got the Seb speech, I guess.
I think they did.
Age is still on Whisper, and yeah, they have double hexes at the moment on the side of OG, so have to watch out for these catches. And yes, all 3 BKBs at the ready.
Oh, collapse. He's been caught by the hexes, as you say, and he's out. Has got buyback available. May needs to use it here, as he's otherwise out of the game for 80 seconds.
Ooh, I don't know if he saw the second one, because he stepped up a little bit far.
It's all right. He's going to consider getting in position. They're going to try and go for a BZM. BZM is going to get saved for now by the sleep. He's able to put the BKB. He's going to get healed up as well by Tomato. They keep BZM alive. The Supernova's out. Spirit, they've got to head back to the fountain. They've got to head back out of the fight. Collapse will jump in for the spear catch onto Tomato. They get the pushback with the fear. The full-on control with the vortex. Yatoro's in with the damage. It's enough. They've taken Tomato out. Spirit will hold, and they'll chase out for more. The spear push back onto Whisper. A double kill for Yatoro. They get the catch onto BZM. They'll keep the game alive again. It's another hold. It's another triple kill for Yatoro. Tomato, put the rage. Lal heads in. We'll get caught by the hex, but no follow-up.
Yatoro's in.
BZM. Jump, they've managed to burst through the cooker immediately. Collapsing Yatoro, find BZM, and he's out at the fight as soon as it starts.
Oh, this is so awkward. They're trapped in the corner.
I mean, what do? Does he buy back? There he is. BZM's going to buy back for this one. There's the jump in the backlist, but Ari's got the Axe Fiend script. He's controlling the storm for now, but it's...
Yatoro.
Lal doesn't really care. He's perfectly able to zip over to the safety of the left side of the fight. Yatoro, though, will go down.
They stuck on him.
Now, the question is if Yatoro wants to buy back. Does he want to try and turn their efforts in this fight, try and get it back their way, as Lal's getting run down by Whisper? Still with not a lot of mana to play. Looks like Spirit are just going to try and write this fight off. Miposhka will turn with a stop, but the Hex is there in time. OG, they're going to be able to take down the ET as well. See what they can get away with. Tomato in with the rage, working on the tier 3. The safety of the X-Mark drag back. He'll get caught by a stomp. Collapse. He's taking it back over, but he gets caught by the Hex. Lars in with the BKB. Whisper. Where'd he go? In an instant. He's gone. He'll buy back. The feed script's there on the Lar, but it's not enough time to lock him down and finish him off. He'll still get caught by the X-Mark though, and he's dead.
Tomato. Oh my God, the damage.
The clean up. 3 dead on Spirit. They have to use the buybacks. Yatoro's back in. Miposhka's back in. Mirror's back in. The silence down onto BZM. They're going to try and take him down twice, though. Still has this Aegis, of course. The spear will get him.
Holy shit, everyone's just dying in an instant.
I mean, can they keep BZM safe on the second round? Tomato and Ari heading up. They'll use the sleep to try and protect BZM from any sort of combo that's thrown down, and then they turn towards Collapse. They get over the Hex, the drag back there for the vortex.
Big damage.
They've killed on Whisper. It's a dive back on the Timber Saw. Lal turns over towards BZM. He's in on top of him. BZM trying to run up towards the high ground. Yatoro finds the Lucid Beam to finish
Tomato's
him off.
alone.
It's a double kill. Tomato caught by the Hex. Spirit, they clean it up. And once again, for OG, pushing the high ground has gone horribly, horribly wrong.
Their kryptonite, the high ground.
But Malrine, he wants to play aggressive. Arrow will miss.
Rolling Thunder.
Trying denied regeneration rune.
Still on this Razor with a lot of damage now with Amar arriving. And that Rolling Thunder ending. Curse Crown is there. Amar with crits still going to get on top of Jokam for a double kill on your Viper. Now Ponyo, very isolated, left out on an island. Not much Akashi can do here. Level 5, 10 minutes in, so not even a defensive chrono available here for Akashi. As the Moonlight Shadow is going to allow Falcons here to close the gap onto Ponyo.
They really want that level 4 maiden, huh?
Get it.
Big chunk of money, 221 for Malrine.
Yeah, we've seen these games, though, where some teams only get support kills, right? Just killing off a position 5 over and over again. At least Talon are finding core kills, important ones to try and buy them time to get into late game. And good attempted move by Chuen there to get to high ground, but now he's stuck on low ground, moving and turning around on the snaking. Dragonite in, and with that breakdown on Timbersaw, tons of magic damage comes his way. WS and Jokam both fall. Amar with a double kill. And is that the Crystal Maiden trying to scurry away with a couple of hundred health? Well, they don't see her. Instead, turning their eyes and targets onto the Faceless Void to bring him down, and a triple kill. I think at this point, Talon needs King Jenkins and his entire round table to come in on their Knights and Lancers to try and hold back the Falcons here. Viper on the front lines, holding them back as Skitter will get away from the Chakram damage. Malrine moves forward with a jump in, Rolling Thunder. There's a Freezing Field and a Chrono there onto Malrine. They're going to get the kill on the Pango. Down he goes. 2,000 gold into the hands of Talon. And Akashi moving forward.
I think Malrine is going to buy back. I think he's going to buy back and they want to end the game.
Rage buy, let's go. When Chrono's down, what else is going to stop him? Skitter still just beating at buildings. Amar, the real carry in this one, going to stand up on the front lines and hold them all back. Chuen with his BKB, trying to chase into the Viper here. Oh, dodges the Terrorizer, looks like, with the Manta style. Skipper holding the ground, but the Viper's going to fall. Talon fighting back. They get the takedown on 1, 2 cores, now a third. Age is gone. Crit the snaking, trying to turn back. Malrine did buy back. You're right. With the Rolling Thunder back in onto the Faceless Void. They're going to get onto Akashi. Can he try and walk away from this? Does he have the protection? No, the
that Rolling Thunder.
Far too good with the arrow over the top of it. Ponyo now in trouble as well, but WS and Trent are still going. Snaking has that leap to get a bit of distance up Malrine and Crit. Turn back around. They've got the firepower here to bring down Chuen. Buyback's ready on the Razor. No Faceless Void and no Dark Willow now, though.
Didn't get much done in the last couple of fights.
Nice vision. Joe Cam, he can find the Hoodwink. Oh, but hang on, that Gleipnir holds him back. Malrine breaks away from the static link, turns onto the Tiny, and the Doom is there onto the Zeus in the back lines. Akashi has to sing the song, try and buy time for the rest of the team to get away from the Doom, but look at Amar. He's going wild. He's unleashed the beast onto the Zeus, taking him down, and now the rest of the team can come and help him. Snaking with the bubble, saves the Doom, the turn on the Nagasar, and brings Akashi down to the ground, and Chantra's in trouble as well, and Falcons pummel Talon, absolutely annihilate them. Yeah, it's really a possibility right now. Gleipnir onto this Razor. Might have to BKB, a good amount of damage and control on the Weaver, pops the Aegis immediately. Sharpshooter's coming, trying to aim it in onto WS. They've lost Snaking, Crit nearly falls, but Amar and Skit are going to work in the actual fight proper, killing off the Razor. Joe Cam, Ponyo, Akashi is now turning tail and running, but the Gleipnir once again cuts them off, holds them in place to find the 2 support kills that the Falcons will gladly take. Team Falcons, there's a tier 2 standing top, so they can't go for the full megas or anything like that. But Skitter will get himself down to low ground. Look at this Tiny. Crit gonna scurry away, but blasted by the Zeus. Good pick by Chuen. Akashi, though, the one in trouble. Naga down with buyback available. Might have to come back into the fight because WS is in serious trouble. Draining damage from Amar, but Malrine stands his ground and takes him down. The Doom and 2 supports and Falcons are gone, but Skitter and Malrine offer a lot of damage and still stay reasonably tanky. Tiny out for 50, and Chuen gonna have to try and heavenly jump back to Mount Olympus.
Malrine is zoning.
This is not where you belong, Zeus. No matter how many family members you've got, looks like they're all dead at this point. The illusions of the Dragon Knight will kill him off, and he's dead for 70 now.
Very mobile carry player.
All right, Tower finally does die. Coil onto 2 as the Axe makes his rotation over, but Quinn taking a ton of damage. Whisper gets off the Primal Split, a dead Leshrac again. Seb will be the trade for now. Now Ace on the run. Illusory Orb clips 2. Tomato even makes his way over as well as Ace trying to get the call, but not going to find anyone. Ends up dying to Rachio with a timed, okay. Time-lapse did go off, but now the Chronosphere comes in, getting all 3 teammates in the area.
Result here with the phase. Brewmaster.
Do they have the damage? Primal split does go off. And Whisper, oh man, the Pulse Nova is ripping right through him. Still sticking around though. Gets one more stun with the Urk Panda as Tomato comes in. Time dilation as well. More TP's coming in. Ace is ready, but the Chronosphere comes out. They have the damage to actually kill off the Lash. It's going to be close. Tomato has the time walk away, but they do get the kill first as BZM gets basically soloed by Ace. And now Tofu in the midst of a TP, but gets right-clicked into Oblivion. I mean, if you think of one axe, I mean, I feel like it is Seb, though, right? Surely. Ace.
All right, here we go again.
Call comes in, dead shot, though, but the Split Earth is there to layer, and the chop. Actually, I couldn't tell if the chop was completely successful or not. Either way, the kill goes the way of Gaiman again. Ari now flame broken and lassoed. Looking for the call. Oh, yeah, that feels good. Can just...
It's going to do more than that, huh? I know the dead shot clipped Duracho in the end, but I'm surprised he didn't do more of a dent into Tomato there with the items that he has.
Yep, dead shot.
Ace.
Now on to Ace.
It's tanky.
Already at half HP is Tomato closing the gap. Has the Chrono, of course, will use it. The rest of his team will walk into it as they do.
Awkward.
Very poorly played there as Ace now calls, looking for a potential chop, but Tomato time walks away. And Ace was using the Bloodstone there. The coil's going to snap, and he is still very tanky, but eventually OG gets what they came for. Tomato, though, lassoed and soloed essentially by Tofu. Seb's gonna get the Nightmare Celery, takes it off instantly. Tofu making his way over as well as BZM coming to the party. Jingu is going to connect, but the RP onto 3
beautiful.
heroes. Block grenade onto 3 heroes as well, even more important. Seb gets taken out first by Quinn, though. Glimpse out onto him. Gets another Jingu stack, but he falls in the end. 2 for 2. Lots of action early on as Dyrachyo, basically a creep at this level of the game, showing up, tickling everyone. They're laughing their way to the farm as Tofu gets skewered by Whisper, and now Dyrachyo tried to help his team, but he's just gonna die again. Can he deny himself on the creeps? No!
All right, that was unnecessarily rude to Dyrachyo.
Ten seconds remain. 5 seconds. Dire's turn to pick. Ten seconds. 5 seconds remain. Radiant's turn to pick.
I'm muted. Oh my goodness gracious sakes. Holy smokes. Panic. Panic is the only thing I can think about.
10
Spiky
seconds
Gaming, I think
remaining.
Panic was the only thing they were thinking about in game 1.
5
It happens.
I'm played. Joined by Kawaii Socks.
It happens with the best of us.
Get me out.
Yes, that was definitely a moment there. Sorry about that. We're gonna continue with Spiky Gaming versus Execration. It's a best of 3 series, so Spiky Gaming, they do have a chance of pulling back into a full 3 game series. But for now, we're just watching the drafts. It's the early stages. We don't have Disruptor being picked up by either of the teams, so they did listen to you, and they agree with you that maybe Disruptor is slightly overrated. Instead, Spiky Gaming, they're gonna open up with a Conka, immediately followed by Lifestealer pick by Execration, so a hero that completely ignores Conka's X play, as well as Hoodwink. So, the early stage of the draft, I do feel like it's Execration taking a bit of a lead. I like this Lifestealer.
Lifestealer is a hero that does not care about Conka literally at all for any reason. It just has multiple ways of... Oh. Okay. BKB piercing stun with the Fiend's Grip. Kawaii Socks, do you think that's enough?
I used to think that would be really good, but right now there are so many ways to counterplay that. It used to be that you needed a specific hero to counter Bane, but right now you can just build... Well, I'm saying that you can just build. It's a 7,000 gold item, but Wind Waker completely destroys Bane, even in matchups where he's usually allowed to be free with his spell casting, and that could be a problem. Execration could still go for like a strong dispel type of hero as well, be it Abaddon or like Oracle. Could go, well, they can't go Shadow Demon, never mind, they don't have Shadow Demon. But all in all, I feel like Bane as a way of disabling Lightstealer is a bit overrated. I do feel like he is a bit underrated as a mid lane core. Maybe we'll see something interesting from Spiky Gaming and Underlord for Tino.
Yeah, the Underlord coming out, and Rubik is just gonna... You know, you can Fiend's Grip my carry. That's fine. I'll Fiend's Grip your carry in return. So, you know, Rubik good against any hero that has the channeling abilities. You just take it for free, and then Spiky Gaming have to worry about playing around that. And Underlord coming in as well, kind of thought this hero might have seen an appearance last game, but it did not, and instead we're going to be seeing it this time around. Really limits the mobility from the Marcy, and I mean, Kunka's not really a mobile hero either. Neither is the Slaughter or the Bane. Slaughter can run pretty fast, but Pit of Malice does cause a lot of malice for whoever is in it, and the Firestorm as well, pumping out that damage on pretty tanky heroes from Spiky Gaming.
I like it. For Execration specifically, it's also a flex pick, because I think I've seen both Tina and Lewis play this Underlord. They had this on D mid, they had it off lane, and against Kanka, I think Underlord mid is really strong. You don't really care about Tidebringer, since you're that tanky, and with your Firestorm, you just shove in the wave, takes a small camp, show in the wave, stack something, show in the wave, and so on and so forth. It's not about killing Kanka, but it's out-resourcing Kanka, which is possible for Underlord. And I think on the Dire side, it's even a bit more comfortable. Actually, no, never mind that. I think as Radiant Underlord is stronger in mid.
Well, either way, we're going to be looking at the last picks coming out here for both Spiky Gaming and Execration. You do have a bit of flexibility on Spiky Gaming because we have seen Slaughter mid and Kunkka mid. Like, both of these heroes can mid and offlane respectively, so maybe they could pick up a carry here is kind of the thought process I'm thinking of, but picking a carry into Lifestealer Underlord is pretty tough.
Yeah, you usually would go something like Troll, right? But Troll into Underlord is annoying. Maybe Ursa. Ursa's kind of not a hero right now. I like Wind Ranger. Drow Ranger. A Ranger, but I'm slightly off the mark. I would prefer the Wind Ranger, personally, though. Like, Wind Ranger destroys Lifestealer, doesn't care about Underlord. Drow Ranger, susceptible to being gone on.
Yeah, you kind of need a bus now or truck for the Lifestealer on the side of Execration. Somebody that can get onto the back line, maybe find the Bane, more importantly, find the Drow Ranger with the Lifestealer inside and force Drow Ranger to either man up or try to get out, but it is Drow Ranger, you can't get away. So what kind of hero could that be? I mean, Spiky Gaming banned out the Storm Spirit and the Earth spell. Ember?
Maybe, I don't know, like, Ember into Drow is slightly iffy. If you eat the silence, it's kind of hard to play. Ember into Kunkka in the lane is misery. So I feel like they just play Underlord, let's say mid, and pick a tower pressuring off lane is what I would personally prefer. And play a Dota game that does not revolve around necessarily killing Drow Ranger, but out-resourcing her. Just be so tanky that Drow Ranger is not attack her. Get on the towers early enough. She will be underfarmed because of it. And off the back of that, you try to close the game before she becomes this monstrosity that she can become, especially with a Glacier. It's basically a sniper plus a sniper with a lot of right-click damage, as opposed to, you know, those quacks that are really annoying at the start of the game, but aren't really that useful later on.
Yeah, Execration here. I mean, they have a lot of avenues, and they're using up all of their reserve time. I prefer it when teams have like less than 5 seconds of reserve time by the end of the draft. Just, you know, time is a resource both in the draft and the game, and teams, I think, kind of take that for granted, but Execration, they're going to burn out this clock a little bit longer, Kawaii.
Voice Spirit actually could be interesting.
Yeah?
I was going to think of it. It's a gap closer that is tanky, can lane against Kunkka, decent against Slaughter. Playing Underlord into Drow is not fine, though. No, you need something to play into Drow in the off lane. Oh, this is hard.
Like Dawnbreaker?
Still hard. Mars is probably the better option. Yeah.
Okay.
Because
so they're gonna go Mars.
All the heroes that are melee in the Drow matchup, there is a good chance that Drow Bane can just kill you, or like Drow Marcy, doesn't matter. Outside of maybe Mars, and he will have to get the passive early.
So I guess the sort of bus that Execration are going to use for the Lifestealer on the initiations is the Mars. Then you just go inside of him, blank arena, pop out, kill whoever.
I think that could be play. That could be one avenue of how they played. Alternatively, Lifestealer could be playing a save support. Not support. I'm sorry, a save core. Yeah, no. Like he can use Infest for a burst heal, and it's quite a lot actually, especially in the later levels. if I understand mechanics correctly, and I might be mistaken, but he
Okay.
adds to the total health value of the target he's going in. And that means that Raw Rager, even with Aghanims, cannot prevent the burst heal that Lifestealer is providing, because he adds it as max HP bar. That is
Right.
not completely, like, I'm not completely sure about it, but it could be the case. So his idea of a hero is going to be, he's going to be there on the front lines, maybe eats a spell, maybe tanks Fiend's Grip, but because he is tanky, he has this Radiance, he is surviving through the initial onslaught, and then uses Infest to both get himself out of trouble and maybe help a teammate who's low on HP at the same time. If they manage to do that consistently with more setups, which is also protective of laner, right? I think they can win the long fight and just out-resource within a fight, like wait through the BKB, wait through the Ram on Kanka, wait potentially through the Unleash on Marcy. And when there are those buttons on the side of the Spiky Gaming, that's when Execration go for the juggler and try to strike.
Just playing the fights, you gotta wait it out a little bit. You don't want to just burst everything in. But we've seen this before. We've seen the smoke on smoke action. Which team will go up out of the high ground with that vision first? Looks like a Bane has come around the corner. I actually don't know how to pronounce Bane's name. Wish I could be a little bit wiser to that, but CML is the front runner here in this aggression, and SG are going all the way around. MDR up onto the high ground, giving a little bit of vision. CML is going to get targeted here, and you have everybody, but no, it's actually going to be about has to use Rage first, and now CML, the focus is onto him. A bushwhack of the ages. That tree got 3 heroes, and it will negate the aggression from SG, as it's going to be an even rune split after that engagement, I would imagine.
I think there was Dispose play available to Horror. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe decided against it. Because it did look a bit iffy. All in all, though, they achieved some intermediary goals. They forced Lifestealer to go Rage level 1. He is absolutely not happy about it. Usually take it at level 4, if that. So that's a small but sizable win here, especially in the matchup against Slaughter. He will be able to force his Insanity out for the first couple of waves, maybe even like first 4 waves. He'll have an advantage, simply because Lifestealer doesn't have the sustain, and that could be, oh, interesting. He's rushing. He's not going to go armed even on Lifestealer. So yeah, I feel like it's a good start for Spiky Gaming.
Oh, good start for them. They kind of needed after the last game that they had. It was a little bit rougher on the edges, very bloodthirsty that last game, but you know, Eve petered out into Execration domination. And
I love the way they played this top lane. I'm not sure whether it was seen on stream, but basically Sardar comes in, wants to stun Lifestealer with Crush, as well as denies a rage creep, but Lifestealer uses Rage so that he does not get denied, and just uses surprise voice line to say that, you know what, I have this Rage, why are you trying to stun me? Like a small interaction between players, but it's just kind of fun.
That is the one thing, you kind of forced out that Rage, but makes the Slithering Crush a little bit worse in that lane. And speaking of this top lane, Lifestealer not doing the greatest. I mean, neither carries, getting the amount of front that they want to.
TML gonna get stunned. They're gonna crush. Yeah, MDR is gonna get first blood. Absolutely nothing you can do about it. The moment you get disposed, it's just that. It just happens quickly. Yeah.
Yeah.
The only worst thing to be in this lane is CM, essentially. Or like an ancient apparition type hero. He actually survived for longer than I anticipated in this for a bit.
We actually saw Ancient Apparition. It was picked. Fun fact. It didn't win, but it was played in this tournament. Bane is doing a bit of harass. Shanks has arrived, but Kawaii, whose lanes do you think matter more? Do you think Execration really need to dominate these lanes in order to come out ahead, or do SG need an advantage in this early game to make a clean slate?
I I think it's really important that Slardar gets minute 12 or less Blink Dagger for the side of SG. They do have Kunkka for catch, of course, but they want to be killing repeatedly bottom lane.
Yeah, they have a beautiful the Nightmare is going to be on Shanks, but Tino just kind of walked in. I did not think he respected the pure damage coming up from the Brain Sap at all. Maybe his brain was turned off and thought that would make Brain Sap do less damage, but that's not how that ability works, and instead CML up in the top lane actually threw NDR forward. I'm not sure that was the play that you wanted to make there, CML. Now the bash of the deep coming through deep into the brain of Abat, and that's 1 kill on one lane, 1 kill on another lane. SG are doing pretty well.
Yeah, SGR fighting is just one off really strong. The only saving grace right now for Execration is Lewis in the mid lane. He is, I'm not gonna say crushing Kunkka, but for a melee versus melee matchup, this one is surprisingly Underlord favored. Maybe not surprisingly, but all in all, I'm enjoying what I'm seeing. He's going for phase boots. I'm interested in what his build is gonna be. There is a Rod of Ata's build, there is an Aghanims build, and there is a problem for Lewis.
DB Hara has arrived. Lewis, you were a little bit too deep. You will get thrown back, and that will get the kill as Lewis was playing a little bit with fire, and the fire burned him pretty hard, even though he's the one with the firestorm.
Yeah. This is a costly death, but I like the idea that SGs identify the only lane they haven't won yet, and they're like, you know what, we're gonna win 3 lanes. Let's see how you're gonna deal with that on the creation. And so far it's working. It's not reflected in the net worth all that much, and neither is it reflected in the experience, but momentum is definitely on their side, and the one does not underestimate the value of like morale in a team, right? Sometimes low morale can just lead to more mistakes.
As there's not a graph for how you're feeling, as it is called an intangible for a reason. But Hara, his life might also be a bit intangible. No, he's going to be okay. He's trying to stop this pull here on the top lane. Now, NDR with the Marcy should be a lot of a stronger lane. NDR will probably have a much more impactful game this time around.
Yeah. 3-minute 12 Blink Dagger is what I'm hoping for. Yep. Because then they can just go and destroy the map. I'm also waiting for Mars to get a level in his passive against Drive Ranger. Not doing it quite yet, level 4, and no points in it at all. Tino, he thinks that it's gonna be okay. We'll see.
Bottom, I mean, the Drive Ranger, he's gonna be the target of an initiation here. There's a big fight happening in this bottom area. And yep, they do get the kill on the Shanks. They brought question mark as well. I think they were just trying to, I think Execration were trying to kill M and they rotated both supports, but SG aren't gonna let M die that easy.
Yeah, I don't think it's happening at all anymore. Because at this point, you also have potential Bane save, you have a Lotus, you have Drive Ranger with double raise bands. Scratch that, raise band and no talisman. Okay, I like the meta. So all in all, I don't think she's a target anymore, or ever, for the next 10 minutes or so before Lifestealer really comes online. And Lifestealer, even he is struggling. It's not related to the early rage anymore. It's mostly about just having an unfavorable matchup against Slardar in the lane, as well as a pretty weak support in Rubik, as in weak in lane support, not like weak in bat.
I mean, it just comes down to Slardar can just man fight the Lifestealer. The bash out damages the amount of healing you would get, and is he underneath that? Is MDR underneath the tower? Just completely disrespecting whatever lane equilibrium means in Dota anymore. What people are doing with creep aggro nowadays, who really knows where the creeps are supposed to go? And question mark, he knows where he's supposed to go. It is going to be the swamp area. They have the X-Mark, got pulled in, and with the Hara arriving as well, the support come out onto that boy. A beautiful dispo coming out from Hara again. That's a double kill for question mark.
Thanks for playing Dota 2.
The displacement from SG is paying off dividends, and when you have a tower like M the draft this time around coming together a lot better than the last one.
Oh yeah, absolutely. At least they open up the scoreboard a little bit. But the problem I'm seeing right now is this Mars, he's not even going for... Okay, so the early level in Bulwark, why it can be important in games like this, is because it allows you to farm jungle. A single point in it gives you a 40% damage reduction from your front. That means when you're hitting creeps in the jungle, you almost take no damage. 40% of it is wasted, and then there is a damage block that is built into every single melee hero, right? And right now he does not have the jungling capability at all, and he also might find it troubling to go to lane, just like Chance find it troubling to go to the river. This Mars, I feel like he has no plan B, and his plan A has failed already.
Yeah, I mean, plan A was trying to get the pick off onto M. Didn't work, hasn't happened. Draw Ranger has not cared about any of the aggression coming up from Execration, and that may be a problem with Lewis. I mean, he's dominating the CS streak right now, even farming up a stack, but it's an underlord mid. Like, you don't apply pressure on the map at all?
That is a bit disrespectful to Underlord.
Yeah.
I think it's an okay hero. Firestorm is a percentage-based damage. Pit of Malice is strong. You have right clicks. If you're charged up with the out of your aura, you have really strong right clicks as well. So it can be an aggressive hero. It's just really wonky to make it work. And later on, he also has his merits with a global presence, right? But for now, it looks like MPR. He's gonna get a read, and yeah, just get away.
Does he have a book? Like, is Execration just a book that he has on his shelf right now? Like, he read that play the moment it happened. It almost felt like he played that to the millisecond. Just TP'd out immediately. CML wasn't in range to lift him back.
He felt something was off.
Game. Hawaii.
It is.
Game one.
It is very different. And right now, I'm not seeing the recovery route here for Execration. Mars, he's gonna get his soul ring from the looks of it. Lewis, level 8, has skill points saved, so can go for a Fiend's Gate if he wants to. And they're gonna go for stacks. This is nice. Ooh, this is a really nice pushback, by the way. Yeah.
Pushback. Shout out to that. I didn't actually think it could get more than... I thought there was like a target a unit limit on pushback, but I guess I'm wrong. You learn something new in Dota every day, huh?
Yeah, that's the beauty of the game.
Yeah.
And this did accelerate Lewis nicely, but I don't feel like it's enough. He cannot contribute in the same ways that Kanka can. Slaughter. Oh, okay, that is showing off slightly. So he had the Blink Dagger money at 11 minutes, and he's like, yeah, we're gonna go for casual Oblivion stuff into Echo Saber, and which is...
I thought there was a fight happening mid, I apologize.
Which could be a mistake. It could still like happen mid, but they are wrapping towards Insanity.
They have the Bane, the Fiend's Grip is available, he's just gonna walk up and do it, but the Rage is there, they get the Fiend's Grip finally, but I mean the Fiend's Gate, the taxi has arrived, Lewis the Hasten as well. You did eventually get that Fiend's Grip off, it's gonna be the Nightmare stolen, CML with the level 3 Nightmare, but the cavalry has arrived onto the backline, the Bane will die, but the bonus coming onto the, again, CML trying to do anything he can, Hara gets 2 people with the stun, thrown back Lewis, trying to get the damage out onto him. It's a lot of damage actually Lewis is taking, but not going to be enough, and 2 supports die on the side of SG. Execration don't lose anything.
Can I share with you why this happened?
Yeah, you can, of course. Don't share it with Twitch chat too. I bet they want to know.
Slaughter didn't buy a Blink Dagger pre-minute 12, even though he had a perfect start for that. And they're just standing there near tier 2 tower, waiting for Lifestealer to come in the range of Fiend's Grip level 1, which has like, what is the cast range? Maybe like 550 or something?
Yeah.
They cannot initiate like that. And I like the idea. He's not the only Naked Saber, by the way. He is going for an Orchid, he has it. But you're not playing into Storm. You're not playing into Ember. You're not Like, of course, it is a nice item to have against Lifestealer because you can block him off. You can prevent him from using Rage. You're forcing him to build a Manta style or like an earlier Satanic or something like that, or like a Lotus Orb on the bars or somebody. You know, like it forces some wonky stuff. But you're also in the wonky territory yourself.
They're trying it again. Do they have the opportunity up into this top lane? I'm looking at the health bar for Execration. Yeah, Abbott goes down.
You were out of your depth.
It's a nice kill.
It worked. It worked.
I think it works the same way with Blink Dagger. So, like, if they jump, they kill Lifestealer. They just wait until he rages, use Corrosive Haze after that, or maybe he gets a shard at minute 15, also applying Corrosive Haze twice essentially.
Yeah.
And I think it works the same way, but you also have better plays across the map. This Destined Lifestealer, while it is not particularly nice for him, it's delaying his Radiance to like minute 16. Maybe actually 15-minute Radiance is a possibility. It's not shutting him down completely, and for the draft on SG to work perfectly, at least in my opinion, they need to play super high tempo. Because at some point, this Mars is going to recover. At some point, the supports on the side of Execration, they're going to have their levels, and I do believe their supports are kind of stronger given the matchups. Stealing Bane's ultimate, that's trivial for Rubik.
Do you think SG are just waiting for their like key items come 20 minutes? You know, the Blink, BKB on Slardar, you want Aghanim if they're finished on Kunkka, and then you get your BKB on Drow Ranger, ball up as 5 and then go? Or do you think that's just going to be a little bit too slow and give too much space for Execration to recover?
I think by the time you have all that you just mentioned, you're gonna have your Blink on Mars, so the counter initiation potential, as well as maybe a Drow Killer potential is gonna be available. You're gonna have your Radiance on Lifestealer, so he's gonna be a harder target. He is going for Manta style as well, which is nice. You most likely will have an Etherlands type item on Rubik, but as I'm saying, Rubik actually went for Pavis. Interesting, I like it, but I do feel like in this game in particular, I don't know, it's my favorite thing to do. Maybe it's not that powerful, but as Rubik, if you have Etherlands and you still dispose, you just grab people with a point-click ability from 600 range, and you get them out of position. It's just so nice to do. It's like essentially like a hook from Pudge.
Does it actually like throw them behind you still?
Yeah.
Oh, that's crazy. Hold on a minute. That Kawaii, I think you're cooking.
You're just grabbing people from far away because you have 240 from Arcane Supremacy, you have 225 from Etherlands, and Dispose has like a 150 cast range or something. So you just grab people from 600 away, and suddenly they're next to your Lifestealer, and they're not happy about it, probably.
Probably, but yeah, you would hope that somebody wouldn't be happy beside your Lifestealer. If you've gotten to the point where on SG where you don't care about being next to Lifestealer, I think Execration might have lost the game at that point.
A dominating performance.
Yeah.
So Shank's gonna buy Lewis. He's gonna be the target of a gank here, but it's a beautiful arena. Catching out too with that Firestorm as well. So much damage. The Torrent Storm is going to be there. Hit stuns 1, 2, 3. The Fiend's Grip as well onto the Lifestealer. The damage pumping through from the Drow Ranger. They get the kill. Wem is on a killing spree, as well as CML, but one is a little bit more important than the other. Lewis trying to get run down here, but the sun out onto M. Tino has found the Drow Ranger. Drow Ranger gets one slow on the backline. CML will end up dying here, and Tino got hit with one Frost Arrow. That might be enough to close the gap. 1 hit, 2 hit, 3. MDR in the river. You know how strong the Slaughter is. The Fish Boy with level 4 Guardian Sprint going to heal up by quite a lot. The Spear not actually going to connect him with that wand. Will start to walk out of there. His blink gets canceled, so he won't be able to get out of there with the Acorn Shard as well. Can he get out with the blink? He's going to blink down into the river again. Tino thought he was going to go up, but no, he went bottom and will be okay. You look at the fight recap, and Execration lose their carry. Both supports in exchange for 2 supports, and MDR the big winner of that one, getting a ton of experience.
A perfect play. I have to commend the play by Bane. He just played it so freaking well. Waited patiently until Lifestealer TP, immediately Fiend's Grip, knowing that Rubik just stole the boat, cannot turn around his ultimate. So the patience from Bane paying off massively. Tina, of course, tries for a turnaround. He kind of recovers this whole fight. It would be a complete disaster if it wasn't for his arena, but the biggest MVP is definitely Bane. and just working through that perfectly. It is still a long cooldown, A, and B, at some point, I do believe Lifestealer will realize that he cannot TP in like that, or will have Rubik besides him, so that could be problematic. For now, though, Insanity, ask for support. Like, this buddy system is something they have to do. He needs support behind him at all times.
Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, Lifestealer, you saw he's got the radiance finished up, but absolutely zero like HP items, no defensive items at all. Radiance gives a little bit of mischance, but it's really nothing. It adds up over the course of a longer fight, but it doesn't help you against Fiend's Grip literally at all. It does nothing. So full duration Fiend's Grip on the Lifestealer will most of the time end up in a death for that Lifestealer. And we're seeing the Nightmare onto the right side, gets Tino, but that Acorn shot is starting to grow in power with that Maelstrom finished on the Hoodwink.
I think they missed a play on Execration, because Nightmare no longer deals damage, so the blink didn't get broken. I think if Rubik was a bit more hasty with Wake Up on Tina, they could have initiated on Bane, and that would be a correct play. But it's like, you know, it's really easy to analyze post factum, especially when you see the whole map. Maybe they were not sure like who is behind this Bane, can they actually go for it? All in all, they still find something across the map. They find the tower kill in the bottom lane, and Danny is progressing okay.
I mean, they're just going to take Roshan on the side of SG. They've got the Unleash going with the minus armor from the Corrosive Haze. Roshan dies, and they give it to NDR. Interesting. BKB finished on the Jar Ranger. There's an X mark play on the Underlord. They've pulled them back. Hornstorm will not be stolen. Instead, it's the Corrosive Haze. One spell is a lot better than the other, but it's a beautiful bookmark, and MDR, again, this is the Aegis of Immortality. You picked it up and basically threw it away in almost the same amount of time.
Yeah, as I was saying, that's why how I like this Lifestealer to be played. Exactly, right? Like, he is jumping into his teammate to give some extra HP to Underlord, making sure that Andy survives, and because of it, they can turn around, get a kill, get rid of the Aegis, and, well, equalize the economic state of this game, for now at least. Insanity is also approaching his Manta style, so this early investment into Orchid Malevolence by MTR, at some point, that's why I don't like these items. It's like, it becomes relevant. It becomes a waste of gold at some point, after forcing, like, it's not even a suboptimal item on Lifestealer. It's actually pretty okay, Manta style Lifestealer, considering he's playing with Radiance, so he can split push with Solutions. He already wanted something in Silence, and just generally a nice extra boost to movement speed and attack speed on Lifestealer. It's not nothing. So it might be a bit show-offy on the MDR side.
But he's finished up the Diadem. He's like basically 1,000 gold away, but the Lifestealer with that Orchid as well. They had the Corrosive Haze. Was the perma-stun there? They had the Gust as well. That is a dead Lifestealer. And with the Arc Mark out onto CML from the rotating question mark. They get the kill with Hara's Unleash. And Execration, even though they play the buddy system, they're buddies and they go down together.
Yeah, that was a misplay. They went a bit too deep, and for now, Orchid is still paying off for itself. I'm sure, like, with 5 people, they probably would have gotten a kill, regardless of the item build. Also, Lewis decided not to join, didn't have Finn's Gate available at the time, and they're also gonna lose the Wisdom Rune. MDR, is he gonna get caught for that? He is actually the one hunting from the looks of it.
Yeah, it looked like Hara TP'd in, got their own Wisdom Runes, so both Wisdom Runes taken on the side of SG. It's a huge experience differential there, and SG have started to run away with this game, but they've hit those item minutes that we were talking about at the 20-minute mark, Hawaii.
This is the second time I'm seeing Crimson builds by Execration. Are they aware of something I'm not?
Did they just value Crimson Guard?
I mean, I can.
Does Crimson Guard block multi-shot arrows?
It is technically performing instant attacks, if I recall correctly. So maybe, but I'm not entirely sure. I like it against Tusa. I like it against, let's say, Gyro, right? It's a hero to fight against. Against Rave Ranger, who is mostly single target focused. Kind of... we'll see. We'll see how it's going to work out. Personally, I would really love to see an Aghanims build up by Underlord. I think it is so underrated. There's a bit of Malice just becomes gigantic. And you can initiate from, well, essentially every point of the map by just being on top of the enemy who is rooted up. It's such an easy way to find a quick and easy peek off. Unless the enemy has like, or force BKB, or, you know, like using a button to force BKB is never bad.
No, and I mean, SG, they have finished up some BKBs. They got one on the starter, one on M, one on Kunkka. So all course with BKBs, Shanks has found himself, you know, as a creep. But there's this play mid. The only problem is it's Lewis. Do you have the burst damage? You're going to find out with the Gyro Ranger beating into him on that back area. The right click's coming through that Crimson Guard, making him so tanky. He's turning around. It's a huge firestorm, but not going to be enough. And again on the backline, MDR finding another support. Execration lose 3 in the span of 10 seconds. And now this middle tower is under siege.
They're splitting up too much from the looks of it. They're waiting for, well, they got their BKB and Mars, they have their Manta Style's Insanity, and they did just buy Crimson. I was impressed by this Crimson. He was tanking it like a champ. He was standing there alive for 10, 15 seconds, and it was like 5 people hitting him essentially. Oh, Tino, what a whip.
He misses the Blink Spear combo. Now MDR with that BKB coming forward. A full Bloodthorn finish on him. Tino with that BKB going still. It's going to expire. And you have a Lifestealer inside of you. And the Lifestealer is going to leave outside of you back into the fountain. SG, they kill the core and the 2 supports the last fight. This time around, they get 2 cores and 1 support.
A bit of a whiff here and immediately getting punished for it. And they were still not fighting as 5. That's the biggest problem I'm currently having with Execration. You remember, like, if you watched the earlier stages of the tournament, Execration started with a 0-2 scoreboard. They were not winning games, and this is reminiscent of their playstyles that they are constantly disjointed as a team. They overpush the lanes, feeling themselves a bit too much, maybe. Every time somebody gets caught off, it's usually like a 5v3 fight and then a 5v2 fight. It's never like a full-on 5v5. And that's a huge problem currently for Execration. They absolutely need to connect as 5 if they want to go for a play. And they're also overestimating their burst potential. I feel like even if they did catch this Drow with a spear, she stands there for 2 seconds and stun. Maybe Lifestealer gets a couple of hits and she presses BKB, she presses Hurricane Pike, and gets out with a Shadow Blade, and she is absolutely fine. They should not be going for...
does not absolutely find himself though. The pullback, the torrent up onto the cliff, but he's a big model. He goes down the cliff, and an extra 6 feet under, he is dead. MDR is godlike with that Bloodthorn finished up, the BKB, the Blink. He's halfway through his Aghanim set, their Kawaii socks. This is an SG that was playing this pickoff better this time, even though the lineup is worse for it.
Yeah, I think they found something, or Execration lost something. At this point in time, I still think there is 1 fight left for Execration to recover from it, but it has to be a slow fight. At this point, it has to be a slow fight. As I was saying, they cannot burst anybody down on the side of SG. They need to poke and prod, maybe get a support kill. You're gonna get like a death in this equation somehow on your team. So maybe get a support kill, maybe bait somebody out of position, force BKBs, wait until ROM wears off. And then maybe like you win a long fight. You have Firestorm as a long fight tool that is really good. You have Lifestealer, technically a long fight hero that can survive for a bit.
Oh, Lewis, not again. You side here, but you're trying to make the counterplay. You have Tino backing you up. The BKB coming up from ND are going to be more than enough. How about, is he going to stop the Varsity from TPing? Absolutely not, because CML, he got caught with the stun from the Torrent Storm. Oh, it's all falling apart for Execration in game 2.
Yeah, and I really like the Bloodthorn pickup. As much as I don't like Work Hit, and I kind of hate it on that, Bloodthorn is a league of its own, simply because it gives you that extra 50% magic damage on every single hit. And with Marcy drumming into you, it's essentially adding like 300 magic damage to each of her bursts. That is really, really punishing this Underlord, who itemized for physical protection, which is normal, right? Like, it makes sense. But suddenly he has to deal with this magic damage as well, and the difference between the two fights, remember, they've spent 15 seconds killing Underlord without Bloodthorn, and with Bloodthorn it takes them 3.5 maybe.
Oh, Bloodthorn, man, this is an item that exists in Dota now. I hate it. But it exists. And Execration, they're feeling the effects of its existence. Now, I didn't want to bring this up, but Abat on this Lifestealer has played it 13 times, I believe, in the past year, and is an 85% win rate. This is a rare case where he's just not having that kind of dominating performance that we're kind of used to seeing from him.
Lifestealer is a hero that is extremely reliant on his teammates. Like, with Morphling, you can go for solo pickoffs. Even as, I don't know, Phantom Assassin late in the game, you can go for solo pickoffs. As Lifestealer, the fight has to be set up for you almost perfectly, so that then you can go in and do some damage. Otherwise, you're just gonna get kited, especially into Kanka, Marcy, Bane lineup. He's doing okay. He's even keeping up with net worth, right? Like, he's close to this Kanka at the very least. The problem is everyone else is not up to par. And they absolutely need this Assault Cuirass for next fight, and the fight is coming top lane. They are already knocking on your doorstep.
Knocking on the doorstep. They've taken the whole porch. They've got everything. They've taken the patio set, the gazebo outside. I mean, that was long gone. And now they're going to burst into the front door of your home. This tower really, you know, being defended a little bit by the guard on the Crimson Guard. But again, SG just continuing forward, and it looks like MDR will find himself a amplified damage rune as he kind of makes his way, TP back to try to find Shanks, didn't get it, and question mark, gonna walk through with that X play. We normally see Kunkas do, kill the wave, and then pull himself right back in, and Execration are in the stage now where they're stuck in their home. They're quarantined up, and SG are putting on a lot of pressure.
Like the strategy. I'm just watching the minimap right now, and Shanks pulling Slaughter away from his base, while simultaneously Nikes is also pulling towards the bottom lane, so they need multiple fronts to respond to, and that's what's saving the base of Execration right now. Still 3 minutes on Aegis, and they still have the Kanka play with X that allows them to outpush and be back immediately, but they are going for a smoke. I think they should have gone for a smoke when Shanks pulled Slaughter out, not right now, because right now they will probably find a 5v5 and they don't win the 5v5. Yeah, this is over, sorry.
I mean, it might be the supports, the ones that are your kind of bread and butter here on this team, on these team fights, not going to find a connection. And now, SG, they've split up down this whole mid lane from the river all the way to the towers, completely in their control. And Execration, they're having killed all the creeps in the base, which means that this tower will fall. The backdoor protection not going to be available. And with the Gyro Ranger amplified damage rune, this top range Rex will fall. This middle melee Rex will fall as well. And with the puddles, it's an ocean on this middle lane. And they've got it killed. No, question mark. They're going to pop the BKB, but they don't have any more burst damage to go through the Fiend Script. Piercing through that BKB from Tino. That's a dead Mars. 50 seconds for him, without the BK, or without a buyback as well, and Shanks up onto the top area, he's got found, and he got deleted with the Unleash Bloodthorn combination. And continuing forward, Rubik, he's got maybe 2 seconds left to live, and that was a very generous exclamation there as they continue forward. This Lewis Underlord is going to be under 6 feet again. He has died. The 2 buybacks on the supports. Execration may be looking to get 1 kill, if that. SG have claimed the middle racks. They've claimed the top racks. They're going to come bottom. This tier 2 tower is all but just a antique at this point, as SG are going to take the second game of this series unless Execration can pull off the biggest wombo combo comeback either of us have ever seen or casted Kawaii.
Yeah, I'm not seeing the comeback here. Maybe it was possible before they lost the second lane. Maybe a spear into tier 4 could be a play, but right now, look at Bane. He has Aghanims, and that means whoever he ultis is gonna stay there ultied for 5.5 seconds, and there's absolutely nothing anyone can do about it. I have to say, I think a lot of it has been Tino misplaying the Smart slightly. I'm not sure what happened exactly. It's a tough hero to play, of course. But I feel like it was a use game for him in particular, because Dispel, and because you need Wind Waker in this game at some point to get rid of the Phoenix Grape from Bane. It's been a bit too problematic. Some mechanical misplays. We've seen like he's jumped mid on Drow Ranger that didn't connect and got everyone out of position, and that was kind of the start of the big snowball, the start of the big loss.
There's going to be a start of a fight here. Only 6 seconds left on the Drow Ranger. Aegis, and with the ward, Execration won't find an angle here, but again, there are 2 things you do. You do not take fights up high ground with that vision, and you do not dive tier 2s, but without any tier 2s left, you don't have to worry about that part. Tino clapping on the side. Just the X mark play from question mark. They find the Life Stealer. Do they have the Fiend's Grip? Nope, the Mantis Star gonna come out. The Torrent will connect onto the Underlord. MDR making more puddles. The Blanket keeps getting canceled from these illusions, but they pull back onto the Life Stealer. They have the ult, or the Rage coming out from the Life Stealer as well. MDR wants to play Tino. Missed the spear. It's an arena for literally nothing. And now the combination is there. You're perma-stunned on the whole team. Execration call GG, because, I mean, what can you really do? Everybody died.
Yeah, I don't think there's, like, I don't think Execration were going into the last fight seriously. I think they already understood that this game is very much lost. And it also like showed in their spell castings the previous moment. Rubik lifts somebody up and throws them away. At the same time, Hoodwink is trying to catch them closer with a bushwhack, and that's telling me a lot about the state of their mind at this point, right? They are completely disjointed in this game on Execration, but we saw them at their best. Now we saw them at their worst. And, well, maybe not worst, but one of their worst ones, let's call it. And honestly, I'm excited for Game 3 because this is a really competitive series.
We did. Now, the difference between Spiky Gaming and Execration. 3 heroes without a kill. Their mid and their offlaner literally did not kill a single person. And on the side of Spiky Gaming, none of their cores died.
Oh, yeah. That's so how you want it to be, like, right?
Yeah. That's how you want to do it. And I mean, Game 2 going more than favorably on the side of Spiky Gaming. We're going to have to see a Game 3 here in a few minutes, but until then, we're going to take a short break and we'll be right back.
Honestly, okay, hang on.
Yeah, hold your horses.
Whisper has no time for...
All right, puts Ace on the cliff. Very classic stuff. And the Static Storm now applied to several heroes. You can see Quinn just trying to brush it off. He's going to get snowballed, which actually cancels the grip. And Quinn gets off his Wukong's command. Whisper getting really low, but Nightmare to save him just a little bit. Another skewer, almost clipping all of them. But the damage is enough either way for OG. Ace still stuck up there, that fat, juicy watermelon. Finally, Whisper's reign comes to an end via Duracchio's right click. Somehow he does enough damage to kill something other than a creep. It's incredible, in fact, as Ace... This will take a while, but Tomato and company will claim the watermelon. Feels like it's more than that.
OG trying to beat that record in this one.
Yeah, for sure. BZM, all right. Oh my God.
Beautiful.
RP onto 3 heroes. Waveform completely misses. Ravage to follow from Ace, though, actually doing a lot of damage. They're going to be able to take out Whisper and the Bane. As you can see, 4 heroes very low for Gaming Gladiators. They try to run away. The Magnetize gets 1, make it 2. And BZM and company able to eventually clean up. It was looking a bit hairy for them, but this net worth lead is no joke. Ace stuck inside the kinetic field. Triple kill for Tomato.
Okay, he's in there.
He wants to go
really
very
in
deep.
there.
My goodness, gets off the Magnetize, already at half HP. RP comes in, hitting several heroes with the skewer into the Static Storm, and the Waveform finishes them off in style. It's gonna cost them the life of the Magnus, but that is well worth it. That was a disgusting combo. As Tomato gonna farm the sniper and get the rampage in the fountain. Oh my goodness, this really does feel like a pub.
Checking out these Ancients, blocking out some camps, getting some info. Double warded, actually.
Oh, smoke on smoke here. Liquid, they're going to make the jump first on towards Crit.
Nice static.
Make sure that there's no further backup to help Crit out in that initial jump.
Nisha.
Falcons might still have a chance of the fight, though, because they've got the spear connection and the Laguna. They'll burst straight through Nisha and through Boxy. 33 is sort of left on his own here. Trapped in the arena. He'll try and run away from this ult. But there's a missile heading his way. Snaking and Skeeter slowly running him down. He's very likely to be going out as well. Double kills for Skeeter.
And Myrene is going full spellcaster. So the rest of his team is a lot of physical. He's all that magic.
Mickey. They're going to get the jump on him. They try for the Spirit of Light Strike. The combo's not quite clean enough. He's still able to step away. But the Yules, is anything else left to play with? There's still an arena. And Mars got the catch. It doesn't matter that they don't hit the initial combo. They get the 2 kills at the end of it all. In the mid, Boxy and Isha. They're trying for snaking.
He's tanky.
He's getting the heals off. He's walking away. They can't finish him.
And
the backup's inbound, and the rest are wrapping across. As Amar's here, Nisha's got to be careful with the way that he gets out of this. Boxy, he doesn't really have a whole lot of options. He's got the snowball, but the Yules is there. Amar's got the catch. It's going to be another pick here for Falcons.
Good Lord. This is brutal to watch. Skeeter's actually leaving.
They do have the number advantage. They're going to have to set up on him. He has got the Aegis. Let's see if they can get through him the twice, maybe even not the once. But the damage is not quite there.
They got Crit.
Skeeter's able to step away. They'll jump in with the Waning Rift, and they have got McKay with the God Strength. So they've taken out Skeeter the once. McKay is going to try and deal with snaking off to the side. They'll ignore Skeeter for now. Over to the top, Mars caught.
And they're on
He's staying in the arena. They're going for round 2 on Skeeter. He'll get the flat cannon off, but they will kill him.
It could be, I feel like, but perhaps just the power of Luna being a really strong hero, and same thing with Zeus, and especially that timing that you provide globally. Have to see.
See if we get a bit of first blood action here. Falcons trying to get the setup in with the disruption into the Light Strike array on towards Boxy. And Fairy Fire's there, but they'll still get him first. First blood goes towards Skeeter. Liquid in return will manage to take down Snaking, and they'll also take out Skeeter. So they'll get the 2 kills in return for this Liquid.
Still will have that Thunder Gods, of course.
Sania should be pretty dead here. Disruption into the arrow, the burst of the Laguna Blade, and Dragon Slave will take him out. Mickey is considering helping Nisha out as Nisha. They're trying to get in on top of the Zeus. Mickey trading back at them to try and dissuade them from committing it to get the kill. It won't stop them. They take down Nisha.
He's under attack.
Bring in the numbers. I think he just hit 6 to get the purge right after the kill.
Amar with the rest of this Moonlight Shadow as well, considering the setup onto Mickey.
His boat is up in 1 second.
He's got the X mark. Is there any help for Mickey coming in? There's 4 heroes of Falcons going in for the Luna kill. The Light Strike lands. They take down another big kill here. Falcons with a solid punch back. Moonlight Shadow kicks back in, but the sentry's down. Liquid are prepared. TP backup will be coming in for Skeeter. Crit turns up. Immediately going to get doomed there from 33 as 33 takes Crit out of the fight. Amar, he'll drop the boat combo, but Skeeter's gone down the once. Malorine, Light Strike array, the full combo dropped over towards Nisha. He bursts through the Zeus. Mickey, though, he's punching heavily into Skeeter.
Oh, he died.
Skeeter's out. 33, he's kind of cleaning up. He's in on a Snake King. Snake King cannot stand his ground against the Doom. Double kill for 33. The fight's Liquid.
A couple heroes still getting low. Poisons the rum.
You get 33, can they get Insane as well? I mean, X-Mark is up, he's not got any heal for a few seconds. Marion's starting to fall low on the mana. He's got enough for the light strike. The heals are out, Insane is walking away, but the Tidebringer angle's there from Amar.
There's that Radiance. They didn't proc the Reincarnation, and there is a Static Storm on cooldown for 60 seconds. Marine.
Amar teasing around with the setup onto mid-cave, but the Doom's going to get dropped here for 33. Defensive disruption comes out from Spiky, and they're still trying to focus down the Kunkka. 33 will stay on top of him, but it has led to the split where Mickey's been left on his own almost. He's just gone. He's out of the fight. The backlines are falling, but Peter's ready for round 2. He'll turn towards 33 with the Rave Fire Blast. Crit and Snake poking in from the side, but Nisha, he's dished out his entire mana pool of damage, and it's too much for the Wraith King to live through. As Skeeter goes down, Liquid, they've found 3. Can they find more? Crit, he'll go down. They'll get themselves a 4th kill out of this one, Liquid.
Again, they're not able to find this backline, which I figured Liquid could.
Well, maybe
it's
now.
just not presenting itself.
Maybe now, though, John. Boxy's making his move up. They want to try and find her against Arteezy, but the Orca does make him kind of hard. Still, he'll go for a snowball, hitting 3 targets with the stun out. Arteezy, he's got the Aegis up, so he's going to keep manning up here up against Team Liquid, but it's looking pretty rough for him. He will at least go down the first time. Do they back him up? Arteezy's in the middle of nowhere right now, and the answer is just no. They could not get there in time to help out the CK. And so Team Liquid, they will be gifted a very important couple of kills, as it seems like even Saberlight now going to get caught, but does have the Primal Split, so he'll pop that. Still looking for a target. Smoke will be broken. 33, though, misses the initial stun, and now Thealacor looking to try and turn this one around. Will start to move in along with Saberlight. They found Mickey first. The Luna, she's the big target. Already being targeted, though Saberlight needs to get back together. He just took way too much damage. He's got no Primal Split left. Saberlight's still running. Nisha unable to finish the job, but now 33. He found a 4-man stun. Oh, what a setup from 33. You missed the first one, but there was no way in hell he was missing the second. Arteezy's been caught to boot. On the high ground, still trying to survive, but the chase is continuing. Can he make it out? The answer is no. An ultra kill for Mickey.
If you can kind of isolate him away from the saves of Boxy as well, but it's easier said than done.
Easy, caught out. Shards will lock him down for a second, but not for long enough. They do not want to dive that deep. They've got to be a little bit wary as well against the sniper going into that high ground attempt. There's a jump in from Saberlight. He's found 4 targets with that Thunderclap. He'll go for the split as well, but all his brilliance are just melting. Saberlight is gone. Saberlight just absolutely annihilated by Team Liquid. He can't jump in on his own like that. It's just too easy.
Yeah, that wasn't the initiation the Shopify needed. It looked like a good opportunity. Arturo was a little bit too far. I think if they managed to get the follow-up from the CK as well, maybe that goes a little bit differently. But now the high ground feels a lot comfier for the side of Liquid without worrying about that big team fight split.
Okay, still taking a fair bit of damage here, but they are going to make the jump in with the Eclipse off the back of Boxy. They've got Yopaj and Kidrak. Thealacor will follow very, very soon by the looks of it. A double kill for Mickey. They'll rush there immediately. In fact, Team Liquid, they're going to try and hold the high ground of the Dire base and just use it against them. Thealacor's coming back in, but it's a perfect setup here from Team Liquid. They've already found the Rubik. They're in a bit of a tight position, but it won't matter. Nobody's dying from Team Liquid. They're all just surviving, or are they? Boxy, he's getting a little bit lower. They will at least find the Tusk, but it's already cost them too many, I think. They go again. Arteezy still trying, does find 33. In fact, does take down the Slaughter, but will die to Mickey. Yopaj also dying as well. GG is called. They've seen it up.
25 seconds without collapse. The Hex there. And the swap here. They're going to try and go aggressively onto BZM. They swap him back under the tier 4s, but steps in with the disruption. Yatoro, able to burn through with the majority of the mana here from Tomato, and Yatoro is considering his next target. He'll look over towards the Morphling, but he gets caught by the bashes of Whisper. He has to split back up. Backs off under the tier 4s. Collapse gets caught once again on the front line. Cookie's in. They're taking the Aegis out of Tomato's hands.
Was BZM?
Oh, he gets it. There's no chance to kill BZM, though. Oh, maybe there is Yatoro. Okay, he gets the kill, but he's losing his teammates. Can Yatoro do this? He's going to go over towards Step, but the Glimmer Cape is there.
Tomato's there, though.
And he's going to turn over towards Tomato. They've got the Cookie in on towards the Morph. He's losing his mana. Yatoro able to focus Tomato down here with the illusions. Tomato's getting low.
He's cleansed up. There's a heal coming in.
Can Yatoro make another jump? He's looking for his target. He's going to head over towards Ari.
His
Tomato
spear?
with the stolen spear's there. In fact, it catches him and kills him off. Ari with the outplay.
Ari is playing like a beast.
And there's nothing for Mira to do there. Poshka's watching from the side, maybe looking for a stomp setup. He's not going to get it, though. With the root instead, on towards Seb with the brambles. Jump in and a jump out from Lal. It's a little low on the mana. The Supernova comes out. They're not going to try and kill it. They'll let the spear from Collapse finish off Ari. The arena's down. Now they're ready to go back in for round 2. They look towards Seb. Seb caught in the arena. Tomato turns up. The Infest is there. Gives a bit of a burst heal to Seb to keep Seb fine. And it's ended up being Lal that's dove under the tower for this. He gets punished. Lal's out. Mira will manage to TP away. BZM, he'll get the deep one. He's going in for this one. Beyond the tier 3, but the Yules is there. Mira will be able to dodge the combo. Whisper's still ready to go, though. Jumps in with Tomato. They're diving into the base here. He's on towards Collapse.
It's deep.
They've got to be a little bit careful here, OG. I don't know if they can continue to try and get away with this. They're on the retreat. Lal will try and drag back Tomato. They've got the arrow, but the spin, it's not going to catch him. Tomato looks to turn, but he's still getting torn apart by Yatoro. Yatoro's back in action, and he's cleaning up. OG, they stuck around for too long. They've lost 3 of them. BZM also in trouble. I mean, they stuck around for that dive.
Spirit playing around their vision. They have that one ward they just placed.
Starting to jump out with the Wind Waker. Collapse.
Laurel. Gem is on top of him.
They've got eyes on him. They'll head back for now. They'll turn with the Bramble and the Curse Ground down onto Whisper. Tomato's got the BKB.
Tomato.
He's still getting torn apart, but he's got the Axe. Will be able to jump inside of Yatoro for now. Yatoro also getting caught by the Fiend's Grip from Ari. And that's a good grip. That's a big grip. He's out for 90.
Great
they kill off the Luna. Now they're ready for more. Let's see if they can find Collapse. Whisper jumps up to the high ground. Collapse trying to run away from the Ari. He's got Sleep back up. Be able to put his escape to a stop. Sets up for the X-Mark drag back. They'll get both the carry and the offlane here. 2 kills, both going the way of Tomato. I mean, you said things have been a bit slow from Ari with the grip.
Finds it.
But when he hits the big ones, he hits the big ones. It gets them the biggest kill they could hope, knocking out Yatoro for over a minute.
Pretty much perfect opportunity they could get there to bring things back for them. Tomato chasing forward with his brand new axe. Top.
He's going to try and stand around and fight. We'll have to zip TP. Didn't have anything to put a stop to that, even though his BKB did come to an end. Maposhka, on the other hand, though, he will die as well, was the case for Mira. So after it all, it's going to end up with Spirit losing 4 heroes. OG, they've pretty much done it in terms of rectifying what went wrong earlier.
They must have got the Seb speech, I guess.
I think they did.
Age is still on Whisper, and yeah, they have double hexes at the moment on the side of OG, so have to watch out for these catches. And yes, all 3 BKBs at the ready.
Oh, Collapse. He's been caught by the hexes, as you say, and he's out. Has got buyback available. May need to use it here, as he's otherwise out of the game for 80 seconds.
Ooh, I don't know if he saw the second one, because he stepped up a little bit far.
It's all right. He's going to consider getting in position. They're going to try and go for BZM. BZM is going to get saved for now by the sleep. He's able to put the BKB. He's going to get healed up as well by Tomato. They keep BZM alive. The Supernova's out. Spirit, they've got to head back to the fountain. They've got to head back out of the fight. Collapse will jump in for the spear catch onto Tomato. They get the pushback with the fear. The full-on control with the vortex. Yatoro's in with the damage. It's enough. They're taking Tomato out. Spirit will hold, and they'll chase out for more. The spear push back onto Whisper. A double kill for Yatoro. They get the catch onto BZM. They'll keep the game alive again. It's another hold. It's another triple kill for Yatoro. Tomato put the rage with. Lal heads in. We'll get caught by the Hex, but no follow-up.
Yatoro's in.
I mean, Collapse the jump. They've managed to burst through the Kunkka immediately. Collapsing Yatoro, find BZM, and he's out of the fight as soon as it starts.
Oh, this is so awkward. They're trapped in the corner.
I mean, what do they do? Does he buy back? There he is. BZM's going to buy back for this one. There's the jump in the backlines, but Ari's got the Axe Fiend script. He's controlling the storm for now, but it's...
Yatoro.
Lal doesn't really care. He's perfectly able to zip over to the safety of the left side of the fight.
We
Yatoro,
are back towards the last game of the series, but not the last game of today. This is Kobolds Raids number 2. It's the 3rd game between Spiky Gaming and Execration. I'm Cowboy Socks, joined up by Mr. Plate, and we are gonna see IO, it looks like, Plate. That was given away to Spiky Gaming. Is it a mistake?
Dude, it looks like a mistake. You gave up both Dragon Knight and IO. Like, now, there's no Timber Saw either. Spiky Gaming banned that out. So that's like the obvious sort of counter to this play. Execration didn't want to play against the Bane themselves, but you give up the IO who could, like, tether relocate out the person that's getting Fiend's Grip, or just heal the person that's getting Fiend's Grip entirely. Kawaii, this isn't looking like a very strong start for this Execration draft.
Yeah, and you almost have to go for a gyrocopter right now on Execration. Otherwise, it's gonna be the pairing forces Io. Io Gyro with Dragon Knight mid, Hoodwink off lane with whoever you're gonna pick. It's just it sounds amazing, right? Like it sounds like a dream
Yeah.
draft.
It sounds like literally if you could pick 5 heroes from the Dota meta right now to be like, this is like the dream draft, that would be it. Those would be the heroes. And Execration are giving them up. They now, and you can see them burn through their reserve time. They know how difficult of a situation they've put themselves in. They go for an Earth Spirit to try to salvage something out of it. It's like one piece of the puzzle, maybe to just solve the situation they found themselves in.
I like Earth Spirit. I think it's one of the few heroes who can actually disjoint Io and his pairing by knocking somebody out and getting on top of somebody else. But it's still like a low probability, hard to pull off, inconsistent, unreliable play. And if it's Io Gyro, at some points just won't care about it. Io Gyro really good against Phoenix, decent against Bane, and they're gonna pick Darks here. So it is on the table. I think the only thing currently stronger than Io Gyro is Io Marcy when it comes to like Io pairings. But Marcy has luckily been banned, so we're gonna see whether Spiky Gaming are gonna go for that.
Well, Spiky Gaming have to. You can't go with the Luna because of the Darkseer. I guess Execration are like just trying to prevent one of those Dream Io pairings with the Darkseer. You get the Vacuum Wall combo. Right? That's like one way they're looking at it, but is that, I don't know if the Darkseer or Darkseer or Earth Spirit also very good combo. The Ion Shell on Earth Spirit is Chef's Kiss. I don't know again if that's strong enough. Like the Dragon Knight already just heals through basically everything, but maybe the Dragon Knight was another reason why they picked up the Darkseer?
I don't know. Usually with Darkseer, their supports are also different. They had Marcy or Techies, something to capitalize on Vacuum, right? Currently, absolutely nothing capitalizes on Vacuum. Maybe Phoenix X can be considered a way to follow up a Vacuum, but it's not it, right? Like it's not an area of effect instant stun that deals a lot of damage and keeps people in place. No, they have single target abilities. They have some good team fight. They have single target stuns, good team fight on Earth Spirit as well. But all in all, they need, I want to say Sven here for Execration.
Sven?
Yeah, like the only carry pairing I can think of that works with Darkseer really, really well.
Okay, well, maybe we're going to be seeing the Sven, but we are definitely going to be seeing the Gyrocopter come out for Spiky Gaming. You think Sven is still good in a Gyrocopter?
I think it's a good way to kill Io quickly. And then you just control the gyro, hopefully, with Bane, and try to kill everybody else. Because currently Sven kills Io Hoodwink really easily. He could probably, on equal net worth, he can kill Gyro with some trouble, perhaps, but all in all, with Darkseer combination, if they can combo the Vacuum into Stormhammer onto like 3 targets, that could be devastating. Especially with like Phoenix follow-up. They won't be able to really fight into that. They will have to run, and Sven likes hitting running targets.
Well, they banned out the Faceless Void. That definitely was another option. You can just chrono the IO and kill the IO that way. That won't be available. Also protects the egg as well. Execration definitely looking for a carry here. There's no way you can. You're not. It's just not going to happen. I'm not even going to entertain Carry Bane in the conversation. So, again, the Sven is the possibility. Kawaii, I don't know if there's any. Is there really another? Like, is that it? Is that the only Hail Mary you can make?
10 seconds.
That's the only one that really comes to mind for me. They could play it conventionally, I guess, and try for a good Gyro matchup in general. But I'm not sure that will pay off, considering that Io is skewing the mass really hard, right? Like, he's making this Gyro a completely different hero. Maybe they could go Razor and like play in an anti-carry against
Yeah,
Gyro.
they banned up the Razor.
Oh, yeah, they banned it themselves.
Yeah. Now, Execration are banning out the mids. They don't want to. I guess they don't want to play against a mid hero here, but Spiky could throw the DK mid if they wanted to, and then play an offlaner instead.
Yeah, I feel like they're way too open in what they can do.
Yeah.
Right now on Spiky Gaming, and that's saying something, right? Like Execration, it does say that they have been outdrafted, and unless it's like a trap they've laid out that is gonna spring now with some genius last pick, it could be trouble. Okay, maybe another option is Juggernaut.
Okay.
Against Primal Beast, and not the like it's good for the laning stage, but not during the game. But if you're invincible, Gyro can't heal from you. So maybe that's how they want to play. I don't know.
Spin is a
I
lot
shall
of damage.
spin.
Yeah. I have absolutely no idea, Kawaii. As of now, I don't know what hero you could pick. That's not gonna do it.
Yeah, I don't feel like it's a good. They have so much setup, right? They have Dragonite with a stun, they have Hoodwink with a bushwhack, they have Primal Beast to gap close and run at you. And the moment the Drow is caught even slightly somehow, Relocate immediately comes on top of her, and Gyro just sits. And it's not like anyone is preventing Gyro from going Swift Blink or just a Blink Dagger in general. It's a pretty decent item on the hero considering. So all in all, I'm definitely here. I'm definitely a fan of Spiky Gaming's draft.
I mean, dude, you literally close your eyes. You have no idea what the other draft is, and you're like, okay, I'm gonna pick Dragon Knight offlane, Io Gyrocopter, Hoodwink position 4, Primal Beast mid. Seems like a really good draft. Oh wow, Spiky Gaming got that draft. They got everything they wanted. This is, as far as I see it, this is their game to lose, Kawaii.
I agree. Unless Insanity does something amazing on Raw Ranger, I would assume that the Primal... actually, it's going to be Dragonite. Dragonite in the offlane is not going to suffer completely against this Raw Ranger, but he will be zoned out consistently. At least, in my opinion, that's what should be happening. And a really huge Raw, as I said, it's a hero that deals way too much damage. Maybe with an Aghanims, they don't even need to solve the IO problem because, well, Gyro will not be healing. So in that sense, I do like Drow. It is a good pick against what the enemy has, but it's not a good pick for what you have. So it's a response pick, not we're gonna play our strategy pick. And generally, teams that play their strategy fare better.
Yeah, they do fare a lot better when they do the stuff that they want to do. And man, dude, I know I'm struggling to speak here. I'm struggling to see what the game plan is for Execration. This is gonna have to be one of those, we're just better than you, or we're gonna cast spells better than you drafts. Otherwise, I mean, SG, the ease of execution on this one, very simple. IO is not going to have a difficult time, I don't think, or shouldn't have that difficult of a time. If you've played like 5 games on IO, this doesn't strike me as a particularly difficult IO game. You need anti-heal on the side of Execration. Like, you just need Spear Vessel, Shiva's Guard, Scotty.
You'll have to do better than
all
that.
3 are completely necessary.
You were too
Aghanims on Drow.
Yep.
As well, yeah, but all in all, I just figure out another hero that could be really great here for Execration instead of Drow. It could be Spectre. Just get on top of the balloon, a lot of uncontrollable damage to stand in with your Blade Mail, and natural Scotty builder. But we'll see how this Drow is going to work out. Maybe Nizanese is not a Spectre player himself.
I think the problem with the Spectre as well is Question Mark can just buy an Aghanim Scepter and then...
Oh yeah, actually,
Yeah, because it's been one of the reasons they didn't go for it. But
another melee versus melee matchup in mid.
I don't know what is up with these two teams, but they seem to love the meat on meat action going in the mid lane. But, you know, it should be pretty favored for Primal, you would think, just because he does literally 12 more damage than Earth Spirit does with right clicks. I mean, you talk about how good the gain is, or the strength gain is for the Earth Spirit, but it's better for the Primal Beast, and Primal Beast, yeah, can block the Rolling Thunders as well with the onslaughts.
Yep. Primal Beast, if I recall correctly, highest strength gain into game. So he's gonna be one tanky boy. Not skilling anything quite yet. Actually puts quite a bit of pressure with trample, but at the same time he can be kicked back every single time he tramples.
Yeah.
So maybe not a high priority in this particular matchup. All in all, though, that's probably gonna be an even lane. I don't see anyone getting killed. Top lane also highly unlikely. Maybe CML is in trouble, but
it's only
yeah.
level 1 on the Hoodwink, so you don't have the Bushwhack available quite yet. But MDR taking quite a bit of damage. Hara is just give Hara level 2. He's got the Blood Grenade going. He's so far away from level 2, they'll won't be able to get it. MDR not gonna, you know, have any follow-up, but CML so low. Might get cut out here, or gonna turn around on the MDR maybe. Yep, Blood Grenade is thrown. CML taking a lot of creeps for that.
I was thinking that maybe Hoodwink left the lane. Ooh, yeah,
Wait.
Emma's gonna. Where does it happen? Oh,
Was he doing like creep shenanigans?
probably. I don't know.
I don't know. It feels already like panic mode for Execration if you're doing stuff like that. Maybe just trying to give Tino a little bit of farm, because he's you know, not going to be doing the best in terms of getting the CS.
Oh, Bushwhack top lane. CML.
Yeah, CML getting a little bit low. The Blood Grenade thrown out as well, but that Brain Sap deals for as much damage as it deals. So 90.
MDR just now getting his passive level 1. Surprisingly. So he's kind of susceptible, maybe, but not really. Also has Lotus Orb as well. They should concentrate on Hara.
Yeah. But again, it's a Hoodwink. You get a point in Scurry, and it becomes a lot harder to kill you. Not a little harder, a lot harder to kill you.
So all in all, a pretty quiet laning stage with just a bit of an edge here for Java Copter, and Tino is doing surprisingly okay. He is the lowest net worth of all cores. They're actually trading places with DK. But he's not zoned out completely, so he's getting as a farm. Considering it's Io Gyro, that's the best you can hope for, really, especially as a Darkseer, as a melee hero that relies on, well, luck a bit, maybe, when it comes to last hitting, since Ion Shells is unreliable until you get it to level 3.
Now, Lewis is doing very well in terms of last hits. He's got 26 to 22.
And he's going for Urn.
Yeah.
So it is going to be a Spirit Vessel. I don't know.
Oh
it just
no,
feels
the
like they're
Gyro got
losing it.
stunned up. The MDR hit with a little bit of a misplay there. I don't know what the misplay was. Felt like they could have gotten that kill onto the Jaw Ranger though.
I feel like CML, he's enfeeble early on. Ooh,
Oh,
nice
did
done.
he catch with the Bushwhack?
Yeah.
Oh.
The early point in
Oh.
enfeeble is pretty nice here on Bane. It's
Oh, that's
allowing,
what it
yeah, it's allowing the Draw Ranger to survive against right clicks from DK, and it's also sometimes preventing him from connecting Dragon Tail, because it is usually point blank stun, and with enfeeble on you, you have to be literally on top of the hero to actually cast it. So maybe that's what's happening here, why they haven't killed his Drow. And CML, he is on the offensive, doesn't have the aggressive potential he is accustomed to, since he has no Nightmare quite yet. But all in all, they're playing this lane well enough.
This the bottom lane we're gonna start seeing the Phoenix IO farming show here, I think, pretty soon. IO has really a couple of good targets with the Dragon Knight. You can obviously the overcharge. DK is a hero that doesn't mind getting extra attack speed. It's not the most important thing in terms of right-click carries. He just wants to keep reapplying his passive on the Elder Titan attack orbs. But the Gyrocopter, again, the big one there, and the pulverize mid. Lewis is going to be the target of the both two support rotation. Instead, they turn around onto CML. The Magnetize coming through, doing quite a bit of damage. Just a little bit back and forth over and over again. They don't get the kill on CML, opt not to go up onto the high ground, and Lewis will get the rune bottom. It's a regen rune. Gaben blesses him.
A really heads-up play here by Lewis. The moment Pulverize ends, he immediately cuts down the tree that was placed by Hoodwink, and that's why Bushwhack does not connect. I initially thought that it was Io who broke it with his tether when he was pulling up with a Primal Beast, but no, it was actually Earth Spirit's own Quelling Blade, and it made all the difference. Still, to me, this game feels like they're slowly losing it, and it's not even that slow. It's 6 minutes into the game, it's already 2k gold lead. Io, Gyro is well ahead of everyone else. Primal Beast is having a good time. I don't see the route to recovery. I don't see the, like, maybe I'm missing something. But to me, this feels like a complete misdraft. We had two really competitive games. One of which was lost on mechanical skill, one of which was lost on just inability to really utilize the draft well, but mechanically it was a good play by Spiky Gaming. I still call them Eagles for some reason.
That's okay.
This one kind of feels like it's an out draft.
It does feel a lot like an out draft. I don't know if we can really... Gaben is saying that there's a 50% win, like 57% win probability on the Dire. I don't know what Gaben is talking about. I think Gaben is drunk. I have no idea where it's getting that.
I was about to say that level 6, I think Gyro can rotate top and kill Drow, and level 6, Gyro is rotating top and then is killing Drow most likely.
Yeah. Try to TP out, knowing missile not going to connect, so really heads up play. They get the Hoodwink. Actually, wait, the Hoodwink died, but this is going to be the pulverized play onto Lewis instead, and the Bane right click down by the IO.
This Drow needs so much to be effective. Like, literally so much. She needs Hurricane Pike. Maybe just Dragon Lance is enough, but Hurricane Pike is preferable to get away from Onslaught or get away from Dragon Knight after the stun. She needs Aghanim Scepter to actually deal damage to Gyro that isn't going to be overhealed by Io. She needs actual damage item because Aghanim doesn't really give you damage. She needs just so much, and she has so little space. And the map is going to be closing off soon. And I feel like Spiky Gaming, this is their game to lose. And the only way they lose this is if they become too passive. For now, it doesn't look like they are becoming passive.
No, I mean, the Gyrocopter just continuously farming. 22 denies. Holy, oh my. That's like literally 5 creep waves.
Yeah, and at 40 gold per creep, that is essentially 800 gold you deny from the enemy. Slightly less than that, probably. But it's still a lot.
Now, Kawaii, I'm looking at the net worth graph right now. 5,200 gold for M, 4,600 gold for question mark, 4,200 gold for MDR. How do Execration keep up and farm, man? Even if this continues like this, I think SG are on the winning path.
Yeah, I'm trying to... So the way you farm in this game is by creating space on one side of the map where the other side of the map is farming, right? Especially in games where it's you lose a laning stage, essentially. I am not seeing who exactly can go for plays. Maybe I am underestimating the aggressive potential of Lewis with Darkseer.
Maybe you are, but the Nightmare coming through on the Dragon Knight, I wonder what he's thinking about, but probably thinking, I better get back into the action. The Flame Breath going to be the killing blow there. Lewis continuing forward. It's a beautiful Bushwhack out of the back line. And again, they continue forward. They might get the kill onto the Primal Beast underneath the egg. They've rotated Duck along this Io. They get the kill onto the Phoenix. MDR goes down. Io has to live for like 3 more seconds. Can he do it? No, he cannot. So the rotation from the gyrocopter. Abbott wants a little bit more action. Won't be able to get it. And SG lose their Dragon Knight. Zhao Yu was a little bit too aggressive there, and they also lost Io, who I just figured out his name translates to duck.
I am not entirely sure so why Io came without Gyro, because they were farming together, right? Like they were in a buddy system, and it looks like Gyro was having an okay time. Had almost full HP, most of the mana cooldown on available. So maybe it was a misplay here, or maybe they decided that they don't need him. All in all, it's still going to be a 2-for-2 trade. It's still, on one hand, space for Gyrocopter, who was farming. Maybe that was the idea, right? And Draw Ranger, who came to the fight, got assist, didn't really get any kills. Oh no, she actually got a kill and an assist. So maybe it's actually worth it for her. But she's still really far behind.
And you are going to be seeing Zhao Yu get that urn. Oh, sorry, the Orchid. The urn is on the Lewis there. He's got the full vessel finished up. So, you know, one piece of the anti-heal has been achieved. Out of you need 4 pieces, right? It's like the holy the Trinity, except there's 4 instead of 3, right? You need the vessel. You're gonna need the Scotty. You're gonna need the Egg Interceptor on Draw Ranger, and you're gonna need a Shiva's on Tino. When you get all 4 of those, you might negate the effects of the IO.
Look at them, though. Just look at this gyrocopter. The sound those creeps probably made, because it was like a full stack of 4 stack of Big Camp, and it's a 5 stack of Ancients. Yeah. And naturally, the Big Camp just died first. It also had like double trolls, so a lot of skellies. Just imagine the sound.
Hara, gonna get chased down here. Okay, he dies.
It's inconsequential. He was on reveal duty essentially. So while they're farming,
bottom. They were trying to find the Phoenix.
Phoenix is kind of hard.
Yeah. Now, okay. Abbott, or I mean, sorry, M, on the gyrocopter at 13 minutes. Crystallis 1,000 gold away from the Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah. That's not even his final forms.
Yeah.
Maybe they do have they do have a good matchup against Gyro in the late stages of the game. If this game continues, let's say 2 minutes, I'm gonna give it like 28 minutes. Basically, the Force Wisdom Rune spawn. If at this point SG are not leading by 10k and they are well on the trajectory towards it, I think there is a chance for Execration. So the only way they lose this on SG is, as I said previously, is if they get too content, if they get too passive. I think the moment that Gyro gets his BKB, he should just press on the gas and go kill all the outer towers. Go make the map really claustrophobic for Draw Ranger and make sure that she never gets to her Aghanims, Dragonlance, Shards, maybe her game by timing. Yeah. Like, that's when she becomes a problem for you.
He is M currently that much closer to getting that Aghanim Scepter. It's going to be a pre-15 minute Aghanim Scepter is what it looks like. With the flat cannon, you'll be able to get the gold for this point booster. Basically, after he sells the circlet, which is in his backpack, or after this group wave, I mean. And you know, Kawaii, I've had some gyrocopter games where I've gotten a pretty fast Aghanim Scepter. I don't think I've ever gotten a pre-15 minute eggs with Crystallis though. This is a performance.
What is his GPM? He's 600 GPM. 14 minutes into the game. This is insane. This is way too much.
That's a lot.
1420. He gets Aghanims at 1421, I think. and it's like delivered. So he bought it like 14 minutes into the game. His farming speed is gonna be skyrocketing. He's gonna clear the 10k at what feels like 15-minute mark, and that means trouble. At the same time, I'm also seeing the quick buy on Insanity, and
they're trying to find the Phoenix. Oh, he actually got broken. The sharpshooter hits the Phoenix. They're not gonna turn into a quick kill, but that was cool.
Surprising that they didn't card commit for the tower yet. So, because I feel like they can actually do that. They have Dragon Knight with Dragon Form. Maybe they're gonna go for it now, and they also have the support from IHR at every single point on the map, right? So
yeah,
almost maybe CML could find something. No, he won't be able to.
I mean, okay, the good thing that Execration are doing is Primal Beast farming speed starting to kind of show that it's a bit slower. He's starting to fall down the track a little bit. Nobody from Execration is getting picked off here. And to be fair, like, I'm thinking, this is kind of copium, but that 60-minute team fight, Execration have a much better draft for it. And bottom, I mean, the amount of damage is going to be there onto the Phoenix. He's going to have to pop the egg. Nope, he can just dive away and he will be okay.
But he's saving his life here. As a barrier he provided for himself was a big difference maker. And they're even thinking of turnaround. I'm not sure why they're playing pickoff on the side of SG, though. Like, right now, they have the momentum. They are extremely strong, and they have global presence of Gyro, with Gyro having his, well, tankiness item first, and almost BKB as well. I think he can join even without BKB. Maybe I'm wrong about that. But the fact that they're not taking towers is a bit concerning. This is the passive Dota I was talking about that can lead to Execration actually getting to a point where the Insanity becomes a huge problem. I am genuinely surprised he is going for a Silver Edge BKB build. I don't know why, but it is going to be a lot of damage, and it does help you deal with both Dragon Knight to some extent, and I do think Primal Beast also doesn't stack Uproar while broken. This I can be wrong about, so maybe that's the idea.
I believe you're correct, because it's one of those passive. It's like a passive ability, right?
It's a part passive ability. I think it can be broken. You can press it, but you don't gain extra stacks. So that could be a bit of a difference maker, all in all. So I feel like IHC is just so good this game. We'll see, because they are buying. They already bought Spirit Vessel and Lewis. Maybe Tino will get a Shivas. Maybe they'll have enough anti-heal as it is. So I doubt it.
Tino's built the pipe. Gonna go for more of those AoEs, and they've smoked up on Execration. They want to find the jewel in the middle of the SG crown. This gyrocopter is gonna be the target. Do they have the burst damage? There's gonna be the scan, so SG know exactly what's coming. They're gonna get through the portal. Can they get there in time? Do they make the great escape? No! It's the Fiends group on the gyrocopter, and he needs backup. He needs his team. He's completely alone. There's 4 heroes around him. The call down is gonna be there. The Black Cannon, the damage is not gonna be enough. SG have left their carry to die, rot into the gravestone that they placed him in. And the casket now. Hara, he's gonna join him. It's gonna have to fit 2. As Execration find the pickoff on the absolute best target that they could, and they get some consolation as well.
That was the absolute perfect target in an absolute perfect circumstances, because they were both using the twin gates on Io Gyro, right? And Io, he was split second quicker than Gyro. I think if Io stays there and there at the very beginning, I feel like maybe Gyro even survives this engagement.
Yeah, I think so too.
He has the heals, but it's impossible when your Io is half across the map and doesn't. Maybe he wanted to join, maybe he kind of got lost, maybe somebody was on top of him at the twin gate at the other end, but the end result is still the same. This Gyro's been killed. It's kind of not changing much in the grand scheme of things, at least in my opinion, because currently they're still in the lead, they still have all the tempo, but it is giving this extra 2 minutes. And I said, if they do not win 10k by 28.
Oh, mid. Hold on a minute. Question mark has to fall to BKB to get the kill. The pulverize. But that's a beautiful nightmare save from CML. They brought in M. It's a vacuum ball combination onto the 2-cores and the IO. They come in. M, he wants a little bit more action. He's going to get the damage out. The BKB has been finished. And IO, he's not going to bring M back. This the BKB through, and they charge forward onto the Phoenix. They have the egg coming, but no, he's not the target. Instead, the Giant Ranger will be, and Xiao Yu, he's gonna walk away. It's 2 dead on the side of Execration in exchange for nobody on the side of SG. SG continuing forward the onslaught, gonna go up onto the high ground. They've brought Duck in as well, supporting the gyrocopter, and finally Execration. I feel like this should have been happening the whole game. SG make a nice play and they win a team fight.
I have to commend the Zanies though for his patience. He's just standing there waiting for an opportune moment where he can actually commit without getting killed. The moment he shows in a bad position, he's probably dead. But he did it only once, got bailed out by, I think it was the eggs that bailed him out. So, and after that, no mistakes. So this, what is it called, the Shadow Blade, I think it's already paid for itself, the Slaughter's Edge. It allowed him to stay in the fight alive, while also, you know, contributing something. He might be in trouble though.
I think, yeah, you know, Xiao Yu has the blink, he's got the BKB, or he doesn't have the BKB, the Orchid is there. Lewis goes in, so does the Primal Beast, but the Primal Beast has the amplified damage from the brought in M as well. Onto the backline, the Pulverize is gonna keep cleaving and cleaving and cleaving, but the vacuum is not enough of a deterrent. Lewis, the damage is gonna be there from M. The Pavis, enough to save the, oh, but a beautiful Hurricane Pike, stopping the onslaught from question mark. And only Tino dies on the side of Execration. This is the kind of time-buying plays that Execration need to do if they want to come into this game.
10k by 28-minute mark.
Yep.
Still waiting for that. 7k is here, but Drow is getting bigger. Also gonna go for Silver Edge, so Dragonite is suddenly a target. Scary is less of a problem. Uproar is less of a problem. I'm not sure like when is she gonna start having items that deal with gyro, but so far gyro, I mean, but so far it's going. It could be worse is what I'm trying to say. SG, they're not closing the lid on this game quite yet, and they're being repelled here and there. So all in all, maybe Roche is going to be on the table next for SG.
I mean, it feels like SG, they're just, you know, they have that farm advantage, 8k at 22 minutes. I think they're more than well on their way to get the 10k at the 22-minute mark, but maybe Kawaii, we kind of overanalyze this or underanalyze the draft from SG. If they don't have the lead, I don't know if they win team fights.
Yeah, I agree. I think that you do need a lead on the side of SG to actually be competitive. It's just creating conditions for elite is, I would say, kind of trivial for them, right? And they are working on that. And they also have Daedalus on Gyro. Oh, this is trouble.
You just finished it? Oh my goodness. This is 23 minutes, homie. Oh, but diving tier 2 towers. I never condone this kind of action. Maybe it's going to work out. As unfortunately for the team of Execration, Hara gets a double kill onto CML, onto Abbott. And now this tier 2 tower going to start to fall here alongside the Dragonite. They have the damage coming through with the Fly Cannon as well, the Gyrocopter. But no, they're going to back up, and I know where the line is going to go. Do you? I think it's going towards Roshan. Primal Beast just going to go mid to try to save the tower. And Execration have a pretty good Roche Pit team fighting lineup. But will they commit for it?
I don't think they can. I don't think they can. Even with like the egg level 2 already on Phoenix. Interesting build, he actually went for Polylocket. This is unexpected. And honestly, this is so weird to me, is that like out of 3 games, that's the only game where Execration doesn't go for Crimson against Jericho. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, I'm so out of sync with their thought process. I was 100% sure that should have been a Drow with an Aghanim's Rush. I was 100% sure that Tino is gonna buy Graves into Crimson in this game. I don't know why he needs Pipe. I literally don't know what's used for it. Trample is killable Wiz.
Dude, I don't know. It feels like Crimson, like with the Acorn shot as well, with the DK illusions. Like, hello, is this like? I'm not understanding what the itemization is from Execration. Maybe they're just trying to go as greedy as possible, but that 8,000 gold they just turned into 9.
I don't know what the Holy Locket is. Like,
the Holy Locket? Healing, I guess.
Are you out healing? And they
I mean, Lewis has completely given up the fact that this bird has been fried. We've now hit that 10,000 gold lead at 25 minutes. I'm gonna be that much closer to getting us a panic.
Did Gaben wake up on the graphs? Doesn't look like it. It's still giving 37% chance for Execration.
Dude, don't listen to this. Gaben is wrong.
What is he seeing? Like, what is it about games that we are not seeing?
I don't know what Gaben's seeing. Okay, let's put ourselves into the mind of an Execration believer.
Vacuum Egg was Drow in good position, and a lockdown on Gyro gets you 1 kill, literally, on whoever's been Fiend's Grip. Because you're not dealing with multiple targets, you only have 1 break. And there is Aegis for another 3 minutes. It's 11k gold lead. And it's giving them 35% and it's flat on the graph. And Drow is not building what is happening here?
Drow's going, dude. I have to say this is one of the most fun stomps I've casted, because I don't know what the heck is going on. Why is Gaben just like so insistent that Execration had this really strong chance?
They do have good high ground hold, and they have some displacement tools. I guess. Like, they have vacuum, so you can use vacuum, get multiple people together, use your ultimate from Earth Spirit, kick a single target out into your own base, kill them quickly without using Fiend's Grip, then use Fiend's Grip on another target, and maybe Drow kills those 2 targets, they get repelled, slowly but surely get to a point that Drow is getting bigger and bigger. At 35+ minute game, if it's at this point it's like 40+ game, she kills everything by herself. I agree that like in the super long game, Drow kills everything. She is the alpha carry here.
Yep. It's just that, I mean, getting to that alpha carry point when you're up against that gyrocopter.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
you know, gyrocopter's already got 20,000 gold at 27 minutes. We might be seeing there is very strong potential that we're seeing a hero with more than 1,000 GPM by the time the game ends. I mean, GPM now is what, 800, 740, 750?
Yeah, I think it's close to that. 740, yeah.
M is just, he's a big boy. He's a very big boy, even bigger behind or in front of Duck. I mean, that's why you draft IO. It's 20,000 gold, yes, but it's amplified with the power of the IO. Kawaii, is there, like, we talk about all these theoretical plays from Execration. What's the theoretical play from SG? Is just to walk at your opponents with flat cannon.
Yeah, it's literally that. You just go forward.
Yeah.
With somebody, and you hit A. You press flat cannon, A, click enemy base, and you're golden at this point, more or less. And he is going for a Swift Blink. He's going 5th item Swift Blink. And he's gonna get it like at 35 minutes into the game. He's essentially gonna be, for all intents and purposes, 6 slotted at 32.
Oh, they get the roll up, but it's an illusion bait. Instead, the burst damage will be there. Shanks dies. A nice play from Question Mark. So even though that's a 14,000 gold lead, still have to showing up the moves. And 2 lanes being pushed in, middle lane, top lane. The enemy triangle has been taken over, and looking at the Drow Ranger, but Drow Ranger with that Silver Edge has to get out of there. And like, just Silver Edge, Hurricane Pike, Kawaii, BKB, 3 defensive items, really.
Yeah, technically they are. And yeah, I'm okay with defensive items on Drow Ranger, but one of them had to be an Aghanims. I will be insistent on that. You cannot win this game without an axe simply because you didn't kill Gyro, who gets on top of you without an axe.
Yeah. Oh, they found Tino as well. The first damage is more than enough. It's a Bloodthorn finished on Zhao Yu at before 30 minutes, and it immediately turns into a kill. You don't you have Greaves finished, but you died before you could use them even.
What changes in the next 2 minutes? I don't think anything changes, just gonna go high ground. And Feeble is kind of nice. He's only hitting for 80.
Yeah, and they get the rollout out of the Dark Up, the buyback onto Tino immediately, but that's a Satanic. BKB play, the Fiend's Grip is there. Do they have the heal from the IO? No, they have the outside. It's gonna kill, stop, keep it alive, and then relocate out. Dodges the egg stun. But unfortunately, you do leave question mark. Are they gonna bring the Gyrocopter back into this big team fight? I don't think so. Nope, instead it is just the IO. He got silenced up, he will die. So you've lost 2. Execration hold the high ground. Just by the skin of their teeth, and they also probably could have killed the Gyrocopter as well, but a really nice play from Doc.
I did like the way they initiated this, and I have to say, in Feeble, it's a much bigger problem than I thought.
More. Oh, what a beautiful Manta style. Hara looking for a little bit more onto that Phoenix. They know that there isn't the egg there, but again, the Drow Ranger coming forward. All of a sudden, Drow Ranger has turned into a factor.
She's doing a lot of damage, a surprising amount even. Like, she was cutting through this Gyrocopter like butter. Of course, he was Fiend Script. He had Enfeeble on him. He had everything thrown at him, essentially. And his BKB did wear off. But I have to say, I may be underestimating the pure damage output of this Drow Ranger already. I was giving her like a 40-minute mark where she's going to be the alpha carry, but she is approaching that a lot quicker than I assumed. And it's working out, not even going for Aghanims, even going for Butterfly. So another hybrid defensive item. I'm okay with that.
Okay, well, we're seeing... I don't know, dude. I really think you need the Aghanim Scepter. The IO, the Satanic.
Yeah. But I feel like they would have killed this Gyro 5 seconds quicker if they had the Aghanims, right?
Yep, they would have. They would have happened that way. You're correct.
But maybe if she has this axe, she doesn't have the Silver Edge to get into a good position. Maybe she doesn't have the Hurricane Pike to feel comfortable actually standing there and hitting. So it's a lot of, you know, like what ifs in Dota always, right? And there are very many correct answers. One of them is the most correct, I would assume. But there are many correct answers to every single given scenario, and he decided to be extra safe. And with this Butterfly, he will be even safer. All in all, considering it's working, why not, right?
Why not, indeed? And Execration, you know, hold on to their tower as well.
Smart guy.
Who's the smart guy?
I love his adaptation. Just he no adaptation. Yeah. Somebody needs to Lotus as well, but this Kuras is going to be a problem.
He's got Aegis of Immortality. Gonna drop the BKB. BKB finished up Primal. No BKB on Dragon Knight. He's gonna go for the Octarine build. Zhao Yu playing a little bit, you know, greedier, I guess you could say, but I don't know really what BKB helps you with. actually in this game. Like, I guess the Earth Spirit might be the sort of issue, but SG are, you know, how do you break high ground?
I think at this point, Gyro is like, he sees that Gyro Ranger is going full defense. She is not going for Aghanims herself. And to Gyro, that's why I think he bought this Assault Cuirass the moment he saw Eagle Song on Gyro Ranger. Because he's like, okay, you're not focused on killing me quickly as possible. So, well, I'm not gonna be focused on killing you as quickly as possible. I'll just tank up my teammates. If my teammates are tanky, if I am tanky myself, and I don't freaking eat the whole Bane's ulti for the full duration, I will probably survive and just kind of push you out of the position and destroy your buildings.
They have ward. They found Abbott. Can he get out of here? I don't think so. Is there going to be enough burst damage? It does look like it, and of course they have it. And if Abbott had to buy out to be able to get the items, it's a triple kill for M. The middle racks are starting to fall here. Just one play is all it took. Execration teetering on the knife's edge. Can they make a cut though? A cut deep enough to matter. A cut deep enough to draw blood. No, it doesn't look like it. No blood is drawn. The only blood drawn would be of their own. And Execration fell apart with one team fight. That's all it took. SG wins game 3 in the most convincing outdraft I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, this was a stomp. It felt like hope for Execration for like maybe 30 seconds out of 35 minutes. Felt like hope for Execration when Zhao got to hit Gyro with impunity for 10 seconds in a row. That felt like hope, but it was false hope. One good stun and all your safe items you've bought on this Drow Ranger. Like, she has a full inventory of items that actively allow you to save yourself. They don't work if you're stunned. And he never left stunned, didn't have buyback, bought Eagle Song. Oh, that was a mistake. But all in all, like, the biggest mistake was just drafting this way.
Yeah. And, I mean, you really can't do much else. In the 2 games that Spiky won, their cores each died 1 time max. They were unkillable, unfallible, and overall just, again, when you have a draft that goes that hard in the paint, don't ask me what Gaben was thinking about in the win probability graph. It doesn't know what it's talking about, but we know what we're talking about. Spiky Gaming, they win game 3 in a very convincing fashion, and that is it for, I believe, for Execration have 1 more series against Team Bright, but even if they lose that one, they are guaranteed a spot into the playoffs. So congratulations, Execration. They will. I mean, I don't even think there was a chance that they couldn't make it, but again, they are comfortably in the top part of the group stage, looks like. But Spiky, with that win, kind of challenging for that 3rd spot now. They get another couple series wins, they might be able to do it, and they're playing up against IHC, who have struggled a little bit. They've had moments of brilliance, but moments of fallacy as well. And we'll be seeing them in about like 10 or so minutes, so don't go anywhere. Get a quick snack, a bite to eat, and we'll be right back with our 2nd series of the day, Spiky Gaming versus IHC Esports.
Now the question is if Yatoro wants to buy back. Does he want to try and turn their efforts in this fight, try and get it back their way, as Lars getting run down by Whisper? Lars still with not a lot of mana to play. Looks like Spirit are just going to try and write this fight off. Miposhka will turn with a stop, but the Hex is there in time. OG, they're going to be able to take down the ET as well. See what they can get away with. Tomato in with the Rage, working on the tier 3. Safety of the X-Mark drag back. Will still get caught by a Stomp collapse. He's taking it back over, but he gets caught by the Hex. Lars in with the BKB. Whisper,
Where'd he
died
go?
in an instant. He's gone. He'll buy back. The feed script's there on the Alarm, but it's not enough time to lock him down and finish him off. He'll still get caught by the X-Mark though, and he's
But Tomato, oh my god, the
They get it
damage!
to clean up. 3 dead on Spirit. They have to use the buybacks. Yatoro's back in. Miposhka's back in. Mirror's back in. The silence down onto BZM. They're going to try and take him down twice, though. Still has this Aegis, of course. The Spear will get him.
Holy shit, everyone's just dying in an instant.
I mean, can they keep BZM safe on the second round? Tomato and Ari heading up. They'll use the sleep to try and protect BZM from any sort of combo that's thrown down. And if they turn towards Collapse, they get over the Hex, the drag back there for the Vortex.
Big damage.
They've killed on Whisper. It's a die back on the Timbersaw. Lol turns over towards BZM. He's in on top of him. BZM trying to run up towards the high ground. Yatoro finds the Lucid Beam to finish
Tomato's
him off.
alone.
It's a double kill. Tomato caught by the Hex. Spirit, they clean it up. And once again, for OG, pushing the high ground has gone horribly, horribly wrong.
They're kryptonite, the high ground.
But Malrine, he wants to play aggressive. Arrow will miss.
Rolling Thunder.
Chuen denied regeneration rune.
Still on this Razor with a lot of damage now with Amar arriving. And that Rolling Thunder ending. Curse Crown is there. Amar with crits still going to get on top of Jokam for a double kill on your Viper. Now Ponyo very isolated, left out on an island. Not much Akashi can do here. Level 5, 10 minutes in, so not even a defensive chrono available here for Akashi. As the Moonlight Shadow is going to allow Falcons here to close the gap onto Ponyo.
They really want that level 4 maiden, huh?
Get it.
Big chunk of money, 221 for Malrine.
Yeah, we've seen these games, though, where some teams only get support kills, right? Just killing off a position 5 over and over again. At least Talon are finding core kills, important ones to try and buy them time to get into late game. And good attempted move by Chuen there to get to high ground, but now he's stuck on low ground, moving and turning around onto Snaking. Dragonite in, and with that breakdown on Timbersaw, tons of magic damage comes his way. WS and Jokam both fall. Amar with a double kill. And is that the Crystal Maiden trying to scurry away with a couple of hundred health? Well, they don't see her. Instead, turning their eyes and targets onto the Faceless Void to bring him down, and a triple kill. Yeah, I think at this point, Talon needs King Jenkins and his entire round table to come in on their Knights and Lancers to try and hold back the Falcons here. Viper on the front lines, holding them back as Skitter will get away from the Chakram damage. Malrine moves forward with a jump in, Rolling Thunder. There's a Freezing Field and a Chrono there onto Malrine. They're going to get the kill on the Pango. Down he goes. 2,000 gold into the hands of Talon. And Akashi moving forward.
I think Malrine is going to buy back. I think he's going to buy back and they want to end the game.
Rage buy, let's go. When Chrono's down, what else is going to stop him? Skitter still just beating at buildings. Amar, the real carry in this one, going to stand up on the front lines and hold them all back. Chuen with his BKB, trying to chase into the Viper here. Oh, dodges the Terrorizer, looks like, with the Manda style. Skitter holding the ground, but the Viper's going to fall. Talon fighting back. They get the takedown on 1, 2 cores, now a third. Aegis gone. Crit and Snaking trying to turn back. Malrine did buy back. You're right. With the Rolling Thunder back in onto the Faceless Void. They're going to get on top of Akashi. Can he try and walk away from this? Does he have the protection? No.
Oh, that Rolling Thunder.
Far too good with the arrow over the top of it. Ponyo now in trouble as well, but WS and Chuen are still going. Snaking has that leap to get a bit of distance off Malrine and Crit. Turn back around. They've got the firepower here to bring down Chuen. Buybacks ready on the Razor. No Faceless Void and no Dark Willow now, though.
Didn't get much done in the last couple of fights.
Nice vision. Jokam, he can find the Hoodwink. Oh, but hang on, that Gleipnir holds him back. Malrine breaks away from the static link, turns onto the Tiny, and the Doom is there onto the Zeus in the back lines. Akashi has to sing the song, try and buy time for the rest of the team to get away from the Doom, but look at Amar. He's going wild. He's unleashed the beast onto the Zeus, taking him down, and now the rest of the team can come and help him. Snaking with the bubble, saves the Doom, the turn on the Nagastar, and brings Akashi down to the ground, and Chantra's in trouble as well, and Falcons pummel Talon, absolutely annihilate them. Yeah, it's really a possibility right now. Gleipnir onto this Razor. Might have to BKB, a good amount of damage and control on the Weaver, pops the Aegis immediately. Sharpshooter's coming, trying to aim it in onto WS. They've lost Snaking, Crit nearly falls, but Amar and Skitter going to work in the actual fight proper, killing off the Razor. Jokam, Ponyo, Akashi is now turning tail and running, but the Gleipnir once again cuts them off, holds them in place to find the 2 support kills that the Falcons will gladly take. Team Falcons, there's a tier 2 standing top, so they can't go for the full megas or anything like that. But Skitter will get himself down to low ground. Look at this Tiny. Crit gonna scurry away, but blasted by the Zeus. Good pick by Chuen. Akashi, though, the one in trouble. Naga down with buyback available. Might have to come back into the fight as WS is in serious trouble. Draining damage from Amar, but Malrine stands his ground and takes him down. The Doom and 2 supports and Falcons are gone, but Skitter and Malrine offer a lot of damage and still stay reasonably tanky. Tiny out for 50, and Chuen gonna have to try and heavenly jump back to Mount Olympus.
Malrine is zoning.
This is not where you belong, Zeus. No matter how many family members you've got, looks like they're all dead at this point. The illusions of the Dragonite will kill him off, and he's dead for 70 now.
very mobile carry player.
All right, tower finally does die. Coil onto 2 as the Axe makes his rotation over, but Quinn taking a ton of damage. Whisper gets off the primal split, a dead Leshrac again. Seb will be the trade for now. Now Ace on the run, Illusory Orb clips 2. Tomato even makes his way over as well as Ace trying to get the call, but not gonna find anyone. Ends up dying to Rachio with a timed, okay. Time-lapse did go off, but now the Chronosphere comes in, getting all 3 teammates in the area.
Result here with the phase. The Master.
Do they have the damage? Primal split does go off. And Whisper, oh man, the Pulse Nova is ripping right through him. Still sticking around though. Gets one more stun with the Earth Panda as Tomato comes in, time dilation as well. More TPs coming in, Ace is ready, but the Chronosphere comes out. They have the damage to actually kill off the Lash. It's going to be close. Tomato has the Tomahawk away, but they do get the kill first as BZM gets basically soloed by Ace. And now Tofu in the midst of a TP, but gets right-clicked into Oblivion. I mean, if you think of one Axe, I mean, I feel like it is Seb, though, right? Surely. Ace.
All right, here we go again.
Call comes in, dead shot, though, but the Split Earth is there to layer, and the Chop. Actually, I couldn't tell if the Chop was completely successful or not. Either way, the kill goes the way of Gaiman again. Ari now flame broken and lassoed. Looking for the call. Oh, yeah, that feels good. Can just...
It's going to do more than that, huh? I know the dead shot clipped Duracho in the end, but I'm surprised he didn't do more of a dent into Tomato there with the items that he has.
Yep, dead shot.
Ace.
Now on to Ace.
It's tanky.
Already at half HP is Tomato closing the gap. Has the Chrono, of course, will use it. The rest of his team will walk into it as they do.
Awkward.
Very poorly played there as Ace now calls, looking for a potential chop, but Tomato time walks away. And Ace was using the Bloodstone there. The coil's gonna snap, and he's still very tanky, but eventually OG gets what they came for. Tomato, though, lassoed and soloed essentially by Tofu. Seb's gonna get the Nightmare Celery, takes it off instantly. Tofu making his way over as well as BZM coming to the party. Jingu is gonna connect, but the RP onto 3 heroes. Block grenade onto 3 heroes as well, even more important. Seb gets taken out first by Quinn though, glimpse out onto him. Gets another Jingu stack, but he falls in the end, 2 for 2. Lots of action early on as Duracho, basically a creep at this level of the game, showing up, tickling everyone. They're laughing their way to the farm as Tofu gets skewered by Whisper, and now Duracho tried to help his team, but he's just gonna die again. Can he deny himself on the creeps? No!
All right, that was unnecessarily rude to Duracho, because again, this is honestly, okay, hang on.
Yeah, hold your horses.
Whisper has no time for...
All right, puts Ace on the cliff. Very classic stuff. And the Static Storm now applied to several heroes. You can see Quinn just trying to brush it off. He's going to get snowballed, which actually cancels the grip. And Quinn gets off his Wukong's command. Whisper getting really low, but Nightmare to save him just a little bit. Another skewer, almost clipping all of them. But the damage is enough either way for OG. Ace still stuck up there, that fat, juicy watermelon. Finally, Whisper's reign comes to an end via Duracho's right click. Somehow he does enough damage to kill something other than a creep. It's incredible, in fact, as Ace. This will take a while, but Tomato and company will claim the watermelon. Feels like it's more than that.
OG trying to beat that record in this one.
Yeah, for sure. BZM, all right. Oh my God.
Beautiful.
RP onto 3 heroes. Waveform completely misses. Ravage to follow from Ace, though, actually doing a lot of damage. They're gonna be able to take out Whisper and the Bane. As you can see, 4 heroes very low for Gaming Gladiators. They try to run away. The Magnetize gets 1, make it 2. And BZM and company able to eventually clean up. It was looking a bit hairy for them, but this net worth lead is no joke. Ace stuck inside the kinetic field. Triple kill for Tomato.
Okay, he's in there.
He wants to go in
really
very
in there.
deep. My goodness, gets off the Magnetize, already at half HP. RP comes in, hitting several heroes with the skewer into the Static Storm, and the Waveform finishes them off in style. It's gonna cost them the life of the Magnus, but that is well worth it. That was a disgusting combo. As Tomato gonna farm the sniper and get the rampage in the fountain. Oh my goodness, this really does feel like a pub.
Checking out these Ancients, blocking out some camps, getting some info. Double warded, actually.
Oh, smoke on smoke here. Liquid, they're going to make the jump first on towards Crit.
Nice static.
Make sure that there's no further backup to help Crit out in that initial jump.
Nisha?
Falcons might still have a chance of the fight, though, because they've got the spear connection and the Laguna. They'll burst straight through Nisha and through Boxy. 33 is sort of left on his own here. Trapped in the arena. He'll try and run away from this ult. But there's a missile heading his way. Snaking and Skeeter slowly running him down. He's very likely to be going out as well. Double kills for Skeeter.
And Marine is going full spellcaster, so the rest of his team is a lot of physical. He's all that magic.
Mickey. They're going to get the jump on him. They try for the Spirit to Light Strike. The combo's not quite clean enough. He's still able to step away. But the Yules, is anything else left to play with? There's still an arena. And Mars got the catch. It doesn't matter that they don't hit the initial combo. They get the 2 kills at the end of it all. In the mid, Boxy and Isha. They're trying for Snaking.
He's tanky.
He's getting the heals off. He's walking away. They can't finish him.
And
the
now,
backup's inbound, and the rest are wrapping across. As Amar's here, Nisha's got to be careful with the way that he gets out of this. Boxy, he doesn't really have a whole lot of options. He's got the snowball, but the Yules is there. Amar's got the catch. It's going to be another pick here for Falcons.
Good lord. This is brutal to watch. Skeeter's actually leaving.
They do have the number advantage. They're going to have to set up on him. He has got the Aegis. Let's see if they can get through him the twice, maybe even not the once. But the damage is not quite there.
They got Crit.
Skeeter's able to step away. They'll jump in with the Waning Rift. They have got Mickey in with the God Strength. So they've taken out Skeeter the once. Mickey is going to try and deal with Snaking off to the side. They'll ignore Skeeter for now. Over to the top. Mars caught.
And they're on him.
Staying in the arena. They're going for round 2 on Skeeter. He'll get the flat cannon off, but they will kill him.
It could be, I feel like, but perhaps just the power of Luna being a really strong hero, and same thing with Zeus, and especially that timing that you provide globally. Let's see.
So if we get a bit of first blood action here, Falcons trying to get the setup here with the disruption into the Light Strike array on towards Boxy. And the Fairy Fire's there, but they'll still get him first. First blood goes towards Skeeter. Liquid in return will manage to take down Snaking, and they'll also take out Skeeter. So they'll get the 2 kills in return for this Liquid.
Still will have that Thunder Gods, of course.
Insania should be pretty dead here. Disruption into the arrow, the burst of the Laguna Blade, and Dragon Slave will take him out. Mickey is considering helping Nisha out as Nisha. They're trying to get in on top of the Zeus. Mickey trading back at them to try and dissuade them from committing it to get the kill. It won't stop them. They take down Nisha.
Is under attack.
Bring in the numbers. I think he just hit 6 to get the purge right after the kill.
Amar with the rest of this Moonlight Shadow as well, considering the setup onto Mickey.
His boat is up in 1 second.
He's got the X mark. Is there any help for Mickey coming in? There's 4 heroes of Falcons going in for the Luna kill. The Light Strike lands. They take down another big kill here. Falcons with a solid punch back. Moonlight Shadow kicks back in, but the sentry's down. Liquid are prepared. TP backup will be coming in for Skeeter. Crit turns up. Crit immediately going to get doomed there from 33 as 33 takes Crit out of the fight. Amar, he'll drop the boat combo, but Skeeter's gone down the once. Malorine, Light Strike array, the full combo dropped over towards Nisha. He burst through the Zeus. Mickey, though, he's punching heavily into Skeeter.
Oh, he died.
Skeeter's out. 33, he's kind of cleaning up. He's in on a Snake King. Snake King cannot stand his ground against the Doom. Double kill for 33. The fight's Liquid.
A couple heroes still getting low. Poisons the rum.
Get 33. Can they get Insania as well? I mean, X mark is up. He's not got any heal for a few seconds. Marine's starting to fall low on the mana. It's got enough for the Light Strike. The heals are out. Insania's walking away, but the Tidebringer angle's there from Amar.
There's that Radiance. They didn't proc the Reincarnation, and there is a Static Storm on cooldown for 60 seconds. Marine.
Amar teasing around with the setup onto Mickey, but the Doom's going to get dropped here for 33. Defensive disruption comes out from Snaking, and they're still trying to focus down the Kunkka. 33 will stay on top of him, but it has led to the split where Mickey's been left on his own almost. He's just gone. He's out of the fight. The backlines are falling, but Skeeter's ready for round 2. He'll turn towards 33 with the Rave Fire Blast. Crit and Snaking poking him from the side, but Nisha, he's dished out his entire mana pool of damage, and it's too much for the Wraith King to live through. As Skeeter goes down, Liquid, they've found 3. Can they find more? Crit, he'll go down. They'll get themselves a 4th kill out of this one, Liquid.
Again, they're not able to find this backline, which I figured Liquid could.
Maybe
it's just not presenting itself.
Maybe now though, John. Boxy's making his move up. They want to try and find her against Arteezy, but the Orca does make it kind of hard. Still, he'll go for a snowball, hitting 3 targets with the stun out. Arteezy, he's got the Aegis up, so he's going to keep manning up here up against Team Liquid, but it's looking pretty rough for him. He will at least go down the first time. Do they back him up? Arteezy's in the middle of nowhere right now, and the answer is just no. They could not get there in time to help out the CK. And so Team Liquid, they will be gifted a very important couple of kills, as it seems like even Saberlight now going to get caught, but does have the primal split, so he'll pop that. Still looking for a target. Smoke will be broken. 33 though misses the initial stun, and now Thealacor looking to try and turn this one around. Will start to move in along with Saberlight. They found Mickey first. The Luna, she's the big target. Already being targeted, though Saberlight needs to get back together. He just took way too much damage. He's got no primal split left. Saberlight's still running. Nisha unable to finish the job, but now 33. He found a 4-man stun. Oh, what a setup from 33. You missed the first one, but there was no way in hell he was missing the second. Arteezy's been caught to boot. On the high ground, still trying to survive, but the chase is continuing. Can he make it out? The answer is no. An ultra kill for Mickey.
If you can kind of isolate him away from the saves of Boxy as well, but it's easier said than done.
Easy, caught out. Shards will lock him down for a second, but not for long enough. They do not want to dive that deep. They've got to be a little bit wary as well against the sniper going into that high ground attempt. There's a jump in from Saberlight. He's found 4 targets with that thunderclap. He'll go for the split as well, but all his brilliance are just melting. Saberlight is gone. Saberlight just absolutely annihilated by Team Liquid. He can't jump in on his own like that. It's just too easy.
Yeah, that wasn't the initiation the Shopify needed. It looked like a good opportunity. Arturo was a little bit too far. I think if they managed to get the follow-up from the CK as well, maybe that goes a little bit differently. But now the high ground feels a lot comfier for the side of Liquid without worrying about that big team fight split.
Okay, still taking a fair bit of damage here, but they are going to make the jump in with the eclipse off the back of Boxy. They've got Yopaj and Kidrak. Thealacor will follow very, very soon by the looks of it. A double kill for Mickey. They'll rush there immediately. In fact, Team Liquid, they're going to try and hold the high ground of the Dire base and just use it against them. Thealacor's coming back in, but it's a perfect setup here from Team Liquid. They've already found the Rubik. They're in a bit of a tight position, but it won't matter. Nobody's dying from Team Liquid. They're all just surviving, or are they? Boxy, he's getting a little bit lower. They will at least find the tusk, but it's already cost them too many, I think. They go again. Arteezy's still trying, does find 33. In fact, does take down the Slaughter, but will die to Mickey. Yopaj also dying as well. GG is called. They've seen it up.
25 seconds without collapse. The Hex there. And the swap here. They're going to try and go aggressively onto BZM. They swap him back under the tier 4s, but steps in with the disruption. Yatoro, they're going to burn through with the majority of the mana here from Tomato, and Yatoro is considering his next target. He'll look over towards the Morphling, but he gets caught by the bashes of Whisper. He has to split back up. Backs off under the tier 4s. Collapse gets caught once again on the front line. Cookie's in. They're taking the Aegis out of Tomato's hands.
BZM. Oh, he gets him.
There's no chance to kill BZM though. Oh, maybe there is Yatoro. Okay, he gets the kill, but he's losing his teammates. Can Yatoro do this? He's going to go over towards Step, but the Glimmer Cape is there.
Tomato's there, though.
And he's going to turn over towards Tomato. They've got the Cookie in on towards the Morph. He's losing his mana. Yatoro able to focus Tomato down here with the illusions. Tomato's getting low.
He's cleansed up. There's a heal coming in.
Can Yatoro make another jump? He's looking for his target. He's going to head over towards Ari. Tomato with the Stolen Spear is there. In fact, it catches him and kills him off. Ari with the outplay.
Ari is playing like a beast.
And there's nothing for Mira to do there. Poshka's watching from the side, maybe looking for a stomp setup. He's not going to get it though. With the root instead on towards Seb with the Brambles. Jump in and a jump out from Lal. It's a little low on the mana. The Supernova comes out. They're not going to try and kill it. They'll let the Spear from Collapse finish off Ari. The arena's down. Now they're ready to go back in for round 2. They look towards Seb. Seb caught in the arena. Tomato turns up. The Infest is there. Gives a bit of a burst heal to Seb to keep Seb fine. And it's ended up being Lal that's dove under the tower for this attempt. He gets punished. Lal's out. Mira will manage to TP away. BZM, he'll get the deep one. He's going in for this one. Beyond the tier 3, but the Yules is there. Mira will be able to dodge the combo. Whisper's still ready to go though. Jumps in with Tomato. They're diving into the base here. is on towards Collapse.
It's deep.
They've got to be a little bit careful here, OG. I don't know if they can continue to try and get away with this. They're on the retreat. Lal will try and drag back Tomato. They've got the arrow, but the spin, it's not going to catch him. Tomato looks to turn, but he's still getting torn apart by Yatoro. Yatoro's back in action, and he's cleaning up. OG, they stuck around for too long. They've lost 3 of them. BCM also in trouble. I mean, they stuck around for that dive.
Spirit playing around their vision. They have that one ward they just placed.
Starting to jump out with a Wind Waker. Collapse.
Lotto. The gem is on top of him.
They've got eyes on him. They'll head back for now. They'll turn with the Bramble and the Cursed Ground down onto Whisper. Tomato's got the BKB.
Tomato.
Spiky Gaming as well. They're going to be matched up against IHC in this group stage. I'm Tower Sox, joined by Mr. Blade. And we are seeing Disruptor once again. IHC picking it up early as their first pick. What are your opinion on this hero? And do you think that IHC will be able to actually play it aggressively?
I hate it. I hate first pick Disruptor. Kawaii, I know these teams are like Disruptor, man. Like you have Glimpse and you get Aghanim Scepter. It's an AoE Doom. It's crazy. And I'm like, okay, sure. You first pick this hero. And you know what the counter Disruptor is, Kawaii?
What?
The counter is killing it.
10
Yeah,
You just kill it. And you have Dragon Knight who's gonna buy a blink, Dragon Tail the Disruptor, kill it, or Tekis who's gonna get on top of it with the blast off and kill it. These teams just first pick this hero and are like, we're gonna make it work. And I'm like, no, you're not.
I mean, truth be told, they are picking aggressively, at least on their core. Primal Beast is a good pairing for Disruptor. I like this approach. It's a jump in, kill somebody hero, or jump in and start the fight hero. So if they continue with this kind of aggressive approach, do you think the Disruptor could pay off finally? At least once, please?
Once, please, one time. First pick Disruptor, please work. I don't know, man. Every time I see this hero, it's the same thing. But IHC are looking to, get some more points onto the board for themselves. At this point, this late into the group stage, both of these teams are just jostling for position. They're figuring out who they're going to be matching up and coming into the playoffs. And Spiky Gaming, off of a pretty cool win against Execration and Clockwork, natural counter to the Primal Beast, and they're going to pick up the Gyro Ranger carry as well.
I like it. I like what they have currently. They have good initiation. They have bodies to throw in between Drow Ranger and the enemy team. They have ways of preventing Primal Beast from being too effective, at least early on. And an extra way to scout out, find, and kill this Disruptor. So the adaptation by Spiky Gaming in this drafting stage is brilliant. And as much as I love Marcy Drow lanes because of the sidekick, I think Clockwork Drow lane is a lot more reliable. And because Marcy was available, but nobody's picking it up quite yet.
You easily could have. I think it's just a matter of Marcy struggles a little bit more against the Primal Beast, but Clock is, anti-Primal Beast hero. You can't trample the Clockwork. It's just not allowed if Battery Assault is going, and you can't pulverize Clockwork because your Battery Assault is going. You can't onslaught away from Clockwork because Battery Assault is going. And you can Uproar, but you can't get away from Clockwork because Battery Assault is going. So it's a good start. And of course, they have the hook shot to get on top of the Disruptor. If you glimpse back the clock, he's like, okay, you got me out of date. What?
This is a run to aggressive hero and a good Clockwork counter as well.
Is someone from AHC doing Crownfall during Kobolds Rave?
I mean, 11 does plays a hero. He used to play a mean Broodmother back in the day. That was when the Aghanims was really strong and you would just lay traps. And he was really good at that. So I am cautiously optimistic. It's a really good Clockwork matchup. Because level 6, Clockwork starts doing nothing. You can't land the hook because spiders are everywhere. If somehow you do land the hook, spiders are everywhere, your Battery Assault does nothing, you're probably dying. So And we touched upon how Orchid might not be the best of items, but its progression in Bloodthorn is overpowered, almost feels like. And Broodmother is one of the heroes that can build it relatively early and be successful with it.
Yeah, and you know, we might be getting to the point where holy smokes, Kawaii, what happened to my voice? What I'm trying to say is Bloodthorn doesn't really care about the armor from Dragonite as well. You just do an overwhelming amount of magic damage. You turn those spiderlings into hero deleting spiderlings, and IHC kind of have this neat little play going. I wasn't skeptical of the Broodmother. It's just been a while since I've seen it, and I know before, like the old Jaw Ranger Egg and Scepter, you'd have a lot more AoE. You'd be able to go like Eggs Mjolnir and then clear out the spiderlings with like 2 attacks, but that's no longer the case. And I think Spiky Gaming needs some sort of big AoE to be able to kill the Broodmother here. It's probably going to be a Broodmother mid, so maybe we're going to be seeing something like an Earthshaker mid.
Do you think it's going to be Brood mid? I feel like it's going to be an 11 hero in the off lane.
Oh, it could also be in the off lane. That's yeah, that's possible.
I'm not sure about like how well this matchup against Shroud goes, but at some point you should probably be able to squeeze Shroud out of her lane. And the only thing they're lacking right now is a carry. Personally, I feel like it has to be a gap closing carry of some sorts. Maybe they have heroes that sits on Drow already, right? But they are also picking blind, so you can't really go too creative with your last pick, because then it can be closed off. Dragonite can be flexed to both mid and off lane. He's okay against Strauch, he's okay against Primal Beast, he's okay against Broodmother.
Yeah.
So all in all, something solid with the gap closing capabilities.
The Kunkka's banned out, so you don't have that angle.
Very solid. Gap closing later on in the game. I'm okay with this one. I think it's an okay hero.
You can't go Bristleback.
10 seconds remain.
Legion Commander really isn't a hero at the moment, but I mean,
5 seconds remain.
Curious. They're gonna go for Mars instead.
Your will upon the battlefield today.
It's more bodies. It's more bodies between Drow and everybody else essentially. And as a displacement tool, it is gonna be an offlane Broodmother after all. I like what IHC have.
You like IHC? You think this 11 Broodmother is gonna be too much for Spiky Gaming to overcome?
I think once she gets her BKB, if she finds an angle on Draw Ranger, she kills her at the start of every single fight. And even if she doesn't, at some point, the Sven, he needs essentially a blink stun, and he will kill this Drow over the duration of a stun. Unless there is like an immediate turnaround of some sorts. And they do have this Brown and Hue draft with Disruptor, something I really wanted to see for a really long while. Like draft-wise, I have faith in IHC. Team-wise and gameplay-wise, I do have faith in Spiky Gaming.
Now, I think the only thing that matters to me in draft are the sets, and I have to say, IHC are slapping Spiky Gaming with the cosmetics right now. This isn't even close.
I mean, Drow is okay.
Dude, M is the only one to put it M is the only one putting in effort. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. But Drow's okay.
Drow is great. Yeah, Drow's fantastic. Techies is he's got the big cannon going, big fan. But literally, Dragonite, Clock, Mars, none of those heroes have any cosmetics.
Are they buying it? Is it why the game is not starting yet? Maybe they paused and they're equipping new cosmetics from the market.
Wait a second, guys, we don't have any sets. we need to fix this. Oh my goodness, that is sets aside, I think I'd have to agree with you on literally every single point you've made. I think IHC definitely have this sort of draft locked up, and going to be very impactful as well. You have this. Really, the big question when you have a hero like a Broodmother is what kind of start can the Broodmother get behind? What kind of space can Broodmother make for herself to become queen of the game? And SG, like, they have a couple of tools. If you get the Gods Rebuke strong enough, right, you can just clean all the Spiderlings out with one spell. The Flame Breath as well can do quite a bit of damage. But, I mean, the Clockwork are going to have a bit of a hard time. I would actually be surprised if they put the Clock in the Broodmother lane. But I guess you don't want to run Drow Techies. That might... And then, you know, double melee in the top lane, that might be a bit too weak.
There is a cool combo between Mars and Clockwork because they do count, the cogs count for the spear collision. So it becomes really easy to stun somebody. But I don't think we are, like, at this level of play, missing Mars spears is mostly because you got outplayed, not because you missed them. Because of the aim, right?
Yeah, and I mean, starting rune's gonna be 2 for 2. IHC have posted up in the top area very convincingly. Are gonna do a little bit of right-click damage, but barring the Broodmother, which has taken up the lion's share of the conversation here, you have Primal Beast. It's a pretty good Aghanim Scepter game for the Primal. I think this is a very strong Primal game, Kawaii.
Yeah, I think in general, Primal Beast is the cool thing about this hero is that he needs Blink BKB and then he is so flexible. You need Shivas, go Shivas. You need to break, go Aghanims. You need a heavy single target to disable that prevents you from dying. Maybe get a Halberd is actually pretty okay in Primal Beast. When you need more damage, well, you can build any item and it translates directly into damage with Trample. Maybe he's too flexible, honestly.
Yeah.
But he has his weaknesses. Like it is kind of easy to contain him, especially with Smart.
Yeah, exactly. You get him in the arena, and it's you have the beast, but once the blood has been spilled, he's gonna start beasting out of it, and we have this Clockwork Drow lane in the bottom. It's gonna be up to Duck and M to mitigate this Broodmother. Now, if Kishka holds the telekinesis, Duck shouldn't be able to get the cogs kill onto anybody, but 11, he's just getting chased around a little bit. I think Duck might have played a little bit too much with the fire. Right click's coming out from Kishka. Duck went up for some reason or another and ended up giving up first blood.
That's a huge problem.
Yeah, I think he just juked himself into that death.
I don't know why he went for that. Maybe they felt like they were stronger, but it didn't seem so, right? And now you have Broodmother with level 2 first blood, and it's a hero that technically should have had a poor start and would start winning this lane at level 6. That was my opinion on this lane. But because of this death of Clockwork, he suddenly has a pretty sizable advantage. And
Ace top, not going to get hit by the spear, so he will live.
And maybe, like, I don't know. I feel like this lane could be still won by Spiky Gaming. It should be still won, but is already fed quite a bit.
I mean, 11 does not have a lot of last hits. He is going to get hit with the blood grenade, the rocket flare, slowing him a little bit. And with that rocket barrage, more than enough, or not the rocket barrage, the battery assault. M gets the double kill with that beautiful play. The waves of arrows coming out. And 11, only 6 CS. That's like 1.5 creep waves?
I feel like that's what should have been happening here from the very start of the game, though. Like, this Clockwork Death was a big problem. And Broodmother, the reason she's not picked more often is because this hero is kind of weak in lane. without the spiderlings, you can't really apply pressure. Nobody really goes for insatiable hunger builds anymore because you can't really do anything with them. And you're also in a melee versus draw matchup where your movement speed is reduced to nothing and you can't really commit to anything. You cannot stick to your target even if you want to, unless the fight is set up for you. But Rubik doesn't really set up all that well. So I feel like what he's doing right now is kind of a mistake.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, the bottom lane, there's still a bit of action going. The Broodmother's kind of playing around a little bit, skirting around that tower. But again, it's just like Duck and M are these just two heroes that stand right next to each other. And it's so hard to approach the drow. You try to get on top of the drow. There's going to be a Clockwork just beating into you with a battery assault. You try to kill the Clockwork.
Trying to run away from the Mari. He's got sleep back up.
Kind of is okay with that, but then M is going to start pumping damage into you. And 11, he's starting to, get some CS back. But
I mean, you said things have been a bit slow for Maru with the grip. But when he hits the big ones, he hits the big ones. It gets them the biggest kill they could hope, knocking out Yatora for over a minute.
Pretty much perfect opportunity they could get there to bring things back for them. Tomato chasing forward with his brand new axe. Top.
He's going to try and stand around and fight. We'll have to zip TP. Didn't have anything to put a stop to that, even though his BKB did come to an end. Maposhka, on the other hand, though, he will die as well, was the case for Mira. So after it all, it's going to end up with Spirit losing 4 heroes. OG, they've pretty much done it in terms of rectifying what went wrong earlier.
They must have got the Seb speech, I guess.
I think they did.
Age is still on Whisper, and yeah, they have double hexes at the moment on the side of OG, so have to watch out for these catches. And yes, all 3 BKBs at the ready.
Oh, collapse. He's been caught by the hexes, as you say, and he's out. Has got buyback available. May need to use it here, as he's otherwise out of the game for 80 seconds.
Ooh, I don't know if he saw the second one, because he stepped up a little bit far.
It's all right. He's going to consider getting in position. They're going to try to go for a BZM. BZM, he's going to get safe for now by the sleep. He's able to put the BKB. He's going to get healed up as well by Tomato. They keep BZM alive. The Supernova's out. Spirit, they've got to head back to the fountain. They've got to head back out of the fight. Collapse will jump in for the spear catch onto Tomato. They get the pushback with the fear. The full-on control with the vortex. Yatora's in with the damage. It's enough. They're taking Tomato out. Spirit will hold, and they'll chase out for more. The spear push back onto Whisper. A double kill for Yatora. They get the catch onto BZM. They'll keep the game alive again. It's another hold. It's another triple kill for Yatoro. Tomato, put the rage. Lal heads in. We'll get caught by the hex, but no follow-up.
Yatoro's in.
I mean, Collapse, they've managed to burst through the cooker immediately. Collapse and Yatoro find BZM, and he's out of the fight as soon as it starts.
Oh, this is so awkward. They're trapped in the corner.
I mean, what do they do? Does he buy back? There he is. BZM's going to buy back for this one. There's the jump of the backlist, but Ari's got the Axe Fiend script. He's controlling the storm for now, but
Yatoro.
Lal doesn't really care. He's perfectly able to zip over to the safety of the left side of the fight. Yatoro, though, will go down.
They stuck on him.
Now, the question is if Yatoro wants to buy back. Does he want to try and turn their efforts in this fight, try and get it back their way, as Lal's getting run down by Whisper? Still with not a lot of mana to play. It looks like Spirit are just going to try and write this fight off. Maposhka will turn with a stop, but the Hex is there in time. OG, they're going to be able to take down the ET as well. See what they can get away with. Tomato in with the Rage, working on the tier 3. The safety of the X-Mark drag back. Will still get caught by a Stomp. Collapse. He's taking it back over, but he gets caught by the Hex. Lars in with the BKB. Whisper. He dies in an instant. He's gone. He'll buy back. The feed script's there on the Lar, but it's not enough time to lock him down and finish him off. He'll still get caught by the X-Mark, though, and he's
Tomato.
Dead.
Oh my God, the damage.
They're cleared up. 3 dead on Spirit. They have to use the buyback. Yatoro's back in. Maposhka's back in. Mira's back in. The silence down onto BZM. They're going to try and take him down twice, though. Still has this Aegis, of course. The spear will get him.
Holy shit, everyone's just dying in an instant.
I mean, can they keep BZM safe on the second round? Tomato and Ari heading up. They'll use the sleep to try and protect BZM from any sort of combo that's thrown down, and then they turn towards Collapse. They get over the Hex, the drag back there for the vortex.
Damage.
They've killed on Whisper. It's a die-back on the Timber Saw. Lal turns over towards BZM. He's in on top of him. BZM trying to run up towards the high.
He's trying to adjust to his team. It's not really working out. He's died 3 times. There you go, I did it.
Spirit, they clean it up.
Look at the Sven build. He went for the phase boots, so that's an anti-Mars kind of
wait a second.
approach.
Question mark mid got charged with the onslaught, but Ikigai, the turnaround is there. The rocket flare up onto the high ground. They used the glimpse, not going to do quite enough, and you've brought in a bunch of heroes to get the return kill onto Duck. They will get it. The hook shot forward, try to keep himself alive. A cheeky little play, but not cheeky enough. as you lose Ikigai mid.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like enough at all. It's a
No.
trade that is unfavorable for you, that costs you ATP, that freed up the space for Drow Ranger, who at this point in time, level 6 on Broodmother, is where I said it's going to be problematic for Drow to stay in her lane. And you know what she does? She's just going jungle already. Nice wording here by Spiky Gaming, preemptively placing one behind on the Rift, what is it called, the Twin Gate, and making sure that the Fortune Soul, who eats a stun, does not get the connection. Still.
Oh, that ward. I mean, maybe you rotate a support and you might be able to find Fortune Soul, but they know that he's come back up top. Zhao Yu kind of on that side. It's a little bit of an awkward angle for these two SG heroes. If Ikigai chooses to come over, but instead Kishka hit with the ward. I mean, that's a ward that gets that kill. He's gonna know that something was up.
Yeah, I think this is gonna get dewarded. So ultimately, doesn't really matter that they kill him. He's gonna get his gold back as long as he's not as long as he's paying attention. He should realize that something is iffy here. But in the meantime, bottom lane is being forced out.
Wait, what? He just TP'd out.
Yeah. But he's been forced out of the lane, and Drow is a hero that doesn't really farm jungle exceptionally fast. She farms it fast enough, but not exceptionally fast, so I think that's okay. That's at least that is going according to plan for IHC. I feel like Sven dying to solo Mars is definitely not the plan. You never plan, especially the one that is going for phase boots. So he is severely limiting his farming speed with his phase boots. But that was like, I'm gonna get phase boots. I will be useless in the jungle. I'm gonna hit creeps really slowly, but at least I'm not gonna die to Mars. And he still died to Mars. So it's kind of a double whammy here for Fortune Soul.
Fortune Soul, not that fortunate. See what I did there? I had that one locked and loaded for a while there. Is the Rubik Kishka, he's dead again. In this top little area, though, Mars getting chased down. Zhao Yu will eventually break off of the Primal Beast. And it's just feeling like IHC, they're like trying to make these plays onto these heroes on SG, and they just aren't connecting. Whenever an SG hero dies, it's because they've committed to the fight and they know that they're going to die.
Again, seeing Disruptor in an aggressive play style from the team, but this is an aggressive draft that just didn't come together quite yet. There is still chance for it, right? There is still a BKB or like a Blade Mail type of item on Primal B, something to dissuade people from attacking him. There is still Blink possibility.
Yeah.
Bottom lane, Clockwork will manage to get out, but I11 is also getting closer and closer to his whatever he is building first. It's gonna be what?
What is he building?
Phylactery? Really?
I think that's the build I've been seeing nowadays. Actually, I'm pretty sure Conda Broodmother is kind of the build nowadays. You just like burst people down from so much faster than if you just rushed Bloodthorn. I think the problem with going Bloodthorn over Conda is that, a Phylactery, is that you can get a purge, right? You get one Yule Scepter and then like it's whatever. But with the Conda, Yule Scepter doesn't matter. There's not as much counterplay, I guess.
You also have like a steroid for base damage with Insatiable Hunger, so extra efficiency for Conda. I'm not strictly against it, and I like Honda on Universal Heroes specifically because it's crits and it's stats. It makes you tanky and it makes you damagey, which is not a word, but it describes perfectly exactly what Honda gives you. And I think in that regard, I do like the build, especially considering he's making a bit stop at the BKB he really needs in this game. But it's not...
hold on, there's a smoke. They're going to catch out 11. The hook shot forward. Now the Cog's going to be used to push him back into the team with the Orchid as well. The proximity mine going to be enough damage. The spear from down low. Zhao Yu hits him with the Oop. That's going to impale the damn spider, and IHC kind of lose like a very big part of their draft.
And as I was saying, this build is not creating a kill threat. And you need a kill threat creating hero, typically from your offlaner. Oh, nicely done here on Hara.
Yeah. He goes down, and those mines were not his own. But by the way, is Kishka on this Rubik that stole proximity mines, which is honestly terrifying.
A lot of damage from Elf, a lot of from a really high distance as well because he's Rubik. Not quite yet. Arcane Supremacy is still low. MDR might be in trouble. You see, like that's the problem. Like at this point, if you have Orchid, you kill him really quickly, and you already commit to an extra target. Instead, MDR is surviving for a little time and actually gets away.
Oh, I cannot believe this. I mean, he's not going to get away. They eventually chase him down. Zhao Yu, just one more slap to make sure he gets a little bit of space, but he will end up falling in. The Clockwork on the far side up here, battling with Kishka. And normally in a 1v1, this would be Clockwork's favorite, but unfortunately, it's not a 1v1. Dota was not meant to be fair. And 11 gets a double kill after dying, so good recovery from him. I'm sure he's not going to be too fussed about being taken down earlier.
I love your point about Dota was not made to be fair. I think that characterizes the game perfectly.
That's so true, dude. It's so true.
And I love it for it. Like, we all love it for it. So, while this is happening, Fortune Soul is steadily recovering. So this is a reliable hero that we were hoping for. And we are seeing reliability from the Sven. He is only second in net worth, of course, but I think he's going to catch up to DK, and he's going to overtake him at some point, especially considering DK might be going down the Kigai, jumping forward.
Goodness. They're going to dive. You're diving a 2-2 tower to kill a Dragon Knight. I'm not sure this is the right play, but they're going to get that glimpse off with the Side Storm. They've brought M here as well. The hooks are forward. There's not a lot of spider webs around for 11 to escape, but he will find that angle. Kishka will be the first target to go. Zhao Yu pretty low. Hara continuing forward. They just want to spill blood. They want to get a little bit more. Hara blast off forward, basically using it as a blink. They've caught Ace. He will get blinked on. Zhao Yu finds that combo, but the onslaught in. On to question mark. Maybe he wasn't the target. No, it was Hara instead. And M with a little bit of the Frost Arrow slow coming through with a very nice cogs from Doc, creating a little bit of separation. But how much is separation going to do when you're caught in the web? You're caught. I've seen this in a movie before, but maybe Doc, he's going to be lucky. He's got the webs around him, but he can still walk away, and he will do so. It's a tier 2 dive that doesn't end up being an awful team wipe for IHC. And in that sense, it's a very much a blessing.
Could be worse. Yeah, it definitely
could be a lot worse.
If Disruptor didn't die, it could also be a lot better. I think he overstepped his boundaries ever so slightly and got caught in the end. So that's a big loss for sure. Maybe if he survives, they get an extra kill with a glimpse, or maybe if he buys back and returns to the fight. But I don't think he had gold. It would be a worthwhile investment from Ace, I would assume. If they caught like a Mars on the retreat, or even a Drow, that was a possibility. All in all, though, a lot more signs of life from IHC than expected after a bit of a disaster here during the laning stage. 11 is definitely carrying the fight for now.
Yeah, and that's why I mean, that is partially why you dropped the Broodmother, right? It just, early on, those spiderlings are so damn annoying. And I mean, I don't think the Flame Breath is enough to, or Breathe Fire from Dragon Knight is enough to kill it. Kill a spiderling at this stage of the game. And of course the spiderlings, they are level 2 at this point. But we're going to be seeing a little bit more action. It's a beautiful 3-man arena with the blast off as well. The combos are there. The pulverize, it's a turnaround play coming out from Ikigai. And all the spiderlings have now officially died. Kisho with a nice play. With that Fade Bolt pumping in the damage, he stole the Breathe Fire. That's one dead. Hara is the second one to go. It's a double kill for 11. They've TP'd in M. Is there a play from the Dragon Knight? He's got a blink. He's got an Orchid. He's going to look for the play, but again, those Spiderlings doing a lot of damage. The Breathe Fire isn't enough to kill the Spiderlings. I've stood corrected. IHC find a beautiful play off of a based ward.
I'm actually surprised it's enough. I was 100% on your page when you said that they should not be dying to a single breast fire, but they do. Why?
I'm not
Interesting.
Sure. I guess it might not be the Breathe Fire damage itself. It could be that the fact that it's the level 2
corrosive haze that is applied.
The corrosive haze, yeah. The splash attack gets applied. Yeah, is what I'm thinking of.
Yeah,
Kishka, I'm thinking he's in a little bit of trouble here. They're protecting the ward though. They don't want to give this ward up. I think that's a good idea. Duck is trying to kill these proximity mine will clear out the spiderlings though.
Drow has axe. It's a pretty early one as well. So she can be, yeah, she could be extra annoying. Dragonlance Aghanims. That's the build I was actually hoping from the opponents last time.
Yeah? Yeah, you mean the one when the other team had 4 heroes that relied heavily on high HP regen and healing?
Yeah.
Yeah, that one?
I don't know. Like, it almost worked out, but didn't really. Emmy's like, you know what, guys? You just lost to us. Maybe you should come here to Kobolds Rave number 2 and watch me play Drow now. Yeah. And I'll show you how it's actually done.
I don't know what the phenomenon is with Dota players, Kawaii. Do you get this sometimes? Like, a team will literally beat an enemy team with a hero. Like the enemy team will, I don't know, let's say a gyrocopter. You beat the gyrocopter really bad, and then the next game, the team that beat the gyrocopter is like, you know what hero really impressed me last game? You know what hero we should draft? And then they pick gyrocopter and win. And you're like, okay, well, I guess gyrocopter wasn't the problem.
It's added insult to injury, you know?
Yeah.
But I think, like, in the best of 5, it could definitely work. Because we've seen it before, right? Especially, like, most pronounced was TI5 with CDC, where they gave away Lesh, and they were like, yeah, you don't know how to play Lesh. It was the most broken hero of the tournament, as that was what they told CDEC from EG. And, you know, CDEC got... looked absolutely lost by game 3 and never had a chance in those grand finals. So I think there is definitely an element of mental games and just emotional damage, let's call it.
Well, I mean, SG wouldn't be doing emotional damage to IHC by winning with Drow Ranger. It would just be a normal loss like any other. But with that egg finished up, I mean, the hypothermia stacks are going to build up on these spiderlings because they spread when the unit dies, right?
That could be the case. I think it's just burst damage, but I'm not entirely sure.
Oh, smoke on smoke action. And the smoke might break. It's Fortune Soul. Is going to break first. The question mark. I mean, Dragonite eventually pops the board, but it's onto 2. The static field as well. Sven pops the BKB coming through, and the target is onto the backline. He's fallen basically immediately. And at IHC, they're going to look for more Duck onto the side. Zhao Yu, he's just trying to pin Fortune Soul to the wall, but instead that onslaught is there. It's a triple kill for IHC and SG. I thought the initiation was good, but they just flubbed it.
You know what? I have to say it, but the previous Drow build was Hurricane Pike and Silver Edge actually turns his fight around, most likely.
Yeah?
Because this one, like, they just press triple BKB and run at her. Like, absolutely no thought process whatsoever. See Drow, hit Drow. Press BKB, hit Drow is essentially the whole game plan for IHC. And the worst part, it actually worked out absolutely incredible for them. They kill Drow and suddenly they find themselves with no damage on Spiky Gaming. And without damage, they can't really win a fight. So now they have a second life on Broodmother. They now have Blink Dagger on Fortune Soul if he wants it. He wants it. And Drow's life is now getting even harder. But she's going to be in a high ground defense position, so that's a big difference maker.
I mean, Drow Ranger, I don't know why Drow Rangers don't buy Shard at 15 minutes. That Glacier's just absurd. And I think people really sleep on this.
It makes you a sniper.
It does.
Kind of. Pretty much. 750.
Well, I mean, Hara.
They're unstoppable.
Yeah, there you go. Dead. Good. Nice job.
I mean, against Broodmother, it's really hard. Maybe Reactive Taser could have helped for like a second, but not more because of Honda.
Very high skill hero, this Broodmother. Build spiderlings, throw them at enemy supports. They can't do anything. Cry. It's very, very nice gameplay.
I mean, it's still...
Oh! is that doing alone in the triangle?
Ooh.
Radiant's middle tower.
That was a mistake.
Dire's top tower.
Are they gonna get the glimpse on question mark? No.
Initiation mid lane.
Yeah, 11. They're finding the angle. Do they have the hook shot to continue forward? They're not even gonna try. Hold on a minute. Zhao Yu gets both of them in a nice arena. The turnaround play, the Orchid is there onto 11. There's definitely enough damage to get both kills here. Fortune Soul has arrived. The BKB popped onto Zhao Yu. Disarm on the Sven. Onslaught continuing forward. Hara is the first one to die. And question mark up onto the high ground. Trying to get the kill onto this Sven. Can they actually do it? But the starting storm is there. It's not that much of a whiff. It connects onto 2. The Fortune Soul BKB is going to be there. They get the kill on the question mark. Now Duck fighting off Ace. The glimpse is on top of him, and he's going to get onslaught trampled by Ikigai. IHC are putting on a clinic on how you take team fights away from your base and invasion of SG space.
What an optimistic re-engagement on the top net versus Svenzo.
Yeah.
I don't know what that was. Because they were like, oh, Sven, he has no BKB, no God Strength, let's try and kill him. It's still a beefy boy who was at the point 2k HP, and you're trying to kill him with Dragon Knight, who for a second has Orchid, Blink. He's not dealing damage, right? And you're trying to kill him with Dragon Knight and Clockwork, who is a position 5 support and one of the lowest net worths in the game. What were you expecting? So Sven just turns around, didn't even go below half HP. I don't think if Mars commits there as well, they get the kill. And they had such a clean disengage, right? They get rid of the Aegis, kill Rubik, could have gone for a disengage.
Hara, they've run the reinitiation onto 11, trying to make the play happen, but the telekinesis back. They have Ace as well. If they want to go for the glimpse, they won't.
Spiky Games, they need to re-evaluate their approach and realize that they cannot take a fair fight right now into BKBs. So what they need to do is kite while the BKBs are on, and only then does Drow commit. Wouldn't mind seeing a Blink or Shadow Water's Edge on Drow.
Something just a little bit extra to keep the Drow alive. Gonna go for what appears to be a Lincoln Sphere instead, so you don't get pulverized, you don't get glimpsed. A pretty good item, actually. You also don't get storm hammered. There's a lot of stuff for you to stop, but maybe too much stuff. Ikigai with that smoke on top of the Tormentor, and it looks like it's Kishka up onto the high ground. There's a boy with him though. It's a Primal Beast, and Zhao Yu has committed to this fight. The BKB forward from 11. Oh my goodness, they keep finding M. He has no game. There's no chill on IHC. Eventually there's not going to be a tower. SG have fallen apart over these last 5 minutes, Kawaii.
How important do you think the fashion game from IHC is contributing to their success?
Because I feel like everything.
I feel like they're waiting on multiple fronts at the same time because of the fashion.
Dude, I mean, if you're gonna ball out, you gotta ball out in style. And
I have to say, like, we just saw why M thinks he needs Lincoln Sphere, but he changed his mind. That's good that he changed his mind, because if you're in a position where in a fight where Glimpse puts you in a spot where you're gonna die, you were out of position already at this point in time. You were already in a bad spot. You shouldn't have been there in the first place. I don't agree with this BKB either. I am 100% certain he has to buy Shard now, because otherwise they lose next Roshan or lose a fight and the game is just over. They're trying for something.
What? Yeah, that was such a weird blink from question mark. I think that might have been a misinput, and now Zhao Yu is just waiting on the side, waiting for that arena. Is he gonna find the angle? I'm just waiting for that blink arena. It's gonna be just the arena, no blink required. Question mark trying to get forward, but he's gonna get onslaught trampled, and they don't give a goddamn about anything besides the M. He's forced to buy back, but with no BKBs on the side of IHC, they do tier 3 towers. There are going to be buybacks coming out from SG. They need to find a team wipe. They need to get a full kill, but the glimpse onto the Dragon Knight, he's not going to be part of this equation. And Ace doing everything he can. It's a stolen spear, so you're not even going to be able to find Kishka and 11 on the side looking for that dieback. He gets it, but it will be their return kill onto 11. It's a godlike spree taken for M, and Duck finding the vision onto the Rubik. More rocket flares are coming out. That's a lot of rockets, Rubik. You got to be pretty careful about that. You might actually die to these. You get one more rocket, one more chance at life. You're at 80 HP. Where's the rocket? Is it going to find the right target? Nope. A complete whiff. Hold on a minute. They found him. He's got a haste rune, though. Is he going to be okay? Do they see the Lotus? No. It's okay.
He's gonna steal the wisdom.
He's gonna steal the wisdom. He's gonna steal the. They have a ward. They're gonna see it. He's gonna steal it. M finds him. He knows that the plank was down. Force staff. They catch him with the glimpse, but he's got a force staff of his own. Oh no, his blink is gonna come off cooldown. This is a nice play. The spear back. He's gonna get out in style. Oh my goodness.
I said to you, right? Like, I don't think that losing SE was such a big problem, because they are in a better spot. SE is in a better spot. Everyone is happy. And IHC, they are showing up big time in this one. Draw Ranger is also coming to BKB. So her play right now is BKB and run away from big guys who are glowing gold and wait out their BKBs. He's essentially only buying it because the enemy bought it and they're running at her, which is I think it's okay play. I do still feel...
Hawaii, this game at 10 minutes was 90% in favor of SG for winning the game.
Ooh. I mean, Gaben is...
Gaben is smoking something today.
Yeah, Gaben Plus is kind of...
Yeah. Apologies for cutting you off, though. What was the actually very important thing you were going to say?
I feel like this Draft Ranger with BKB, I don't think it's changing much in the equation currently. The mass is still the same. If she gets pulverized then jumped in by Ikigai, or if she gets a stun from Sven, she's just simply dead. Ace also kills Hara while still being smoked up. How does that happen? Oh, glimpse damage, okay.
Glimpse. I think it was Thunderstrike, actually.
Or maybe Thunderstrike damage, yeah.
Something like that. It was damage from a spell, didn't break the smoke, but I don't think that really matters as IHC. They're gonna knock on this tower, and even pop the God Strength as well. Those Spiderlings gonna eat a lot of the creep damage. And they got the BKB used from Zhao Yu. He goes forward. It's kind of a zoning arena of blood, but it's arena of failure. More like a beautiful hookshot onto 3, stunning 3 heroes, but again, Duck is dead. I don't know how 4 people are dead on the side of SG. I mean, I was sleeping at the wheel. SG was sleeping at the wheel. This is game over, Kawaii. They're just gonna hit these tier 4 towers. Oh, hold on a minute. No, we're you know, there is backdoor protection. They don't have creeps yet. We gotta wait a couple seconds. Just give it some time for the creeps to come in, for the backdoor protection to end. Yeah, we're just... Okay, there we go. Backdoor protection's over. This is basically game over, Kawaii. The creeps are in the base. They're taking this bottom racks. Now they're going to go mid. This middle tower, tier 3 tower is starting to fall. Yeah, buyback on 2 heroes on the side of SG, but not M. M is not any hero with the buyback. And, I mean, question mark has arrived, but he's going to get pulling forward, pulverize onto this guy. You think that Dragon Knight is tanky. He's going to have to pop the BKB, turn around the nice amount of damage coming out from the tier 4s onto Ikigai. The spear is not going to connect because of the fast BKB coming out from 11, and of course the right-click damage coming through onto Zhao Yu will be more than enough to get the kill, but the turnaround play, do they have a stun? The Static Storm completely whiffs. Ace, no amount of cosmetics will be able to return that from your memory, and now IHC pushing forward onto this top tier 3 tower. 15 seconds left until M is back. No BKBs really on the side of IHC. I mean, the one buyback, or the one BKB on the Fortune Soul trying to come in, but the damage is there. Q, question mark, he is dead for 100 seconds. No buyback on him. M is back now, but he's back to a base that is ravaged. It's like coming home from work and just seeing that the kids have ruined the house. You just have more work to do.
It's like this scene from Community, right? You step outside for a second, you come back and everything is burning. And they're gonna call it. They're tired of this game, and I have to agree with them. I don't think there's any way back into this. Even though they do get a kill on Primal Beast, Haro did blow up Primal for almost 1400 gold, but at this point it doesn't matter. I will hark on this point that it was a misitemization by Drow Ranger. I think she identified the problem being Glimpse. Her solution was, well, I'm gonna tank it by having BKB, and I'm gonna eat it still. While, in my opinion, her solution should have been, I'm gonna be so far away from you guys, your Glimpse is not gonna matter. I'm gonna be outside of the fight every single time, and I'm only gonna commit once I see BKBs wear off. And that is a completely different approach, of course, to maybe what he was hoping to achieve. But the end result is still the same. Spiky Gaming loses this game, and it was a really convincing showing here by IHC.
Yeah, IHC just put on the gas and they didn't stop. And I mean, 11, 13, 3, and 13 on this Broodmother. There was actually no answer. It was the last pick. What was it, Mars as the counter to the Brood? It didn't do anything, actually. So, Spiky Gaming, you can't have 2 outdrafts in a row. It's just a rule of Dota. It's not possible. They're gonna have to go back to the drawing board, figure out a strategy. Maybe do a little bit more research going into IHC. Maybe not let the Broodmother in, but. That was a convincing game 1, and game 2 is going to be here just around the corner. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Pushing the high ground has gone horribly, horribly wrong.
Their kryptonite, the high ground.
But Malrine, he wants to play aggressive. Arrow will miss.
Rolling Thunder.
Chuen denied regeneration rune.
Still on this Razor with a lot of damage now with Amar arriving. And that Rolling Thunder ending. Curse Crown is there. Amar with crits still going to get on top of Jokam for a double kill on your Viper. Now Ponyo, very isolated, left out on an island. Not much Akashi can do here. Level 5, 10 minutes in, so not even a defensive chrono available here for Akashi. As the Moonlight Shadow is going to allow Falcons here to close the gap onto Ponyo.
They really want that level 4 Maiden, huh?
Get it.
Big chunk of money, 221 for Malrine.
Yeah, we've seen these games, though, where some teams only get support kills, right? Just killing off a position 5 over and over again. At least Talon are finding core kills, important ones to try and buy them time to get into late game. And good attempted move by Chuen there to get to high ground, but now he's stuck on low ground, moving and turning around onto Snaking. Dragonite in, and with that breakdown on Timbersaw, tons of magic damage comes his way. WS and Jokam both fall. Amar with a double kill. And is that the Crystal Maiden trying to scurry away with a couple of hundred health? They don't see her. Instead, turning their eyes and targets onto the Faceless Void to bring him down, and a triple kill. I think at this point, Talon needs King Jenkins and his entire round table to come in on their Knights and Lancers to try and hold back the Falcons here. Viper on the front lines, holding them back as Skitter will get away from the Chakram damage. Malrine moves forward with a jump in, Rolling Thunder. There's a freezing field and Chrono there onto Malrine. They're going to get the kill on the Pango. Down he goes. 2,000 gold into the hands of Talon. And Akashi moving forward.
I think Malrine is going to buy back. I think he's going to buy back and they want to end the game.
Rage buy, let's go. I mean, Chrono's down. What else is going to stop him? Skitter still just beating at buildings. Amar, the real carry in this one, going to stand up on the front lines and hold them all back. Chuen with his BKB, trying to chase into the Viper here. Oh, dodges the Terrorizer, looks like, with the Manda style. Skitter holding the ground, but the Viper's going to fall. Talon fighting back. They get the takedown on 1, 2 cores, now a third. Aegis gone. Crit the Snaking, trying to turn back. Malrine did buy back, you're right. With the Rolling Thunder back in onto the Faceless Void. They're going to get on top of Akashi. Can he try and walk away from this? Does he have the protection? No,
that Rolling Thunder.
Far too good with the arrow over the top of it. Ponyo now in trouble as well, but WS and Chuen are still going. Snaking has that leap to get a bit of distance off Malrine and Crit. Turn back around. They've got the firepower here to bring down Chuen. Buyback's ready on the Razor. No Faceless Void and no Dark Willow now, though.
Didn't get much done in the last couple of fights.
Nice vision. Jokam, he can find the hoodwink. Oh, but hang on, that Gleipnir holds him back. Malrine breaks away from the static link, turns onto the Tiny, and the Doom is there onto the Zeus in the back lines. Akashi has to sing the song, try and buy time for the rest of the team to get away from the Doom, but look at Amar, he's going wild. He's unleashed the beast onto the Zeus, taking him down, and now the rest of the team can come and help him. Snaking with the bubble, saves the Doom, the turn on the Nagasar, and brings Akashi down to the ground, and Chantra's in trouble as well, and Falcons pummel Talon, absolutely annihilate them. Yeah, it's really a possibility right now. Gleipnir onto this Razor. Might have to BKB, a good amount of damage and control on the Weaver, pops the Aegis immediately. Sharpshooter's coming, trying to aim it in onto WS. They've lost Snaking, crit nearly falls, but Amar and Skit are going to work in the actual fight proper, killing off the Razor. Jokam, Ponyo, Akashi is now turning tail and running, but the Gleipnir once again cuts them off, holds them in place to find the 2 support kills that the Falcons will gladly take. Team Falcons, there's a tier 2 standing top, so they can't go for the full megas or anything like that. But Skitter will get himself down to low ground. Look at this Tiny. Crit gonna scurry away, but blasted by the Zeus. Good pick by Chuen. Akashi, though, the one in trouble. Naga down with buyback available. Might have to come back into the fight because WS is in serious trouble. Draining damage from Amar, but Malrine stands his ground and takes him down. The Doom and 2 supports and Falcons are gone, but Skitter and Malrine offer a lot of damage and still stay reasonably tanky. Tiny out for 50, and Chuen gonna have to try and heavenly jump back to Mount Olympus.
Malrine is zoning.
This is not where you belong, Zeus. No matter how many family members you've got, looks like they're all dead at this point. The illusions of the Dragon Knight will kill him off, and he's dead for 70 now.
Very mobile carry player.
All right, Tower finally does die. Coil onto 2 as the Axe makes his rotation over, but Quinn taking a ton of damage. Whisper gets off the Primal Split, a dead Leshrac again. Seb will be the trade for now. Now Ace on the run, Illusory Orb clips 2. Tomato even makes his way over as well as Ace trying to get the call, but not gonna find anyone. Ends up dying to Rachio with a timed, okay. Time-lapse did go off, but now the Chronosphere comes in, getting all 3 teammates in the area.
Result here with the phase. Brewmaster.
Do they have the damage? Primal split does go off. And Whisper, oh man, the Pulse Nova is ripping right through him. Still sticking around though. Gets one more stun with the Urk Panda as Tomato comes in, time dilation as well. More TPs coming in, Ace is ready, but the Chronosphere comes out. They have the damage to actually kill off the Lash. It's going to be close. Tomato has the time walk away, but they do get the kill first as BZM gets basically soloed by Ace. And now Tofu in the midst of a TP, but gets right-clicked into Oblivion. I mean, if you think of one Axe, I mean, I feel like it is Seb, though, right? Surely. Ace.
All right, here we go again.
Call comes in, dead shot, though, but the Split Earth is there to layer, and the Chop. Actually, I couldn't tell if the Chop was completely successful or not. Either way, the kill goes the way of Gaiman again. Ari now flame broken and lassoed. Looking for the call. Oh, yeah, that feels good. Can just...
It's going to do more than that, huh? I know the dead shot clipped Duracho in the end, but I'm surprised he didn't do more of a dent into Tomato there with the items that he has.
Yep, dead shot.
Ace.
Now on to Ace.
It's tanky.
Already at half HP is Tomato closing the gap. Has the Chrono, of course, will use it. The rest of his team will walk into it as they do.
Awkward.
Very poorly played there as Ace now calls, looking for a potential chop, but Tomato time walks away. And Ace was using the Bloodstone there. The coil's going to snap, and he's still very tanky, but eventually OG gets what they came for. Tomato, though, lassoed and soloed essentially by Tofu. Seb's gonna get the Nightmare Celery, takes it off instantly. Tofu making his way over as well as BZM coming to the party. Jingu is gonna connect, but the RP onto 3 heroes. Block grenade onto 3 heroes as well, even more important. Seb gets taken out first by Quinn though, glimpse out onto him. Gets another Jingu stack, but he falls in the end, 2 for 2. Lots of action early on as Duracho, basically a creep at this level of the game, showing up, tickling everyone. They're laughing their way to the farm as Tofu gets skewered by Whisper, and now Duracho tried to help his team, but he's just gonna die again. Can he deny himself on the creeps? No!
All right, that was unnecessarily rude to Duracho, because again, this is honestly, okay, hang on.
Yeah, hold your
Whisper,
horses.
Whisper has no time for...
All right, puts Ace on the cliff. Very classic stuff. And the Static Storm now applied to several heroes. You can see Quinn just trying to brush it off. He's going to get snowballed, which actually cancels the grip. And Quinn gets off his Wukong's command. Whisper getting really low, but Nightmare to save him just a little bit. Another skewer, almost clipping all of them. But the damage is enough either way for OG. Ace still stuck up there, that fat, juicy watermelon. Finally, Whisper's reign comes to an end via Duracio's right click. Somehow he does enough damage to kill something other than a creep. It's incredible, in fact, as Ace. This will take a while, but Tomato and company will claim the watermelon. Feels like it's more than that.
OG trying to beat that record in this one.
Yeah, for sure. BZM, all right. Oh my God.
Beautiful.
RP onto 3 heroes. Waveform completely misses. Ravage to follow from Ace, though, actually doing a lot of damage. They're going to be able to take out Whisper and the Bane. As you can see, 4 heroes very low for Gaming Gladiators. They try to run away. The Magnetize gets 1, make it 2. And BZM and company able to eventually clean up. It was looking a bit hairy for them, but this net worth lead is no joke. Ace stuck inside the kinetic field. Triple kill for Tomato.
Okay, he's in there.
He wants to go in
really
very
in there.
deep. My goodness, gets off the Magnetize, already at half HP. RP comes in, hitting several heroes with the skewer into the Static Storm. And the Waveform finishes them off in style. It's gonna cost them the life of the Magnus, but that is well worth it. That was a disgusting combo. As Tomato gonna farm the sniper and get the rampage in the fountain. Oh my goodness, this really does feel like a pub.
Checking out these Ancients, blocking out some camps, getting some info. Double warded, actually.
Oh, smoke on smoke here. They're going to make the jump first on towards Crit.
Nice static.
Make sure that there's no further backup to help Crit out in that initial jump.
Nisha.
Falcons might still have a chance of the fight, though, because they've got the spear connection and the Laguna. They'll burst straight through Nisha and through Boxy. 33 is sort of left on his own here. Trapped in the arena. He'll try and run away from this ult. But there's a missile heading his way. Snaking and Skeeter slowly running him down. He's very likely to be going out as well. Double kills for Skeeter.
And Myrene is going full spellcaster, so the rest of his team is a lot of physical. He's all that magic.
Mickey. They're going to get the jump on him. They try for the Spirit of the Light Strike. The combo's not quite clean enough. He's still able to step away. But the Yules, is anything else left to play with? There's still an arena. And Mars got the catch. It doesn't matter that they don't hit the initial combo. They get the 2 kills at the end of it all. In the mid, Boxy and Isha. They're trying for snaking.
He's tanky.
He's getting the heals off. He's walking away. They can't finish him. Nisha's got to be careful with the way that he gets out of this. Boxy, he doesn't really have a whole lot of options. He's got the snowball, but the Yules is there, and Mars got the catch. It's going to be another pick here for Falcons.
Good Lord. This is brutal to watch. Skeeter's actually leaving.
They do have the number advantage. They're going to have to set up on him. He has got the Aegis. Let's see if they can get through him to twice, maybe even not the once. But the damage is not quite there.
They got crit.
Skeeter's able to step away. They'll jump in with the Waning Rift. They have got Mickey in with the God Strength. So they've taken out Skeeter the once. Mickey is going to try and deal with snaking off to the side. They'll ignore Skeeter for now. He'll get the flat cannon off, but they will kill him.
It could be, I feel like, but perhaps just the power of Luna being a really strong hero, and same thing with Zeus, and especially that timing that you provide globally. To see.
See if we get a bit of first blood action here. Falcons trying to get the setup in with the disruption into the Light Strike array on towards Boxy. And the Fairy Fire's there, but they'll still get him first. First blood goes towards Skeeter. Liquid in return will manage to take down Snaking, and they'll also take out Skeeter. So they'll get the 2 kills in return for this Liquid.
Still will have that Thunder Gods, of course.
Insania should be pretty dead here. Disruption into the arrow, the burst of the Laguna Blade, and Dragon Slave will take him out. Mickey considering helping Nisha out as Nisha. They're trying to get in on top of the Zeus. Mickey trading back at them to try and dissuade them from committing in to get the kill. It won't stop them. They take down Nisha.
Is under attack.
Bring in the numbers. I think he just hit 6 to get the purge right after the kill.
Amar with the rest of this Moonlight Shadow as well, considering the setup onto Mickey.
His boat is up in 1 second.
He's got the X mark. Is there any help for Mickey coming in? There's 4 heroes of Falcons going in for the Luna kill. The Light Strike lands. They take down another big kill here. Falcons with a solid punch back.
Radiant are
Moonlight Shadow kicks back in, but the sentry's down. Liquid are prepared. TP backup will be coming in for Skeeter. Crit turns up. Immediately going to get doomed there from 33 as 33 takes Crit out of the fight. Amar, he'll drop the boat combo, but Skeeter's gone down the once. Malorine, Light Striker Ray, the full combo dropped over towards Nisha. He burst through the Zeus. Mickey, though, he's punching heavily into Skeeter.
Oh, he died.
Skeeter's out. 33 is kind of cleaning up. He's in on a Snake King. Snake King cannot stand his ground against the Doom. Double kill for 33. The fight's Liquid.
A couple heroes still getting low. Poisons the rum.
Get 33, can they get Insane as well? I mean, X-Mark is up. He's not got any heal for a few seconds. Arian's starting to fall low on the mana. He's got enough for the light strike. The heals are out. Insane is walking away, but the Tidebringer angle's there from Amar.
There's that Radiance. They didn't proc the Reincarnation, and there is a Static Storm on cooldown for 60 seconds. Marine.
Amar teasing around with the setup onto Mickey, but the Doom's going to get dropped here for 33. Defensive Disruption comes out from Snake King, and they're still trying to focus down the Kunkka. 33 will stay on top of him, but it has led to the split where Mickey's been left on his own almost. He's just gone. He's out of the fight. The backlines are falling, but Skeeter's ready for round 2. He'll turn towards 33 with the Rave Fire Blast. Crit and Snake poking in from the side, but Nisha, he's dished out his entire mana pool of damage, and it's too much for the Wraith King to live through. As Skeeter goes down, Liquid, they've found 3. Can they find more? Crit, he'll go down. They'll get themselves a 4th kill out of this one, Liquid.
Again, they're not able to find his backline, which I figured Liquid could.
Well, maybe
it's
now.
just not presenting itself.
Maybe now, though, John. Boxy's making his move up. They want to try and find her against Arteezy, but the Orca does make it kind of hard. Still, he'll go for a snowball, hitting 3 targets with the stun out. Arteezy, he's got the Aegis up, so he's going to keep manning up.
We
here
are
up
back
against Team
for
Liquid,
what could be
but
the last game of today, or could be a start of a full-on best-of-3 series between IHC and Spiky Gaming. After a convincing Game 2 and Game 3 against Execration, they have faltered slightly, and they're back to the basic with Marcy and Disruptor in the second phase. This is Kobold Race 2, this is Kawaii Sox with Mr. Plate, and we're going to be watching some Dota. What do you think of Disruptor in the second phase?
You know, I've seen this before from the Spiky Gaming playbook. It's you lose game 1 real bad, and then you win game 2 pretty good, and then you outdraft your opponent's game 3. So I think this is just a part of the Spiky Gaming, you know, ethos, where you just get into your opponent's heads, and you're like, oh no, we're weak. We're so much weaker. And then you just hit them with the backhand.
So creating a sense of false security in your opponent? Oh, yeah. I have teammates like that, but sometimes they overdo it slightly.
Oh, do they?
Yeah. Yeah, but
well, I mean, you have the Tusk to save against Glimpse is pretty good, and of course, you know, it's a lot of burst damage as well. Have the Luna on top of that. It's looking like a pretty strong IHC start. I think the lanes are good, and the Spiky Gaming are gonna have to answer somehow. Kawaii, what do you think about the draft so far?
I'm enjoying it. I'm liking it. I think that Luna, I'm not a fan of the hero, but I've been convinced otherwise many times. And yeah, like, as I was about to say, I feel like Gyro is just a better Luna, even without Io. And he's going to have Marcy, which is almost as good, because Marcy gives Gyro an earlier lifesteal and some acceleration during the laning stage, and makes him quote-unquote unkillable. And you can play this up to 4. So I'm already on the Spiky Gaming train. I train myself because I don't know, like this Luna, unless she gets an amazing start and takes over the map, this hero feels
Really not a big Luna enjoyer, are you, huh?
Not at all. Like, she's a high contact hero that doesn't have the abilities that supports high contact playstyle. I know the chart is really good, but chart maybe I'm underestimating it. I'm probably underestimating it, but all in all, not a big fan.
Well, we can hum and haw about how good Luna Shard is, but I think ultimately IHC here looking to close this game out in 2. They want a full sweep. They want to rack up those points, and I think for both teams, mid laners are going to be a bit of a rarity here, a commodity that will be singled out.
remain.
As a puck, I mean, we're going to be seeing 4 mid heroes get banned out on top of the Pangolier that's been banned out already. The Timbersaw again, another hero, a mid hero. Kunkka again, another mid hero. Razor's a possible mid hero, depending on how frisky you want to be. So, not a lot of mids to choose from nowadays. Or I guess in this scenario, and IHC are going to double back for that ban on the Dark Seer, making sure that they don't have to run into Luna illusions hitting into their own team, which would be very annoying.
Is there a possibility of Marcy being a core? And they somehow squeeze in a position 4 Terrorblade? Because that could be cool, but probably a bad idea. But it would be jank, and we love jank.
That would be
here.
jank. Yeah, we love jank. I cast with Crash sometimes, and also just these jank lineups with him, and he shuts them down immediately. He doesn't let me live in the jank. Position 4 Terrorblade though, that would be some good stuff right there. That's what we're here for.
But realistically speaking, they need an offlaner and an egg beater.
Yeah. Well, yeah,
probably.
Mercy for that kind of, unleash can do a pretty good job.
Actually, yeah, I agree. It's always good to have like multiple heroes, but you also have Gyro who can hit the egg and while hitting everybody else. Maybe they can be okay. So a Luna counter, then it's gonna be Luna Tusk lane, or it's gonna be Luna Phoenix lane. I bet it's gonna be Luna Tusk. Yeah.
Yeah. So what are the Luna counters that are still available? Slardar is one of them.
I like it. I it's cohesive.
It's
I
not
like
a counter, but it's good.
Yeah. I think Blink Shard here just set up a Gyro Unleash so well. As in, like, Flat Cannon hitting multiple targets, all under the corrosive haze. It's probably going to be a couple of heroes that they are really tanky on IHC so far. And they still haven't revealed their mid lane that is going to go against Dragon Knight. And if they play Dazzle, this is like a really, really good Dazzle game.
For IHC?
Yeah. Because it shuts down Dragon Knight. And later on, because Spiky Gaming are all about burst, right? They want to jump to Luna and burst her down. Dazzle just doesn't show until like they jump Luna, goes out, grapes Luna, and over the course of like the great duration, I think Luna just kills a target. And then she gets healed up by the shallow grave, and then kills another target, and then there is another shallow grave. A really like well played Dazzle here. It's gonna be hard to stick to him unless Slardar jumps him. But if Slardar is jumping Dazzle, then he doesn't jump Luna, and then Luna can go in and kill somebody. So it's creating multiple fronts for the enemies that they need to address at the same time. Whereas Spiky Gaming, they're all about this commitment to target, and it's also really good for lane against DK. I don't think DK is melee survives against that.
Well, there's this Dazzle option for IHC. They are burning a lot of time, so they're thinking pretty indecisively about what they want to pick up here. But with only 5 seconds left on the clock, they're gonna have to go with something. They make the decision. It'll be Templar Assassin instead.
A completely different approach.
Yeah.
Still presenting multiple targets, multiple fires to put out, but they are making it so that it's multiple threats. Simultaneously.
I feel like Templar Assassin and Luna are kind of like the same thing a little bit, though.
Yeah, like who's gonna be farming stacks and who's gonna be creating space, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't. It's kind of like you're doing this same thing twice. Like they're both quote unquote ranged heroes, but the range is abysmal. That flash farm. I guess IHC are just looking to like get a really big, overwhelming item timing over Spiky Gaming at like the 25 to 30 minute mark. Have like 1 or 2 items more than the enemy cores, and then just run over the game. But if that payoff doesn't work, I feel like Spiky Gaming have the tools to to make a comeback here, especially with the Unleashed Corrosive Haze damage.
IHC's draft presupposes ideal execution, is how I'm
Yeah.
gonna put it. Well, Spiky Gaming, their margin for error is pretty high. If somebody gets jump, oh, it's actually going to slaughter mid as well, so
Yeah.
that is kind of cool. If somebody gets jumped, they can still turn around, and that is talking about a draft with Disruptor, because that I've been touting that it's a draft that needs to attack, attack, attack. I think that because the IHC draft is so one-dimensional, you can actually play Spiky Gaming's draft in a defensive manner. Even if Disruptor dies, it doesn't matter, because that means either Templar Assassin or Luna have committed for a kill, and at this point you can turn around, and you have tools for that. I like Spiky Gaming's draft quite a bit better.
Well, we've seen this. We've seen them do this before. We have seen them lose game 1 pretty bad, and then come back in game 2, make a play happen, and very possible that we will be seeing that again. I mean, they have a pretty neat draft, all things considered. They have. I feel like their team fighting has layers, right? You have question mark, or front and center, and then you have to get to M, and behind M is going to be a Dragon Knight. Like, these are 3 really tanky heroes that you kind of have to just burn through. And IHC, while they do have damage, I don't know if it's enough burst damage necessarily to get through the layers that SG are offering in these fights. I think if you're IHC, you can't start a fight front to back. You have to do it either back to front or start it from the middle. Like, find the target that's in the middle, find that gyrocopter, find that disruptor, get that pick off, and then continue on forward. But
30 seconds
we'll have to see if IHC can translate the amount of flash farming potential that their team has, which is quite a lot, and translate that into a victory here.
Yeah, that could be the case. I'm still trying to figure out, like, it's gonna be Ikigai on TA laning against Slaughter and mid. He's not gonna have a good time, is he?
Mishka walking up. Oh, catches 3 heroes. It's a stomp on the question, but it's a turnaround play. 4 heroes hit with the flag cannon, pumping in the damage and throwing Kishka back. He does have a bug grenade. The Thunderstrike doing quite a bit of damage to 11. Gonna start to go forward. But it's the first blood on the side of IHC. I don't know who got it. It looked like it was Luna.
It was indeed Fortune Soul. And they're not even gonna get... actually, they're gonna get 1 extra bounty rune off the back of that. And also get the resources on the enemy team pretty low. So all in all, it's unfortunate. But at the same time, I think they're perfectly fine with it on Spiky Gaming. It looked like it could be a lot worse at some point, but Slaughter is really, really tanky.
Yeah, he is, and he's beating in right into the Templar Assassin to begin with. This is kind of one of those situations where Templar doesn't do the best. Not until you get a couple of levels. Sideblades will be able to start harassing the Slaughter for free, though. With Kawaii, which is the critical lane in this game, too.
I feel like any lane with Slaughter is usually the critical one, but this is the mid Slaughter, so it's a bit different, right? Usually Slaughter is a hero that creates plays, and he can do that for the mid lane, but as a mid laner, you kind of want to have this extra item before you go for a Blink Dagger. Something like, well, in this game, maybe an Echo Saber, maybe even an armlet, wouldn't mind it just for the armor aspect of it. Helm Iron Will is so good. But he might be going Blink first item. We don't know quite yet. That could be a possibility. That could be an interesting lane as well. Bottom lane is Dragon Knight. I mean, it's the most kind of boring hero in the game.
He's one of them.
Yeah, just standing there, hitting things, and being hit in return, not feeling it, but hitting in a manner that doesn't make the enemy feel anything. Hara is under some pressure, though, and might be going down, actually.
Nah, I don't know if there's enough burn damage here. You'd have to alley-oop that last fire... what is it? Fire Spirit? Yep, that's what it's called. But again, it's a DK. You get 2 bracers on this hero, you can sit in lane for literally as long as you want. Like... I'm glad that DK is part of the meta, I think it's a pretty, like, it's a good hero, right? If you're new to Dota and you're watching this tournament, like, man, what's a good hero for me to play? This Dragon Knight hero is a perfect one for you. Big reason why I like seeing it. And again, I feel like it's just a pretty decent hero to begin with. The Dragon Blood, you get a lot of armor, pretty tanky, can provide a lot of damage, and overall be a corner pin of your draft. But the lane is the most boring thing to watch I think I've ever seen in my life. It's just nothing happens.
I'm surprised that Templar Assassin is doing so well against Slaughter, though. I feel like it's a matchup where Slaughter just runs at you, and maybe not necessarily kills you, but just messes with you so much. Oh, nice glyph here by Ikigai, open up for a pretty interesting play. Can he actually commit to it? Looks like he will be trying to, but it's costing him.
Yeah, and question mark, gonna get that bash shot onto the Templar Assassin Melt Strike. With the refraction damage, not gonna be enough, a huge amount of damage actually from the side blades. Slaughter has to get the bounty rune leave. We'll only miss a range creep for that.
I feel like Slaughter is misplaying this slightly. He's allowing himself to be Psy-bladed, and it's actually making Templar Assassin deal more damage. Because the way Psy-blades work, oh, he's in trouble. Kishka is here.
He's in a lot of trouble. Oh, no, there's a, oh, no, it's not trouble. They're just trying to get the rune.
Okay.
I think you could have, they easily go for the kill mid. I don't know why you don't. You just snowball ice shards on top of him. He dies, and 11, he's going to get right-clicked down by the rocket barrage. He's going to be fine, though.
Returning to my point, I think Slaughter is allowing Templar Assassin to get too many Psy-blades in. If he sits on top of her, and they just man-fight, at some point he starts winning, because he has Guardian Sprint with extra armor and regeneration, and he also has multiple bashes. But if he eats Psy-blades, the damage is calculated off the armor of creeps, and creeps have almost zero armor, and the fact that Slaughter has 7 doesn't help him at all. So that result is kind of misery for him. Kishka is on trouble top lane, though.
Kishka, I mean, how often do we see Kishka just kind of play with fire? And by kind of, I mean he definitely plays with fire. I think that's probably his favorite toy. Don't do that at home, by the way. It's very dangerous. And 11 gonna get thrown back. The stomp only gonna connect onto 1, but the 1 is all that is required. The flat cannon damage coming out from with the harass, and this off lane is looking very low in terms of HP, in terms of resources for the side of IHC.
Quiet game, right? Like, really quiet.
Yeah.
We were spoiled by the first game of today when it was Spiky Gaming Execration. It literally had a 12-12 score before 10-minute mark. And here is just 1 kill in 6 minutes. Kind of boring. It all started...
That was me stretching because, as you said, boring. Very low event.
Who does it favor though, do you think?
Oh, well, they're going to make the play onto Kishka. Very nice shards, forcing question mark to dive, but instead they get the glimpse set onto Ikigai, continuing forward duck. Not going to get hit with the blood grenade. You don't have a dive. Kawhi, I'm going to throw that question back to you. Who do you think this favors?
Personally, I feel like if this game continues forever, IHC take it. They have quote-unquote more carries, and they have really high scaling supports in both Phoenix and Tusk. Tusk with Aghanim's is an absolute menace when it comes to initiating, and I would naturally gravitate towards IHC. But for the laning stage, I feel like Spiky Gaming, they need to hit their timings, right? They need this Blink Dagger on DK, they need this Blink Dagger on Slaughter, or whatever his first item is going to be. And maybe they're going to try for something here? Slow.
It's so hard to find that kill onto Ikigai. 7-minute Wisdom Runes, 1 for 1.
Oh, he's been so annoying with his traps on Templar Assassin. So well played. So well played.
Templar Assassin players need need to calm down, dude. They're not that guy. I think if you're a Templar Assassin main, like this is your hero, you have to believe that you're that guy, but it annoys me, and I wanted that to be known.
Luna is farming well, though. Like, and we were saying how does they split the farm between the two? Maybe if they win both mid lane and safe lanes, they don't need to split farm. And Luna is already ready for some jungling time. Mask of Madness at 7 minutes in, 8 minutes in, which is a perfect timing.
Yep. You don't need to force yourself into an uncomfortable position, and I think IHC, they're just gonna like wait this game out a little bit, get the items going on the Templar Assassin, on the Luna, wait until they're an item ahead, maybe of SG cores, and then take a fight. But the problem is when you're going into the jungle like this, your towers are gonna start going underneath pressure, and when you have a Dragon Idol on the enemy team, it's very obvious when you're gonna push towers.
So DK is playing double brace her power treads. So Ace might be in trouble.
Yeah, he's definitely in trouble here. They have the flame breath. They don't even need it. The right click or the thunderstrike from Hara gonna get the killing blow there.
That was a really creative use of dispose. Oh, mid lane question mark should be able to disengage. It's River.
It's Slaughter.
But Marcy used dispose mid-flight on this Phoenix and prevented the Icarus dive from going further. So I don't think they needed this play in particular, but the fact that he was anticipating the Icarus dive and was ready to use it, Ace is probably going to be dying once again. Actually, Fortune Soul coming in.
Yeah, Hara looks like he might be the target here, actually. There's damage with the Blood Drain at the Fire Spirit, gonna do more than enough, and now Duck gonna be the target. Kishka with the tag team. It is a pure tag team, and the snowball forward onto the right target. Zhao Yu has arrived bottom, but he's gonna get cleaved down by 11. The axe does more than enough damage to cut Dragon Knight in half. He is either Dragon or Knight, but not both anymore.
This was so well done by Kishka though. Like his Tusk, Snowball usage, and Shard usage was on point every single time. And even the last moment, right? He sees that he needs to kill a target, understands that Snowball is going to be enough, so Snowball damage from level 1 is going to be enough. So he uses Snowball on the far target and can save now? No.
They use a glimpse mid. Ikigai in a lot of trouble. They have brought the numbers. SG, they want to get the kill onto this poor boy. The Dragon Tail as well. Hold on, there's no way. Oh, the Shard's trying to cut question mark off. Won't be able to do it. It's a nice attempt, but instead with this amplified damage from question mark continuing forward, he's going to get slowed up with the little wave forward. And Ace, he's going to get glimpsed back into an awkward spot because of the dive, but awkward. I don't think SG cares. They're going to start pushing in this middle tower.
Luna... Interesting. So Luna was in position to push the bottom lane last time I saw her, but she disengaged fully from it, and that is a macro mistakes from IHC here, because I feel like Fortune Soul should have capitalized on 5 heroes being mid lane by showing in the wave bottom, and he would do it relatively safe, get slightly more gold, and also achieve some macro objectives. But at least he's still farming, right? So he didn't join the team. He's still getting his items. He also has Yash already. So he's well ahead of everybody else where he should be. Templar Assassin, though, she is kind of falling by the wayside here. And there are no... there are some stacks to recover, but they're not, like, huge.
And you have the Jar... So, like, the thing is, again, you're double dipping, right? The Luna and the Templar Assassin, both very heavy farming heroes that want to take stacks. On the side of SG, the only person that cares about stacks is M. M will be very happy to take all the fun that he can. There's going to be that glimpse, but the snowball stage is there. And 11, again with the double edge, gets a kill onto the support, and Hara can't do anything but watch his tier 1 tower top start to fall.
Mid slaughter. As I was saying, usually you go like an intermediate item between your boots and your blink, but he went blink first almost immediately, so he wants to be super aggressive with Marcy. Maybe that is a possibility, but right now it does feel like they're lacking damage to finish off kills quickly and cleanly. I mean, they can still kill people, of course, but it's not like a precision attack where you jump and you're done in 2 seconds. No TP saves possible.
And IHC, I mean, they're just going to play the long game a little bit. It's a smoke coming from SG, maybe diving a tier 1 tower top, and they definitely will dive a tier 1 tower top. This question mark starting to take this damage coming out from the tower. Pump, 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 pump. Not going to be enough. And Duck, I don't know what you're really doing there, Home Slice, but you're going to want to reevaluate. The blink used onto the Dragon Knight. You do have Hara with the glimpse if he wants to stop the aggression forward.
Fortune, Soul, and Gyro neck and neck. I don't know what the Marcia was trying to do there. I agree with you. She went in too far. But that mostly comes down to the fact that they do not have the damage currently needed on Slaughter as well as Dragon Knight. Both of them have blinks. Most of them want to attack. But look at the beefy boys who are being shown, right? It's always 11 and Tusk on the front lines. And you're not killing those.
You might be killing this Dragon Knight who's alone. It's a smoke play. It's a reverse smoke play from SG. They blink forward onto Dragon Knight, but Zhao Yu, he goes forward, and I think at that point you know something's up. Stampede going to be used. Try to TP out from the Tusk, but instead snowball onto the low ground. The glimpse back up onto the high, and following the homing missile. It is a homing missile that will eventually.
Do they back him up? Arteezy's in the middle of nowhere right now, and the answer is just no. They could not get there in time to help out the CK. And so Team Liquid, they will be gifted a very important couple of kills, as it seems like even Saberlight now going to get caught, but does have the primal split, so he'll pop that. Still looking for a target. Smoke will be broken. 33 though misses the initial stun, and now Thealacor looking to try and turn this one around. Will start to move in along with Saberlight. They found Mickey first. The Luna, she's the big target. Already being targeted though. Saberlight needs to get back together. He just took way too much damage. He's got no primal split left. Saberlight still running. Nisha unable to finish the job, and now 33. He found a 4-man stun. Oh, what a setup from 33. You missed the first one, but there was no way in hell he was missing the second. Arteezy's been caught to boot. On the high ground, still trying to survive, but the chase is continuing. Can he make it out? The answer is no. An ultra kill for Mickey.
If you can kind of isolate him away from the saves of Boxy as well. But it's easier said than done.
Easy. Caught out. Shards will lock him down for a second, but not for long enough. They do not want to dive that deep. They've got to be a little bit wary as well against the sniper. Going into that high ground attempt. There's a jump in from Saberlight. He's found 4 targets with that thunderclap. He'll go for the split as well, but all his brewlings are just melting. Saberlight is gone. Saberlight just absolutely annihilated by Team Liquid. He can't jump in on his own like that. It's just too easy.
Yeah, that wasn't the initiation the Shopify needed. It looked like a good opportunity. Arturo was a little bit too far. I think if they manage to get the follow-up from the CK as well, maybe that goes a little bit differently. But now the high ground feels a lot comfier for the side of Liquid without worrying about that big team fight split.
Okay, still taking a fair bit of damage here, but they are going to make the jump in with the Eclipse off the back of Boxy. They've got Yopaj and Kidrak. Thealacor will follow very, very soon by the looks of it. A double kill for Mickey. They'll rush there immediately. In fact, Team Liquid, they're going to try and hold the high ground of the Dire base and just use it against them. Thealacor's coming back in, but it's a perfect setup here from Team Liquid. They've already found the Rubik. They're in a bit of a tight position, but it won't matter. Nobody's dying from Team Liquid. They're all just surviving, or are they? Boxy, he's getting a little bit lower. They will at least find the Tusk, but it's already cost them too many, I think. They go again. Arteezy's still trying, does find 33. In fact, does take down the Slaughter, but will die to Mickey. Yopaj also dying as well. GG is called. They've seen enough.
25 seconds without collapse. The Hex there. And the swap here. They're going to try and go aggressively onto BZM. They swap him back under the tier 4s, but steps in with the disruption. Yatoro able to burn through with the majority of the mana here from Tomato, and Yatoro is considering his next target.
And has found himself in the middle of a bunch of heroes. He will die. It's a double kill for 11. Double kill for Hara. SG take a fight without the Dragon Knight, and they pay for it. No, actually, SG take a fight without the Dragon Knight and they pay for it.
The initiation was botched because Glimpse into Static Storm Kinetic Field failed. Temple Assassin had refraction on, so she could blink out after the fact. And that was the crucial part. In a good position, she managed to survive through the Slaughter initiation on and onslaught, and then they turned around. Fortune Soul joining his teammates so quickly is also commendable, making sure that they get as much as they can out of this by killing 4. And DK, what is he farming? He is farming for a Manta style, so it's not like he was farming for an aggressive item, it's just farming for a farming item. At this point, does feel slightly off the mark. 11, top lane.
Yeah, there's gonna be the crush because the stun won't last not long enough time, and Centaur Warrunner is just gonna try to chase down Hara. But my friend, when there's a Slaughter beating India, you are not faster than that boy, I'll tell you that much. And that is a dominating spree for 11, or from 11 onto Marcy.
This is I have to say, I think Marcy shouldn't have used the spell like that. Usually I'm all for, you know, whoever gets the kill, it doesn't matter. And this game in particular, Starter needs his BKB ASAP, because he has to deal with so many annoying things, right? Loosened beams just preventing him from hitting, stuns from Centaur, snowballs from Tusk. All of those are extremely annoying, and the most annoying part is probably the traps from Templar Assassin that prevent him from sticking to his targets. And he needs to be on top of his targets to deal damage and be effective. So it was an unnecessary stun from Marcy that delayed the BKB on Slaughter by roughly a minute.
I mean, yeah, each minute counts at this part of the game. Kawaii, I mean, Fortune Soul, he's only maybe 1 minute away from BKB.
Got it.
If that. He's like so close to it. And once he gets BKB, it's going to be a big issue. Templar Assassin going to stop by for the Desolator, so he wants to amplify the magic damage, or the physical damage coming out from Fortune Soul, probably. And Kishka's here. They find Hara. Hara does have the glimpse if he wants to use it, but again, the right click from Fortune Soul, more than enough to get that kill.
Stampede, bottom lane, A11, just uses it to disengage. Doesn't want to die for free,
Yeah.
won't die.
No. And the Disruptor dies. They have Kishka on this side. He will find Duck, or maybe Duck finds him. Snowball is going to get used, and everybody TPs in. They're going to try to make this play happen. It is going to be the Gyrocopter. He's going to be the target. The Tusk dies for his sins, but the Gyrocopter again going to be the target here. They blink forward with everybody that they can. The Eclipse is going to be there, and that is more than enough damage. The egg is popped as well. This Dragon Knight has to hit the tail and run, but Ace with that egg living through the engagement as well. It's just the Tusk dying, but SG, I think they stuck around with nothing left.
And it's not like Tusk made a mistake, because he had the option of blinking out of Snowball immediately to save his life, but he opted for aggression, like he opted for an aggressive play, and it paid off greatly, because they took the bait. They were like, oh, Tusk, free Tusk, we can take him. But the end result is they get jumped onto by Centaur and get stomped on, and then TA joins, and Luna is dealing way too much damage. And she has BKB now going for a Phylactery into Kanda, so she's going to be extra tanky.
It's just a matter of building up the stats, building up the damage, building up the items that you need, and SG are going to try to build momentum with this smoke play here. It is going to be Ikigai. I mean, they have a ward, I think. How did they know that he was there? Did they just see him?
Maybe they felt, that he's going there. I don't know. That was an interesting one. But it is giving away Roshan for Spiky Gaming. And that's a big one, because usually with a Templar Assassin lineup, you're the one who is supposed to take Roshan. Maybe not supposed to, but like the hero is actually balanced around Rosh potential as well. So it's a tier 2 for Roshan trade. Fortune Soul squeezes the most out of the station he was put in. But all in all, it's definitely a station that favors Spiky Gaming slightly.
Kishka is gonna die as well. But the net worth lead grows, and we haven't talked about this at all, but the Luna 5,000 gold ahead of the Gyrocopter.
She's still a single target with the most damage. Like, the idea of the draft was that we have both TA and Luna, who is going to be the problem. But right now, only Luna is actually the problem. So Slardar has a clear target to jump on and keep stun locked with Bash of the Deep. With high enough attack speed, and Slardar has decent attack speed, he can basically have an uptime of about 30-40% of bashes while he has his BKB, because he's tanky enough for that. He has armor from Guardian Sprint, etc, etc. So with that in mind, I wouldn't mind if Luna actually joins the fight for a little bit while Ikigai was kind of chilling and farming. But because he needs BKB himself.
Oh, there's gonna be a blink here. They're gonna try to find that pick off onto the Slardar. The burst damage is more than enough. They have the static storm. I think it's really for nothing. Hara, there's a nice play coming out for Fortune Soul. It's a double kill for him. And exactly as you said, they bring Fortune Soul in to get the fight happening. It's a double kill. This middle tower is going to start to fall here now as SG... I mean, they're starting to fall apart a little bit, Kawaii.
Yeah, IHC looking really strong here. I think they're doing a lot of things correctly, but there are still weaknesses. There are still weaknesses to exploit. As long as Spiky Gaming are S5 and don't go for a fight S3, like they are trying to currently, they were trying to currently, they should be in a position where they still have like 3 fights left to make a comeback. Oh, smoke revealed immediately.
Yeah,
but they need to bait
it out. A question mark heading out onto the Centaur. It's a BKB usage and a huge call down. Ace dies immediately. The snowball trying to save it up as much as he can. Onto the side, they get the kill onto the Slardar, and now the glimpse, but it's the BKB from the Luna. Won't be able to do anything. These illusions are pumping out the damage. The blink forward from Ikigai going to be more than enough to get the escape, and SG win a pretty convincing team fight there.
That was really well done. They caught the enemy on the low ground, and even though they were shard blocked, I think something prevented the... I'm not sure what that was, honestly, because I don't think Static Storm was used last fight, but something prevented Phoenix from using his level 2 Supernova. And
I actually think the Phoenix just didn't use it.
Didn't want to? Why?
I guess he just didn't want to die like immediately. Might have felt it might have been that the Marcy was unleashed on top of him, so it was like you use it and then you're just like.
But it's level 2 already, so you don't die to a single onslaught.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I know from what I saw. Now I could be wrong because I have literally said things that haven't happened before when I cast. So it's just possible that I didn't see it correctly. I thought for sure that he had to play. It could have also been that he was focusing with the Sunray, trying to heal the targets that were getting gone on. He has shard as well. Oh, question mark.
I think it was a beautiful shard block by Tusk. It felt like a position where IHC could technically and theoretically at least turn around, use all their spells, and maybe.
Oh, they found it. They found question mark. He's gonna have to pop the PKB, but he gets caught. He's caught in the middle of just the absolute worst place. They get the Yield Scepter onto Gyrocopter. He's got the Aegis of Immortality for another 50 seconds. He glimpses back the Tusk. Kishka dies. It's almost like they just didn't commit for that. The moment the BKB was popped, but I felt like they could have gotten the kill because you couldn't get out of there.
They also couldn't get in at the same time. That was a bit hard. Luna, limited range, doesn't have Dragonlance. Does have Grove Bow, but it's not helpful enough, I guess. Templar Assassin.
Maybe you could have just like walked in with the Luna Eclipse and then BKB TP out anyway.
Probably, since you know, like Slardar has the BKB piercing stun, but
yeah,
well,
you can't do it.
You're killing him. Yeah.
Yeah, he can't kill you. I think that was a missed opportunity there, Kawaii.
I agree, and it's given a lot of room for recovery for Spiky Gaming, because currently Dragonite, I do believe that Black Dragon form is flying to him right now, and it's gonna be so annoying to deal with, especially on multiple range heroes that wants to, you know, stay on target and be safe. retaining most of their mobility. But this Black Dragon, it's scary not because it's big or like it has. Oh, nice. Yeah, they're gonna kill Marcy. It's scary mostly because it just slows you so much and makes fight really easy for the enemy in terms of vision advantage and movement speed advantage. And movement speed is really important in the later portions of the game.
Why would you? I've shared this idea before. Oh, hold on a minute. I've shared this idea before as well. Gyrocopter, he's gonna be the target of a lot of spells. Doesn't actually have the BKB. He melts immediately. It wasn't even close. Unfortunately, Soul is gonna walk up this tier 3 tower with the BKB as well. We know what happens, my friend, when you lose the tower. When there's a Luna on the other side, he's got the Manta style prep primed, ready to go. It's like hitting a home run in baseball. Look at these glaives start to bounce, and with the cosmetic it looks very pretty, but not going to be the play there. And question mark has to blink down onto the low ground. What do IHC want to do? They know that there's no M for another 30 seconds. The glaives again bouncing all around, but the Black Dragon Knight illusion's going to push out, going to kill this wave pretty handedly, and I think IHC going to back up after that one.
I think they felt like there was buyback on Gyro, and you really don't want to be caught off guard with your pants down against Disruptor with BKB on cooldown. Technically, you can use Manta style to disengage and dodge Glimpse, but it's unreliable. It's hard to do, especially on varying ping, because they're playing Singapore server sometimes. Sometimes they are playing China server, and because of it, you can't just do it reliably with their 0.1 iframes. So they decided to play it safe, get the butterfly ready for Luna. Now she is impervious, mostly, to this Gyrocopter, who also has butterfly, but does not have BKB, and it does feel like it's a bit of a problem.
Oh, mid, they found an angle onto this poor Slaughter. He cannot really afford to die again, but he's going to have to figure out a way to do so. One more right click, oh, two more right clicks, sorry, my apologies. Kishka will actually get the kill with the Walrus kick.
What did he kick?
I think he just kicked a creep.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Because you hit anything that it lands on, right? Like.
Yeah, it's actually dealing damage. I did not know that.
You didn't know that?
No.
Yeah, Walrus kick the landing area. If you kick something where the person lands, does damage as well.
That was beautifully done. That was Kishka is fitting in like a glove here in the IHC squad, and I love him here. Like this stats play, absolutely beautiful. Just generally playing all the games today were really great from him.
And we're seeing these racks. They're gonna get melted down again. It's the Luna play, but the hard part is getting out. And the two-man crush is a great way to start with the glimpse out onto 11. Not the kind of guy you really want to put back, but that Lotus Orb is going to be there to get the Static Storm onto 2. But that Fortune Soul with the Eclipse running through the whole team. The Shard is going, the Glaives are bouncing. It's the damage that is completely melting everybody on the side of SG, and Fortune Soul with the Manta Style trying to get the punk damage up. But Ikigai, he's going to have to turn. He's going to have to fight, and of course he will. He's not even afraid of dying. It is just all but over at this point. I mean, again, it's just IHC eking out these sort of fighting victories, and Fortune Soul is 1,000 gold ahead of Dragon Knight.
This is
10,000, sorry, not 1,000. That would have been nothing.
He does have 5k in his pocket.
He does.
So it's not all net worth being utilized fully at this point in time, but he is absolutely massive. He's just riding forward, killing everything, and making Luna look really, really great. Approaching the Satanic as well, so will be even more unkillable than he is. And I just double checked to Kishka did play in Lil Gun with some of the guys here, right? He played with 11 and 8 at the very least. Maybe even Fortune Soul, but I'm not sure. Like I think Fortune Soul didn't.
That's the thing about a lot of these guys, right? Like you're jumping teams all the time. You're playing with different people. You're trying to figure out what works. There's a very strong chance that all of these players have at some point even partied up with each other.
Yeah.
So
Spiky
whether
is now in V, right? Fortune Soul is kind of a new addition here.
Yeah. I am not too familiar with the history of SG or IHC, but I am familiar with the history of Roshan, and the Gremlin has to live with the fact that his precious Aegis of Immortality is taken away from him time and time again. And Stampede used, they want to find the pick off onto a Slaughter, but it is a Slaughter at the end of the day. This Guardian sprint does mean that you don't just sprint, you slither.
That was a really creative usage of Centaur Ultimate.
I think they might have assumed that there were more heroes, right? Like, not everybody can, runs at max movement speed.
But I feel like they were smoked. Did they see them on the trap or something?
They definitely, I think they did see them on a trap. That would be very likely, I think. But again, the creeps, 18,000 gold lead for IHC at 33 minutes, 17,000 now. Just the game wanted to make a mockery out of me. And they had the damage coming out with the, oh, that's a satanic turnaround play. Question mark coming in, he has to come out just as quickly. And again, Luna pumping in the damage onto the side 11, trying to get the kill, but the unleash is there. The egg in the middle of everybody, that was very ambitious. Now they turn around the black damage, pumping out that damage. Fortune Soul gonna start hitting the tower. There's a gem on the deck. Kishka kicking back Kara. That's a target that you'd like to see. And they're on your side, and of course the Eclipse coming through. More than enough damage. No buyback on the Dragon Knight. Even though SG looked like they had a great showing here in this team fight. Fortune Soul gonna bump the BKB. He's showing that it wasn't that great of a showing after all. The Glaive's bouncing. The Glaive's basically gonna kill Hara, even though he walked within 2 feet of a Mercy. How dare you show mercy on the Marcy? Maybe not. Fortune Soul again. The Glaive's popping through. IHC looking for one fight maybe is left, but no, it's going to be the GG. The fight of the keyboard is all that is left for SG, and they concede that as well.
I have to commend Luna. The patience of this guy is insane, because he is a satanic first. This makes sense, but he was holding his BKB for so long, because at some point it looked like there might be a turnaround potential when Gyro TP'd in, and I think Gyro was also met with BKB, and it was a bit of a surprise for him, because he just immediately started running back. But the patience to use the big button. Eclipse is big, sure, Satanic is big, but BKB is the most important thing for this Luna, who can just run in with it and hit people, because you know what, Gyro doesn't have BKB. I don't know why. Maybe he felt like he doesn't need it, but all in all, just felt a bit of a blunder in itemization, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, Fortune Soul didn't die that game at all. 12-0. Very convincing performances in all the series we had. Spiky Gaming, did take that 2-1 series lead over Execration earlier today, and IHC eke out that clean 2-0. I would say it was not that difficult for them. 11 played phenomenally, I think, both game 1 and game 2, but that is it from us for tonight. And you'll have to catch us tomorrow at the same time. A few more series lined up in the chamber for you all, but as of today, that is it. Kawaii, do you have anything left to say before we head out?
No, just thank you guys for watching, thank you guys for listening, and we are going to see you tomorrow.
Yeah, of course, and until then,